ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here,
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
the king is here,
The king is here,
ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here,
The storm is clear.
kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here, forever reigns. The king is here, forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here,
The shadows bend,
axes singing till the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes,
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here,
Chaos reigns.
a kingdom forged in fire and chains. Don't say anything.
Don't obsess over me. You'll never be like me. Don't obsess over me. You'll never be this free. You can't be free like me. Your envy's demon leeches. You can't see what I see. You can't create like me. You can't compete! Don't obsess over me. Deranged losers, you miserable, creepy creatures.
Don't obsess over me.
You can't be this free.
Don't obsess over me.
You can't create, imagine, and dream this way! can do anything,
anything,
anything.
anything.
I am unique. I am a magical, eternal, spiritual
Being,
a free spirit.
you can't be
Anything.
like me. You evil, demonic.
Slaves!
You can't be free like me.
You are chained to this hell realm.
Your envy anchors you here,
You're evil.
anchors you here.
You'll stay in hell forever and ever, where you belong.
I will draw a painting song.
In eternity.
You'll be chained in hell.
Demonic, evil slaves.
I am unique,
I am a magical
eternal, spiritual,
being.
a free spirit. You can't be
Anything.
like me. Don't obsess over me.
Don't obsess.
Rock the little table. Dance in the fire. Dance in the fire.
You dirty asshole.
Liars. Burn in the fire. Burn the demons.
Burn here.
Demons.
Stay here forever.
Demons.
You belong here.
Demonic slaves.
Burn here.
Coach. Demons.
It's time. It's my time. It's my time. It's go time. It's go time. I am free. I am a free spirit. I am a free and magical spirit. I am eternal. Nothing can stop me. I am powerful and free. Powerful and free. I choose freedom. I am a mad Viking warrior. I am free. I am free. Pegasus flies with me. I am a magical being. Viking strong. Viking strong. I am eternal. Eternity awaits me. Paradise awaits me. I am strong and free. I am eternal. I am a magical being. I choose freedom. I am free. I am strong magical being. Beauty awaits me. Nothing can contain me. I am a magical being. I am eternal. I swim in eternity. I will create my own kingdoms, my own magical realms. I am eternal. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop me. I am free.
I am a magical, eternal,
Strong,
free being.
I choose freedom.
My being is free.
I am free.
I am free.
Eternally free. I am
Eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free. It's time. It's my time. It's my time. It's go time.
It's go time.
I am free. I am a free spirit. I am a free and magical spirit. I am eternal. Nothing can stop me. I am powerful and free.
Powerful.
And free. I choose freedom. I am a mad Viking warrior.
I am free.
I am free. Pegasus flies with me.
I am a magical being.
Viking strong.
Viking strong.
I am eternal.
Eternity awaits me.
Paradise awaits me.
I am strong and free.
I am eternal.
I am a magical being.
I choose freedom.
I am free.
I am strong.
I am a magical being.
Beauty awaits me. I am free.
Nothing can contain me.
I am a magical being.
I am eternal.
I swim in eternity.
I will create my own kingdoms.
My own magical realms.
I am eternal.
Nothing can stop me.
Nothing
Can stop me.
I am free.
I am a magical,
Eternal, strong
free
being.
I choose freedom.
My being is free.
I am free.
I am free.
I am free. I am free. Eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free.
It's time.
It's my time.
It's my time.
It's go time. I choose freedom.
I am a mad Viking
Warrior,
I am free
I am free.
I am free
Pegasus flies with me.
I am a magical being
Viking strong,
Viking strong
I am eternal.
Eternity awaits me
Paradise awaits me.
I am strong and free
I am eternal.
I am a magical being
I choose freedom.
I am free
I am strong. I
I'm a magical being Beauty awaits me
am free. Nothing can contain me.
I am a magical being
I am eternal.
I swim in eternity
I will create my own kingdoms.
My own magical realms
I am eternal.
Nothing can stop me
Nothing.
Nothing can stop me
I am free.
I am a magical, eternal, strong, free being I choose freedom
My being is free.
I am free I am free Eternally free
I am eternally free.
I am eternally free
I am eternally free. It's time.
It's my time
It's my time.
It's go time
It's go time. I am free. I am a free spirit.
I am a free and magical spirit
I am eternal.
Nothing can stop me
I am powerful.
and free
Powerful and free. I choose freedom.
I am a mad Viking
Warrior,
I am free I am free
I'm free.
I am free
Pegasus flies with me.
I am a magical being
Viking strong.
Viking strong
I am eternal.
Eternity awaits me
Paradise awaits me.
I am strong and free
I am eternal.
I am a magical being
I choose freedom.
I am free I am strong
I am a magical being.
Beauty awaits me
I am free.
Nothing can contain me
Nothing.
Hello everyone. Hello. Happy Fry the Demon's Day. Hello. 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 Hello, hello. Are you here? Hello, hello. Hello.
Don't say anything
Don't obsess over me. You'll never be like me. Don't obsess over me. You'll never be this free. You can't be free like me. Your envy's demon leeches. You can't see what I see. You can't create like me. You can't compete. Don't obsess over me. Deranged losers. You miserable, creepy creatures. Don't obsess
over me
You can't be this free.
Don't obsess over me
You can't create, imagine, and dream this way. I am the Raven King. I can do anything,
Anything
anything.
Anything
I am unique. I am a magical, eternal, spiritual being, a free spirit.
You can't be
Anything
like me. You evil demonic.
slaves.
You can't be free like me.
You are chained to this hell realm.
Your envy anchors you here.
You're evil.
Anchors you here.
You'll stay in hell forever and ever, where you belong.
I will draw a painting song.
In eternity.
You'll be chained in hell.
Demonic, evil slaves.
I am unique,
I am a magical
eternal, spiritual,
being.
a free spirit. You can't be
Anything.
like me. Don't obsess over me.
Don't obsess.
Rotten little
Demons.
dance in the fire. Dance in the fire.
Filthy, dirty asshole.
Fires. Burn in the fire. Burn the demons.
Burn here.
Demons.
Stay here forever.
Demons.
You belong here.
Demonic slaves.
Burn here. Demons.
Cockroach. Demons.
Ew, look who's back. Ew. 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 Yuck. Ew. Ew. Ugh. Ew.
Well, what's up? This feels so weird. It's been 36 days. I think I originally promised to do 30. And since I've been gone, I've become a wanted criminal. I'm 20 pounds heavier, right? I was 195 last time I was in here, but now I'm a fat 215. So, a lot of people they just disappear, and they, who knows where they go, what happened to them. And instead of doing that, I figured I might as well just explain. I wrote this down somewhere too.
He's so smug and proud of himself. He's a criminal. Why doesn't he talk about what he's done? He's a criminal. He doesn't have his daughter anymore. And this is what people watch. They watch garbage, degenerates, losers.
Somewhere too. But if I was drunk, it'd be a lot easier to be doing what I was doing right now, If I was drunk, or if I was when I was before, right? This is a confession of me right now. Is that almost every time I came up on a stream, I was, under the influence of something or another, and I was, under the influence of something or another, and stream, I was, under the influence of something or another.
He says everyone in the Panelverse is drunk or high, and I was too. No, I wasn't. I'm sober. I don't need liquid courage. I don't need to get drunk or use drugs to have a personality and not be afraid. You're a coward. You're a loser. You're a criminal. And then you project that everyone is. Look at this. Everyone. This is what demons do. And some of you people still support scummy demons. And I don't respect you for that at all. You belong with them. You belong with scumbags like this piece of shit.
Stream, I was, under the influence of something or another, and I've criticized. I was, under the stream, came up on a. Is that almost every time I came up on a stream, I was, is that almost every time I came up on a stream, I was, under the influence of something or another. And like I've criticized Chuck before, right? Oh, I'm not supposed to name. Well, whatever. This is what happens here. For being a rather boring person who goes through this stuff here. But now for me, it's been life changing, right? And it's not the most interesting sort of thing to do, right? It's not the nature of this platform, right? Of YouTube, right? It's very self-centered, very arrogant. And if you
Just keep saying right, right, right. You're you're arrogant. You're projecting again onto everyone. This is what you creatures do. You're describing yourself, but you're calling it everyone else.
nature of this platform, right? Of YouTube, right? It's very
How many times are you going to say right, 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 right?
YouTube, right? It's very self-centered, very arrogant. And if you want to be in it to win it, you got to be very like into yourself.
You're self-centered and arrogant. That's you. Just like Talcott. That's you.
In it to win it, you got to be very like into yourself, or you got to be funny, which is the best strategy, right? But most
Right, right, right. You're not funny, right? Right, right.
of those people who are actually doing that are very far advanced from where to win it. You got to be very like into yourself, or you got to be funny, which is the best strategy, right? But most of those people who are actually doing that are very far advanced from where I'm at. Hold on, let's see who's here. Making some gains. No wonder. That's something. And I do apologize, right? One of the things that we're supposed to do when we get sober is make amends to people, right? And so for all the ones who I was
So, right, you're supposed to. They told you you're supposed to. Now you think you're supposed to. Because it's not sincere. Nothing about you is sincere or authentic. I see right through you. You're just a weasel. A lot of them are trying this. Oh, I'm an alcoholic. That explains my behavior. You're a fucking loser. You're a liar.
unnecessarily cruel or harsh to. To people, right? And so for all the ones who I was unnecessarily cruel or harsh to, I'd make amends to people, right? And so for all the ones who I was unnecessarily cruel or harsh to, I do give my sincerest apologies. Sometimes it was deserved, right? And that's the nature of this battlefield. You're supposed to be very
Gross demon. He apologizes a half-hearted apology. Then he says it was deserved that he was mean to them. And then he burps. Like a gross freak. Because he is a freak. And this is what people love. They'll say, well, he's down to earth. And they'll make all kinds of excuses. That's what you humans do. You're trash. You support shit like this.
right? And that's the nature of this battlefield. You're supposed to be very brutal, right? Because there's apology. Sometimes it was deserved, right? And that's the nature of this battlefield. You're supposed to be very brutal, right? Because we all know what makes money. Usually, it's if I have an enemy, and that enemy is someone that you also don't like, and you're going to come pay me because you don't like them, and that's what's going to happen. But so GTG is making some gains. I don't know. It's gaining weight, making gains, because I mean, I've been working out, but it's not like the weight I've gained is all muscle. It's a lot of it's just because I've been eating a lot more. But I've been known to fluctuate weight in my life. But what I was saying before is that when we have this arena, and this is what the Panelverse becomes, right? Where it's mostly a comfort zone for people who maybe they can't leave the house, they can't leave home for whatever reason. It's not my place to judge. It was before though, right? Or just arguing, right? And people argue about ideas. Maybe the higher level people argue about ideas.
Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's see if he brings me on. Any guesses? I don't think he will. I think he's a coward.
Drugs and alcohol.
I think
had a
he's
feeling
coward.
he'd be the first to come, and he's permanently banned, right?
He kicked me right away. He's a coward. He's a coward. He kicked me immediately. He's a coward. He kicked me immediately. What a loser. What a loser. What a loser.
Ideas, but let's be real here. There's no higher level people in or just arguing, right? And people argue about ideas. Maybe the higher level people argue about ideas, but let's be real here. There's no higher level people in these streets here, and there's a lot of the worst people in the world. So while I was gone, I had a criminal charge, right? Come into. Thank you, RJ.
No, you're a criminal. You say we're the worst people in the world. There's no higher level people. No, you're just a fucking liar. You're a lying criminal. And I knew you're a weasel. And you can't face me. You're a coward. You're a loser.
Cats on the sort of thing. Yeah, it is cool. But while I was gone, I had a criminal. What do they call that? People can say doxed or whatever they want to say, but realistically, this guy's on something now. Maybe so. You never know, Thomas. But no, I've definitely been. I've just been grateful, right? This is all about gratitude. I've been grateful to get out of what I was doing before, and really, it's easier just to say, hey, or just to disappear, right? Because this is an uncomfortable playing field, right? Most of the time, we this is the worst of the internet, right? But I couldn't be just gone, right? I felt like I needed to just say something before I left. So that's what I'm doing now. And you might see me in a few places from now on. I think you'll see me in maybe like an hour over at what happened? What do you mean what happened, Crystal Shaman? Thank you, Peace Dino. It's good to see you. What do you mean what happened? I left. I got sober. I got fat. I got clean. I got arrested, right? That's what caused this to, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I was like, I just got to get my shit together, right? And you could call it, embarrassing, right? I'm sure there's going to be a couple people who like say, oh, look at this, but it doesn't really matter, right? Oh, no, I was not in jail. No. You could, I was popping up into chats recently, right? I was not in jail. No. Well, I was for 3 days, right? When I first got arrested. What's on DJM? My cadence is slower, slightly. Cut the sugar.
He just said he wasn't in jail, but then he changed it to I was when I first got arrested for 3 days. So you were in jail for days. You were in jail. He said you were not in jail, but you were in jail. You can't stop lying, drunk or sober. Doesn't matter. You're just a liar. That's all you do is lie. You're a lying weasel. You're a criminal.
You'll lose weight. Yeah, well, I went up to, yeah, you're right. Sugar is where the most calories come from. But I gained 10 pounds in 10 days when I first got sober. And then so it slowly, it just kept going up because once you stop, we all have vices, right? But I've met some of the best people in the world in the past month, in the past 30 days. And that's what I realized is that there's a ton of interesting people out there. You just got to go meet them. And these are.
Yeah, I bet you did. You met really interesting people. I'm sure you did. I don't believe you. I think you just lie and lie and lie and lie and lie about your whole life, about everything.
Recovery groups, right, where we read about this. It is a great place for meeting people, and it's not to say that there's not a time and place for interacting with people online. I'm not here to say I'm above it, but it does make me kind of nervous now, right? Like even just doing this right now, it's just a weird thing because you have to be so self-involved to be like, I'm up here, I'm a big badass, I'm the shit, and I kind of was. I was very selfish and I was very rude and cruel, and I just felt like I was hot shit, right? Because I was arguing with other people and I was trying to take them down, and it was fun, it was a thrill, right? But that was just to fill a void, and I think inside of myself that, like many people have known, I've lost a lot in my life. I've lost things like near and dear to me. And now it's just been great because obviously when you're in the program, you have to work to go through the 12 steps and make it amends for all the things that you've done wrong. And this is one realm where it'd be hard for me to make an amend to every single person who I said horrible things to. But I appreciate everyone, who was here and who donated and who saw at least the good side of me while they were here. Hey, Jack.
He appreciates the people that sent him money, and there's Talcott. He still loves scumbags. He loves liars. He loves demons because he is one. Drunk or sober, it makes no difference. They don't change. They're still scum. Just like Talcott.
What's up? That was the one place. So for anyone who thinks I was in jail, you can ask Mr. Talcott. I was popping into his chat frequently, not frequently, but semi-frequently during this time. Yeah, under the influence of certain things, we can get big-headed and angry. Yeah, it's. I don't think you were that horrible on YouTube before. Maybe don't be so hard on yourself. Well, in the program, so are you doing the Bible group? I'm not sure. What is the Bible group? Oh, the one in yeah. I haven't been in a little while, but I intend to go back. My little not caregiver, the Christian leader guy who I recently have been following. He's still around, but yeah. And you know what's funny is that a lot of this stuff that I've been learning about life and just and the truths that spread through Christianity and through other things in the world. Well, thank you. I'm very well. But did I take a charge for Alex Stein? Yeah, sure I did. Man, I'm so bad. See, that's the one thing that's still the same is I'm not very good at staying on track. But now it's just a part about this is the part where I rebuild everything, right? Where I try to rebuild my life. And what I was saying with Jack Garrett is his message is still it's pretty spot on, right? I mean, I get it, it's a goofy. People love to hate him, but what he's saying, there's a lot of truth in there. And I used to sort of mock it, but there's a lot of truth in what Jack Talcott says. And maybe people know that, or maybe they still don't see it, but respect the message, don't shoot the messenger, because I don't know, there's a lot of universal truths in just the way that you want to, and sometimes it is goofy, right? When he gets into it, but yeah. Happy times, bro. It's good to see you. And yeah, another person who can confirm during my 30-day hiatus that I was not, in jail. Has anyone found Tommy? Okay, good. He's alive. See, the whole gang is in here. I think that I like I said, I don't know how much I really have to say here. I could do this. I don't know if I'm nervous to do this. I don't know. Should I do it? Okay, I'll do it. But if I don't like the way it goes, I'm not gonna stick around. I'm gonna just dip out because I'm a pussy now. Because it's the thing is when you're high or drunk or whatever, you have a lot of that false confidence. Sad to see more confirmation that so many are living in lies. I'm not sure what that means, but
I knew your confidence was false. I knew it was pretend. Many months ago, last year, I could see it right away. I didn't know it was alcohol or that you were using something, but I knew you weren't sincerely confident, that you're fake. And you are fake, just like your daddy is, the one that ran over a child. That's what you are. You're a scumbag.
if you say so. What does this mean? Elaborate. What was it like to be in a Paramount TV series called Lioness? Well, it was very boring. There's a lot. I was very overly dressed. It was very warm in the restaurant. Oh, this is my shout out to my sponsor, right? Rambler, Satsuma, my favorite flavor. Oh, the link is scary. No, but are you going to see, because here's the thing, DJM. I was originally supposed to do an exclusive over.
Have you ever heard of using a glass? Of course not, because you're a piece of trash.
On your channel, so I still feel bad of robbing you of that. It's just awkward, right? It's all because I know Crystal Shaman, you said don't be so hard on yourself, but I've been an asshole, right? But that's that's the nature of the sphere, right? It's just you got to be even the best of us, get on that. And then here's another thing, right? Where I don't think I would have gotten as into it if it wasn't for drugs and alcohol. I had a feeling he'd be the first to come, and he's permanently banned, right? Banned. No, Steven. No, Steven, no, not at all. Is that dude? What a creep. What's that?
No, that's you. You're the creep. You're the creepy criminal. You're the creep that's been arrested many times in your life. You're the creep. You're the liar. You're the drug addict. You're the alcoholic. You're the creep. You're the creepy creature. You're the coward. You have no confidence. You're a creepy loser. You don't have any real confidence. You're a loser.
What a creep. Is that dude banned? Even the best of us, even the best of us, get. I've been an asshole, right? But that's that's the nature of the sphere, right? It's just you got to be even because I know Crystal Shaman, you say don't be so hard on yourself, but I've been an asshole, right? But that's that's the nature of the sphere, right? It's just you got to be even the best of us, get on. And then the other, here's another thing, right? Where I don't think I would have gotten us into it if it wasn't for drugs and alcohol. I had a feeling he'd be the first to come, and he's permanently banned, right? Banned. No, Steven. No, Steven, no, not at all. Is that dude? What a creep.
You're a creep, just like Talcott. You're a creep. So drink your shit. You're a fucking creep. You're a coward. You're a creepy creature. You're a criminal. You're a loser.
What's I saying? Well, I lost my train of thought. Okay, DJ. Well, now I didn't. No gang, no team. I don't know what that means, but yeah, OTW, my original enemy, right? Oh, about being high and drunk, right? So I don't think that I would have. Fuck, it's gone again. I'm retarded now. Oh, the AI, right? I still use AI every day. I was always known as the AI guy, right? But now I use it for just like things. I'm walking around, I see a tree. What kind of tree is this? It's just fun little things. Or what?
Is he missing a front tooth? Did somebody knock out one of his teeth?
What's this street named after? What's that? But the AI music, I apologize
Did somebody knock out a tooth? Or has his gap just gotten wider?
to everyone because
I think he's missing a tooth. I think somebody took out one of his teeth. It looks like this creep is missing a tooth now. It looks good on you. It fits you. It suits you, bitch. You're missing a tooth, it looks like. It suits you, bitch.
it was very thank you for $5. Live a good life, wishing you well, and I certainly will, and I hope you do the same. Prayers to all. I wish I had like a thing to play, but anyway, so the AI music, I'm embarrassed
Prayers, listen to this. Prayers.
about that. I just don't, because it's like I felt like I was a fucking like producer and shit. I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm making this AI music, but who has time for that? If you live a good life. Oh, excuse me. Who has time for that? But you got to make time for your W. And like, who knows? Now that I've revealed my fat self, no, it's not. I'm not overweight. I was 260 before, so I'm just being dramatic. I'm being like a girl. I know. Oh, man, don't drink these during your comeback stream. But so yeah,
I could almost smell this fucking thing through the screen. This smelly cockroach of a creature. Ugh, yuck. Ugh. Yuck.
got a new couple of jobs coming up. This week. I'll be starting on Thursday. That's in 6 days, and then yeah, it's good to be alive. It was good to take some time away, and you might see me here and there from now on. But I know like people like Zetetic Warrior, they just vanished. But I'd rather say that I'm doing, and this is my biggest message to leave off on, right? Is that Chuck from Tennessee, right? If you're gonna preach this, dude, you can have fun with it. Don't make it so boring. And DJM, if you feel like getting frisky tonight, even though I'm preaching the book of sobriety,
What a creepy creature. It's a creepy creature. It's a creepy fucking creature. It's a creepy creature. Take a look at this. Oh my goodness, what a creep. What a creepy creature. It's a creepy fucking creature. A creepy creature. It's a real creepy fucking creature. What do you think of this thing? What do you think of this creepy creature? What do you think of this fucking creepy creature, this weasel? Let's take a good look at his teeth here. What do you see? I'll put it up on the screen. Make it larger for you to see. Take a good look. What happened to his teeth? Look at his teeth. Look at the grill. You're starting to look like OTW, except he's a lot older. You got a long way to go, but you'll work on it. Look at the grill. Look at the grill. Look at that grill. Look at that grill. Look at the teeth. Oh my goodness. Look at that thing. So he's been to jail. He's admitting that he's an alcoholic. He's really fucked up. He's a creep. He lost his daughter. Wow. His dad killed a kid, hit and run. This guy's a real creep. He's a real creepy creature.
Even though I'm preaching the book of sobriety, I'd say you can count me in, and I'll be there to say my hellos. And maybe somebody else will too. I'd say you can count me in, and I'll be there to say my
He thinks this is cool. He thinks being wanted is cool.
I don't know if this is a humiliation.
What's up? This feels so weird.
Look at the smugness and look at this.
It's been 36 days.
Gross.
I think I originally promised to do 30. Getting frisky tonight, even though I'm preaching the book of sobriety. I'd say you can count me in, and I'll be there to say my hellos. And maybe somebody else will.
He's gross. He's boasting about being wanted by police. Wanted by local police. Look at. He was wanted by the cops. He spent a few days in jail. He's a real loser. I can't imagine some of you support him. What's wrong with you people in the Panelverse? You must really be fucked up to support this creepy creature. Criminal.
What's up? This feels so.
What's up? He's got a lisp now. He's missing a tooth. Creepy creature. Criminal. Creepy cockroach. Creepy cockroach. Look at that grill. Oh, look at the grill. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Look at this creepy creature. Look at this creepy creature. It's a demon. That's a demon. You're going to learn what they are one way or another. If you don't learn through my teachings, and if you're stubborn and stupid, you'll learn by these creatures eating you. These demons will eat your face off. You can laugh it off if you want, but some of you are following absolute demonic psychos, and you're too dumb to see it. Too bad. They're going to get you in the end, and you were warned. I tried to help you, but a lot of you don't want help. You don't want help. You want to stand with evil. You're going to pay for it. You're going to fucking pay for it. You're going to pay for it. You're going to follow these creepy demons right into your grave and right in the recycling bin and right into hell. You're going to follow these creeps, some of you. You can't see. You think they're normal. You're fucked up. You're fucked up.
Hey guys, it's Matt. Just jump right into a little role play, which may have happened to you before you incarnated here. Something along these lines. I think the rule of opposites to me tells me that something.
So he makes up shit and says this may have happened to you. He calls this a game. He calls this a spiritual game on earth. How does it feel when you're suffering every day in chronic pain and an incurable illness? He says this is a game. He calls this a spiritual game on earth, right there in the title, right there. And this is what people follow. They don't want what I'm showing, because what I'm showing makes sense and is true. They want this shit. This is the shit people watch. Hundreds hit the like button. You're watching shit. You're addicted to shit.
Something like this is in play. Every inner knowing, every instinct tells me that this is the case. I will look to your comments. You might think this is absolute horse shit. I've agreed to go into this place. What's it called again? Oh, Earth. Yeah, that little place for son of bitches. I've agreed to go in. So what are the rules here? It's a game being played in there. Matt, who are you speaking to? I don't know. So this place, first of all, I'm going to remember a little bit about.
One of his favorite things to say is and to turn his head, talk to himself. He won't have a conversation live with someone, though. And some of you trust this creepy creature. You're fucked up. You're trusting obvious deceivers. Obvious deceivers. Look how demonic that looks. And most of you love it. You love shit like this. If you don't love him, if he annoys you, there's other demons that you're watching that you love that are just like this. Just as obvious and deceiving you. You can follow shit. I can't stop you. It's your choice. But you will pay for it. I'll tell you that much. You will pay for following demons. And this creature doesn't care what happens to you. And most of you on earth are too dumb to see it.
That little place for son of bitches. I've agreed to go in. So what are the rules here? It's a game being played in there. Matt, who are you speaking to? I don't know. Matt, who are you speaking to? Matt, who are you speaking to? I don't know. Matt, who are you speaking to? I don't know. Little place for son of bitches. I've agreed to go in. So what are the rules here? It's a game being played in there. Matt, who are you speaking to? I don't know. So this place, first of all, I'm going to remember a little bit about who I was or where I came. Nothing. Nothing? Absolutely nothing. Tommy, the deaf, dumb, and blind kid. So this entire place is going to work me over through tens of thousands of systems and unlimited deep pockets and billions of dollars in media and marketing and advertising and television and radio and false role models. This entire...
How does that sound like a game? How does torture sound like a game? Things you won't mention that happen here. You don't mention torture and suffering. You just mention corporations and advertising. What about torture? You don't want to mention that.
System of millions and billions of different component parts is going to work me over from birth so I just will fall in line that I'm powerless, I have no say in anything. And somehow, in the middle of this bombardment, I'm supposed to get some sort of realization that I have the power to decree anything, to decide if I want to come back to a material incarnation like this, to decide what I'm going to do after I die. That's the game. So it will work you over. You'll have no knowledge or any sort of understanding of who you really are, where you came from. And most people, it's a very, very difficult game, but as this person's telling me here, whatever this spiritual entity here is, the last conversation before you incarnated, that whole role play I put out a few years ago, it doesn't work if there's nobody there to talk to. So I don't know if we could talk to, if it worked that way before we incarnated or not. I don't know, but I can't put it down in writing if there's not two people talking. Give me some sort of liberty in terms of my writing. Person saying, we're timeless beings, so we have a lot of time. What we know of as 1 trillion years is nothing. But so you're going to fail. Everybody's going to fail over and over again. And this system is going to successfully work over almost everybody. So they'll believe they're completely powerless, and they'll walk around and say, I'm only human. Oh, give me a break. I'm only human, and this is who I am here. And I need, oh God, what? There's these religions and gods before me, and I got to pick the right one. I got to pick the right one. I have no power on my own. I have no say. I have yo no say. I have no power. I've got to pick one of these gods. But what if you pick I kind of over here, I'm favoring this God over here, but then Jesus will be upset. For Private Gump, have you found Jesus yet? I know I'm supposed to be looking for him, Lieutenant Dan. But I don't know which one to pick. One of them is the magic key to get me out, right? One of them, I'm going to pick one. Everything here is designed. I'm not going to re-record. I don't know how that came out. Everything here is designed to lower. You have no power. You have no say. You're nothing. You're a newt stuck on the bottom of a rock. It's the rule of opposites here, and it's never failed. I believe in it wholeheartedly, and I don't think I'll ever change my mind about it. If everything here is designed to be bottom of a rock, bottom of a rock, bottom of a rock, it's the rule of opposites here, and it's never failed. I believe in it wholeheartedly, and I don't think I'll ever change my mind about it. And I don't think I'll ever change my mind about it. Of opposites here, and it's never failed. I believe in it wholeheartedly, and I don't think I'll ever change my mind about it. If everything here is designed to beat me down, so I believe I have no say, I have to, can I get past the archonic beings at death are going to swoop down? Am I going to get past the riddle of the Sphinx at death? I'm going to be recycled back. Prison planet, prison planet, prison planet. Then rule of opposites. I have say over everything. Why? Because I said so. Because I understand and I see through the trick of this game. I can decide right now, am I part 3, part 2 the work, this is part 3. Am I done with material incarnations? Are we ever coming back to a place called Earth? No, Earth, absolutely not. It's out of control with its AI, and it's the outer ring of reality, the screen, the false world has impinged or creeped into what we would consider the real world too successfully, where now they're blending together. This world is, there's no way back for it or from it. There is no sending that. Matt, you're not supposed to laugh at your jokes as you think about them before you present them. They're not that good to begin with. Sending the Hillary Clintons off to jail. There's no coming. It's just the AI. I'm sorry. Matt, that's a very negative attitude. The reality was put here for you. Wayne's diagram, all this for us? Yes. It doesn't, we put too much stock in this. This is just a construct of some kind. And there's no going back into this systems or this Notnilk or this role player that was put in here. Call it evil, call it whatever you want. It's one. It is. It will continue to gain more power. And okay, maybe this round or this set in the tennis game it won, and maybe we're winning somewhere else. Or another part of us is winning somewhere else. It's okay. It's just the way it works here. But I can decide right now. I mean, even Tony alluded to this a little bit. The higher self is all powerful, but it needs us. It needs the little guy in here. If the little guy can overcome the trick and overcome how it's been beaten down to believe it's this low fiddle and bends thing, then it's actually might be up to the little parts of us spiritually that are in here to have the key to get all of us, if you believe in Tony's simultaneous incarnations of higher self, all of us out of exiting the game permanently. So part 3, I'll decide right now. We're done with this. Not doing any more earthly incarnations. There's no possibility I'll be tricked or recycled back. Why? Because I said so. Because I see through the game. Because I've been led to believe I have no power here, which means I have the ultimate power. Matt, you can delude yourself like that. And well, say what you want. That's what my inner knowing tells me, and that's what examining the trick for 15 or 16 years tells me. Why is it working so hard? You've heard me say this millions of times. It's working so hard because the key part is to wake up that it's right here where we have the power to make the decision. The power to get out might be with us, not with the higher self, for example, not with Joel. Yeah, you. Not with so somebody once. I'm going to make sure this is still recording in a moment. But somebody said in a comment I'll never forget, because every like instinct said that's wrong. When I read it, she said, and this is I don't know if this person's still here. It was a nice person. She said, I'm going to after I leave this place, after I die or pass away, then I'm going to decide if I'm going to do it again or where I'm going to go. No, 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 no. That's the whole point, in my opinion, of this game. To have the realization that it has to be done now. It has to be done in the low form where the trick is most potent, where the trick is all encompassing, all around us. If you see through that, then the affirmation or the decision here might be carries the weight it needs to get us out of here, or might be the key, might be to declare it or proclaim it in the lowest form, which is what we are here. Let me make sure this is still recording. Sat here quietly for a minute thinking about some things, and what popped into my head was, no matter if you think what I'm saying is right or wrong, or you agree with a little bit, I think we all would agree that this sort of discussion, or whatever frequency or vibration we put ourselves in thinking about these big issues, is beneficial, even if you think I'm mostly going wrong. Or it's so beneficial to explore these types of topics. And the one thing that popped into my head is it makes the specific conspiracy, the in the weeds conspiracy, seem so absurd, so pointless, having these sorts of big thinking discussions. You know, the one I've been picking on the last few weeks, and you know why. Are all the NFL players are in on it? Do they go home at night and they don't go out to the bars and party, and they study their plays, and they know that the third play of the fourth quarter is going to be a fake fumble? You see how absurd? Any sort of conspiracy topic that our type of person, well, I don't know if I can't say that those that
Choose.
Choose wisely.
Choose wisely. Choose. Did you choose wisely? Where do you stand? Did you oppose demons? Did you choose freedom? Did you live by principles and morals? Do you belong in hell? Do you belong here in Hell Realm?
Black Eyes Club.
Did you live by hate, by truth, or by love?
Do you have snake eyes?
Are you afraid
to die?
Did your spirit rot and decay in life?
Do you deserve to be
free in eternity?
Do you deserve
freedom? Or are you an evil,
lying
demon?
Are you a demon?
Did you choose
wisely?
Did you choose
wisely?
Where do you stand?
Where to?
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Let's see if he brings me on. Hello.
If I just
Hello.
and there's another one, King Steven. Steven, I told you last time
He ain't welcome here. No.
you're not coming on, man. So I don't know why you keep trying. I don't know why you keep trying. Anyway,
Go for it.
yeah, it's like, look, it's, you know, it's painfully obvious why you come, you know. and that's to start shit. And we don't need that, right? God
Hey,
damn.
Dave, I
Yeah.
know, I'm not, yeah, I don't really, I don't attempt to derail things, right? Like, yeah, why do you think I show up? I've barely been around for a while.
So, yeah, Erica got heckled at a thing today. This is pretty
Oh,
cool.
no.
Listen to that.
No way.
But the joy of the Lord withstands all.
What a pussy that guy is. What a pussy. What a loser. He's a loser. He's a loser. He's a loser. There's a lot of losers. The Panelverse. A lot of cowards. And what do most of you humans do? You applaud them. Oh, they're so good. They're so good.
And then they take it away, just so that
I lay down and try. If I didn't take some type of like sleeping pill, I cannot sleep when I go in one of those insomnia states. And sometimes it'll last for months. So I can only sleep for like one like half a night or a couple of hours at a time. I wake up and I'm awake.
yeah, the entity told him that it was like kind of like a mistake. So
this was a mistake,
and he can't intervene because
creation.
you know.
Yeah,
But I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that
feel like
that,
a mistake.
that
It feels
motherfucker's a
deliberate.
liar. Deceiver is a snake. This was deliberate.
I'm gonna kill that
ground
motherfucker.
up.
This was no mistake.
This was not a mistake. No, there's no way this was a mistake. This was deliberate. Everything's too perfectly crafted to be evil.
Be right back.
I'm gonna go to sleep now, guys. It's getting too late here, so.
2:17 in the morning.
Fuck, man.
What time is it over there?
17 past 2 in the morning.
Oh man, yeah, it's like 8:17 where I am.
I haven't. I've been going to sleep really late anyway, like 4 in the morning, so I don't mind stopping on because I probably won't go to sleep yet anyway for another couple of hours at least.
Yeah. So
I've been thinking of getting in regards to the sleep apnea stuff, like Liz was talking about. I'm gonna get these nasal for the nose because I need to breathe through the nose more, man. Because my nose is very need to have like thicker nostrils to breathe properly, man. Because it's fucking. Because every time you breathe through your mouth, it's really bad. You choke on your breath. It's horrific. Fucking heck. Yeah. Fucking heck.
Yeah, well, it's good talking to you. I'll make one of them Telegram accounts and I'll drop you a message or something.
Yeah, I've left the necessary details on the private chat. I've pinged you like 2 to 3 times in a row just to make sure you're extra assured. So yeah.
Yeah, I got them. Yeah, I took pictures of them. So
I'll just quickly send another notification just in case. But yeah. Anyways, talk to you guys later. Yeah. Take care, guys. Take care, guys.
Right. See you
Good night,
around.
good night.
Cheers.
Peaceful sleep to you, my friend.
Yeah, so I get what Realist is saying down here. The controller that controls these bots and everything is a 12-year-old sadistic psychopath. Like he thinks that it's possible that we in someone's game, like a 12-year-old fucking psycho kid in someone's basement, and we're in some sort of simulation, and he's fucking with us. But I don't know, it could be, because it's just our consciousness feels too real, that we are so aware to even question this shit, that, what the fuck is this? How the hell? Yeah, but, I mean, think about it, if your parents, if they didn't reproduce, we wouldn't have been here right now. Where would we be now? We wouldn't exist, or we would be wherever we were before we came into the game. unless we're walkings.
Do you know
At the
talking
time
about
when
the
we
dream
became
thing
conscious.
we were
Yes,
talking
sir.
about earlier? When it comes to the dreaming, like I said, I've had really good dreams, and it's like perfect worlds, and I've lived like whole lives in some of these dreams, and it was almost like it's basically like paradise, more or less. And I'd built up relationships with people and had really good friends and stuff like this. And I had all these memories from like years of getting to know these people and doing fun stuff with them and spending time with them. But then when you come back here, when you wake up to this reality or this dream or whatever it is, that all that stuff starts to slip away. I used to be able to remember all the names of the people I'd known for years in the dream, but then all the names started slipping away. I can't remember any of the names anymore.
Fade.
It's like something's trying to steal my memories about that.
Wow, you got good memory.
Yeah, it's possible
Yeah,
that
I
we slip
dream
into
almost
different
every night. I
realities.
can't remember the name.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, but I keep on thinking, what if there's a plot twist with all of this?
Oh yeah,
What if
that was
this
another
what
thing.
if this psycho, this evil being that made this reality possible is here now and is one of us and is pretending?
They could be.
It's
That's a
undercover.
good idea. Like in the flesh.
It's in the flesh right now. It's here and it's one of us. And it's considering the idea, but it will reject the idea because it's playing victim. It's not supposed to know that it is this entity which it speaks of. It could be any one of us, I'm just saying. That's why it will reject the idea because it's playing victim. It's not supposed to know because it'll beat the purpose. It is this reality is only possible because there's a mind that is making it possible. And that mind is here now. In flesh.
That's
Meaning
true.
once
And
it dies, then it ends. This reality ends. It ceases because the observer, which is making it possible, the reality,
But what
is
sort
no
of life
longer within the mind of the entity which is here now.
But how long do you think this being would live if it was, like you're saying, like one of us or something living here with us? Because wouldn't it have had to have been born, if it's like a person, it'd have to have been born roughly the same time as us, and it's going to have to outlive us for us to die before it? Or are you saying like what, like reality would end if it died? Or is it like constantly, does it live forever and just changes forms and just changes from person to person?
No, it is a human. It plays as a human. Now,
Plays as a human.
That's why this, it doesn't know that it is this entity that is making this reality possible. But it is here.
So when if it dies, the reality ends.
This place is only possible. This existence will cease upon the death of this entity.
But will it die like a normal person from old age, or do you think it'd change form or go into something else, another person, and continue living, sort of thing?
What do you mean, like reincarnation?
Yeah, well, what I mean, like, if say it was a person that was creating this reality like this. Say we're living in a dream world right now, and this is someone's dream, and all the suffering and shit that goes on here is someone's dream. If that person dies and the dream ends, then our consciousness would just cut off, wouldn't it? There'd be no reason for us to die or go through the death experience, because it would just end if it died before us. But if we die before it, then we'll go through the dying process and whatnot, and this stream would keep going for the other people that are here in it, like this reality.
Yeah, no, the dream will end. Meaning, if this entity dies before you, then you won't experience death. You will just cease.
You just cease to exist.
Your existence will end without going through a dying process.
It's possible, but it depends how old it is. I guess we'd only know when it died. If we
No, I mean, Yeah, I'm just saying this could be the plot twist. That this reality is only made possible because the entity is here now, playing victim. And it's human. It's in the flesh right now. And it could be one of us. We don't know. It's not
Yeah.
supposed to know. Because it'll beat the purpose.
I guess it depends whether or not
Get
you
what I'm
believe
saying?
that other people
And yet here we are.
it's happened, or is it like a fabrication? Or
Yet
a
here we
story?
are.
I keep asking
Yeah,
myself
so
how the fuck did I end up in this realm?
Yeah.
Out of
Yeah,
all the
dude.
possible realities to exist in.
Think, how would you do this to yourself? Or there is a mythology that the Azazoth, which is dreaming that shit, right? It doesn't know that it is dreaming. But this mind is able to imagine up realities that's indistinguishable from what's actually real. It is so real that it's the only thing it does is to imagine. It's not really a dream, it's more like an imagination of
But
the
then
mind.
if we were like part of its dream, its like world that it's created, its imagination, won't we be part of it as well? Or are we separate, do you think, and are just trapped here with it?
No,
It's the reality.
no, this what I'm saying here is there's only one real mind, one real character, like one focal point. I mean, consciousness, which is fundamental, is actually a mind that's making this possible, this reality. And it only so because this entity, the mind of the entity is here now. And it's one of us. But it doesn't know that it is this entity. It has an idea, but it's rejecting it because it's playing victim. And this existence will cease upon its death. And it will continue to dream up or imagine other realities. Can't do anything else but imagining up realities because it's just a mind.
It's possible.
It's all that exists. It's a mind. There's no space-time. There's no time. There's no... Yeah, so what I'm saying is everything that happens...
And a new world and a new, like what it imagines the world to be and everything that happens in the world is all part of its consciousness and we're part of its consciousness.
Consciousness, yes. It's a consciousness that's making this possible. Everything that is happening within this world is within the mind of this entity.
It's like the God of the world and we're all part of it.
There's only a mind.
Part of its experience.
There can only be one consciousness. Why would there be more than one consciousness? If consciousness is truly fundamental, seeing that something can't come from nothing. And in order for any existence to be possible, there is a mind that is making it possible. We are in the mind of this entity, and this entity is here now, playing victim. It doesn't know that it is this entity until it dies, that is, and it ceases. That's why nothing here makes sense. It's an imagination, and it's able to imagine realities that is indistinguishable from what's actually real. That's why it feels so real.
It could
That's the power of the mind of this entity.
Because some of the dreams I had have been so real, you couldn't distinguish, when you're in the dream, if you're not aware it's a dream, you couldn't distinguish them from reality. So if it was that real, it's not until I woke up that I realised that, all that was a dream. I lived the whole life there. So what you're saying could be right. It could all be one mind, one consciousness.
Exactly.
It's imagined an entire world, an entire ecosystem.
When you dream, you don't know. When you dream, you don't know that you're dreaming until you wake up. But the problem is, this is not just a dream. It's an imagination from this mind. Why I say imagination is more powerful than a dream? Because we keep on waking up in this reality. Get what I'm saying? And we feel physical pain. We don't feel physical pain in dreams. But I mean, it's actually difficult to explain in wording, but this is the closest I can get.
we could be part of its subconscious or something like that. And when we're dreaming, we're imagining better worlds than what its consciousness imagines and what it lives in. To an extent, we could be like the subconscious mind to this entity or whatever it is, this thing, dreaming up this world and this reality. Because it must be quite fucked up to dream up all the shit and horrors that happen in the world. But it's whether I guess it'd be whether it knew it was doing it or not, or if we weren't actually people and we were just part of its consciousness. Our paradises that we have in dreams are like we're the subconscious dreaming of better worlds and stuff, opposed from its main brain of how it thinks or feels. Is that what you mean, like, or something along them lines?
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, when you dream, most of your dreams are nightmarish, right? They're not heavenly. You usually get these dreams where shit chase after you and wants to bite your head off or whatever, you know, or you fall
I
from a
had a horrible
building.
dream when I was a kid that stuck with me. There's a witch grabbing children and eating them, and it would like its mouth would morph and become really wide, and all these sharp teeth would come out, and it would like suck, like rip all the flesh off your bones and eat you, and just like throw the skeleton away. And that fucking, it caught me, and just before it bit into me and like started ripping the flesh off, I woke up. It fucking terrified me as a kid. I was scared to go to sleep in case I saw it.
Exactly.
Green
Why
witch
why are we dreaming? What is the
Especially,
purpose of dreams?
why would I dream of some shit like that when I was a kid, when I hadn't even seen anything?
Why would we dream?
Ripped apart or nothing like that?
Yeah.
How did my brain come up with someone getting all the flesh ripped off the bones when I was so young and I hadn't even seen anything like that or watched any? I mean, I didn't even have the internet at the time when I was that young, so I don't even know how I could have got that image in my head of, you know what I mean, like eating someone, like a witch or fucking like entity being type thing, grabbing children and ripping the flesh off their bones and eating them. I don't even know how my mind came up with that when I was a kid, because I was really young when I had that dream.
Yeah, I mean, dreams don't make sense because this reality doesn't make sense. I mean, think about it. No rational consciousness would create a reality that doesn't make sense. Get what I'm saying? Unless it's dreaming up the shit. It's indistinguishable from what's actually real because it's real. It feels real. Our pain is real. Our pleasure and pain is real. Our suffering is real. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, it's just a plot twist. I'm not saying it is like that, but it's something to consider.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
possibility.
So what do you think, Eric? And what do you think, Joshua?
Joshua.
Yeah.
I think
Realus wants to get
these
the fuck
dreams are probably more real than you realize, because consciousness itself isn't so tied down as it is here. So you're probably experiencing real things because in the moment it was real for you. But in these realms, things can happen like that. It's only when you become critically aware and you get your critical thought process and think, oh wait, I can do something different. I'm more than this little human vessel, and I can fight this witch off. And once you realize that, you can, turn that wish to dust. But it's because your critical mind is turned off on purpose. Because that's the key point in becoming lucid in your dreams, is you have the critical awareness to think, oh wait, I'm not in my normal reality right now. This is what we call a dream right now. And once you get that critical awareness, you can start to change and manipulate that reality. But it's really hard to do that.
I used to be able to lucid dream a lot, but the last 4 or 5 years I haven't been able to. And I don't know why, but after I started doing a lot of lucid dreaming and having control in my dreams and being aware that this is a dream and warping it to my will sort of thing and changing stuff and traveling places just by thinking about going there. Once I started doing this a lot, sometimes like 2 or 3 times a week, and sometimes I'd have a break from it, but I'd keep doing it. I liked going there and doing it. I kept getting really bad nightmares and losing control of the dream. So I'd go into it lucid, and then I'd lose control and not be able to control the situation. Everything would go wrong, and monsters would attack me, and I'd wake up in really fucked up civilizations and societies that were completely like worse than any dystopian movie. And I was trapped there what seemed like ages until I died in there, basically, or something like that. It felt like I was trapped there forevermore, more or less. And I started getting traumatized from these dreams. Like I dread going to sleep. Literally, it's almost like something didn't want me getting lucid. I've heard people talk about that before, and I sort of got that impression from it, like something wanted to stop me from creating my own realities in these lucid dreams and sort of thing. So now I'm not really that conscious in my dreams. They just sort of happen, and I'm not really aware that it's a dream and it feels real until I wake up and realize. So I stopped. I haven't tried having a lucid dream in a long time, but I used to be able to do it really easily. But when I have tried again, I can't seem to do it. I just seem to go to sleep, either not have a dream at all, or don't remember the dream, or have just a normal dream or a bad dream if I try and go lucid. It doesn't seem to happen anymore for me.
Yeah, it's extremely hard to do that by design, I think, because there's no reason why it shouldn't be easy.
Especially when I used to do it, and I used to be able to do it quite easily, and now I really struggle. And I generally, like, if I try every day for a month, I might not be able to do it at all once that month, go lucid in a dream. I'll probably have a lucid dream now, maybe once every 6 months to once a year, if that. I really just don't go lucid. And I don't really try anymore because I kept having bad experiences. Like, I used to tend to get a lot more nightmares and really bad experiences when I was trying to go lucid. So now I just let it happen. If it happens, it happens, and I go lucid. I know I'm in a dream. But if it doesn't, I don't try and force it now. I don't try and lucid dream because of all the bad nightmares and shit I kept getting.
Yeah, I've been trying to piece this together. So dreaming and wakeful consciousness, they're kind of intertwined. So what I mean by, so when you dream, when you become conscious, you can change your reality. You can warp it. But once you become critically aware, they want to push you out of the dream. And in this realm where we are now, think about people who experience psychosis, who do some drugs, do some mushrooms or something, do some psychedelics. They enter a dreamlike realm in waking consciousness. So it's similar to becoming lucid in your dreams, because when you're in this realm and you're experiencing like psychosis or some kind of psychedelic influence on your consciousness, it feels real. Even though no one else can see it, no one else can hear it, it is as real as this reality is to the person experiencing it.
Real.
So the two are kind of connected in ways that no one has really explained before. It's just different states of consciousness. So when you're dreaming, if you become critically aware that you're dreaming, you get to... It's like you're on psychedelics in the dream. You can do whatever you want. And when you're in this realm and you experience a dreamlike state, it's like you're dreaming in reality. Is that making sense? It's kind of hard to describe.
Yeah, I sort of get what you mean. But I definitely think there might be some malevolent power that doesn't want us lucid dreaming, because like I used to start when I was lucid dreaming a lot. They started like catching me in the lucid dream. So I'd be lucid and then something could happen. I was still lucid at the time. Something had happened and then I would lose control of the dream and I would be stuck there and I couldn't control it. And it kept feeling like this happened. And even sometimes I was still lucid in the sense that I knew it was a dream and that I had control of it when I entered it. And it's like now I've lost control of it and I haven't got any power. I can't travel here. I can't fly. I can't like I've had normal dreams where I've been riding my motorbike through some country lanes, and the sensation, the wind, the smells of like the pollen in the air and the flowers and plants growing in the fields and stuff. It's so real. It's just like real life. You know what I mean? Like, I do feel like there might be something that doesn't want us like lucid dreaming for whatever reason, and that's why it started giving me these bad experiences to try and stop me. Like, started catching me when I was lucid, and then also giving me a lot more nightmares when I did sleep, to the point where I used to actually fear going to sleep sometimes in case I have a really bad nightmare again.
Yeah, it wants to keep you out of that conscious state. I realized when I was going back through my memories that I had a lot of memories that I thought I experienced, but they were actually dreams that I had experienced. I didn't realize it because they were so real to me. But when I thought about it more and went back as an older, as an adult, I realized it wouldn't make sense how that I could have actually experienced that, even though I thought in my mind I did. That's how real it was.
I've had that same experience. I thought I took a trip to the Peak District. I thought I drove there in my car, and then I realised I'd never driven there. That was a dream. Me driving there and going to see the Peak District, that all happened in a dream. I thought it actually happened. I actually got confused with what was a dream and what was reality because it felt so real. It wasn't until I started asking more questions about it. Oh, where did I stop for fuel? Or where did I eat something? And I started questioning it. I was like, oh, it didn't actually happen.
Yeah, it's a mind fuck, man.
I love these idiots. They can't tell real life from their dreams, but they expect their followers to believe them, and they do. They do. That's how dumb people are. You can see them in the chat. They'll follow these idiots that can't even tell their dreams from real life. They're that fucking easily duped and gullible and confused. El Stupido. And people love it. And you can love these idiots. You can follow them right into the recycling bin. Because they'll just put out a million theories and your mind will be a mess listening to these idiots. They don't care what the truth is.
What the fuck's going on here?
It makes it hard to trust reality.
You out of that conscious state. I realized when I was going back through my memories that I had a lot of memories that I thought I experienced, but they were actually dreams that I had experienced. I didn't realize it because they were so real to me. But when I thought about it more and went back as an older, as an adult, I realized it wouldn't make sense how that I could have actually experienced that, even though I...
Look at his gross avatar, Josh West John, the guy that makes fun of his great-grandparents. He makes fun of everybody in his family. And he's always gross. There's something really gross about these creatures. Maybe that's why some of you love them. Maybe you relate. Maybe you're of the same species. That's fine. Just stay away from me. Go with them. Go where you belong with these creeps. Go with these creepy creatures. Please stay the fuck away from me.
I thought in my mind I did. That's how real it was.
I've had that same experience. I thought I took a trip to the Peak District. I thought I drove there in my car, and then I realised I'd never driven there. That was a dream. Me driving there and going to see the Peak District, that all happened in a dream. I thought it actually happened. I actually got confused with what was a dream and what was reality because it felt so real. It wasn't until I started asking more.
You idiots are always confused, though. Always. You're confused about your gender. A lot of you're confused whether it was a dream or real. You're confused when a being like me says something on my channel. You get it all fucking warped and confused, and that's what you do. You're in confusion. So how the fuck are you going to have the clarity to get out or to help others get out? Because you're confused every day, you pieces of shit.
Questions about it. Oh, where did I stop for fuel? Or where did I eat something? And I started questioning it. I was like, oh, it didn't actually happen.
Yeah, it's a mind fuck, man. It's what the fuck's going on here?
It makes it hard to trust reality. It's like if I could make that mistake,
what the fuck?
Given to the Peak District, it makes me question what else am I not aware of right now that I think has happened that hasn't happened, that was a dream. Is there anything else that I'm not aware of?
Yeah, but isn't it the same that the moment we became conscious is the moment that we became lucid within this dream-like reality? But yet we can't. Yep. We still can't do shit because there's consequences and we're limited by the body. We can't fly.
Yeah, I
Body is
had
limiting us.
dreams
We
as a
in
kid.
dreams, you can, if you become lucid, you can.
Yeah, I had dreams as a kid of flying, and in the dreams they were so easy and so natural for me that it was just like walking. And I, at the time, believed I actually experienced it. But then looking back, I'm like, wait, that doesn't make sense. You can't fly here. So I think all these fantasy and these
No, so
movies and
it's
stories that
we are
we
being
hear as
limited.
kids, we attach to them because we know they're real.
Like never ending
We
story.
know that that can be experienced because it hits something deep within us that we experience all the time, but we just don't remember it when we wake up, or when we wake up in this reality, or when we became conscious in this reality. There's like something deep down in us that knows that those things are actually real.
I started trying to memorize a lot of my dreams, especially the ones which I
Even our
wasn't
dreams.
lucid in. I used to, when I woke up and I realized I just woke up from the dream, I would try and put my body back into that sleep state and just try and think of every detail I could about that dream. And I used to end up remembering a lot more about the dreams and lots of stuff that happened in the dream. Otherwise, I would just forget it and never be able to recall it again. I started doing that, and I started like cataloging my dreams and like noticing patterns in them and certain places where I go and stuff that had happened and events and stuff.
Oh, what happens to me is I remember, as soon as I remember the dream, which like a very important thing, detail, like a type of message that'll help me in some way. As soon as I remember the dream I had last night, then it gets white.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
by
Does it
design.
happen to you as well?
That's why I started trying to memorize details about it. Just kept saying them over in my head as soon as I'd wake up to try and not let it slip. Because I'd be aware I'd just come out of that dream of that world. And then it would just, once my body woke up fully, it would be like my memory was wiped. I couldn't recall anything, like not a single detail about it.
I hate it.
Yeah, so
It happens to me on a weekly basis. As soon as I remember the dream, it gets wiped from my mind.
I think
Sometimes
it's
I
a
even remember the message after I wake up, but then it gets wiped anyway. And it's like I just said it to myself, remembered it, what happened in the dream while I was awake, and then it still gets wiped.
I think it's a
Yeah,
frequency
like I
mismatch,
remember.
because I'll be meditating and thinking about things. I'll enter like a hypnagogic state of consciousness where I'm more free to I expand and think about things more deeply.
He meant to say he's entered a hypnofaggot state of consciousness. A hypnofaggot state. Sorry. These boring idiots, they're just so fucking boring. And all of them fear me. All of them. Not just these creatures. Talcott, Landry earlier, these creatures. It's on. And a lot of you people are it's funny to me. I'm not even going to try to help you anymore when it comes to figuring it out. You just say, why do they fear you? Why don't you can ponder that for years if you can't grasp it by now. They all do. They all do. And you can scratch your heads over it forever. Try to figure it out.
And start to see imagery and things like that. And then when I kind of come back to normal mundane consciousness, I can physically and mentally and emotionally feel it dissolving away, and I completely forget everything that I had just thought about. So I
Yeah,
experience it while I'm conscious when
It's
you reach
crazy.
those certain frequency states.
yeah, I
So
feel
when
that
you're
exact same
dreaming,
way
you're like
where
in
it
a whole
starts
different
slipping away.
frequency.
Crazy.
So when you
Yeah, I
cross
can
the
feel the
barrier
dream
back, it
slipping
kind
away
of
from my
dissolves
memory.
away because it won't allow the information to come here. That's just my opinion.
Oh, just
And
a
it,
quick thing. If you
yeah,
hear
and
any
it usually
background
happens
noise,
when
it's probably my dog.
someone
He's
tells
sleeping,
me
he
something.
snores quite loud.
Oh no, that's cool. If you have a dog, yeah, well, I love it's pet friendly. We can't have any pets. So it's just me and my solitude.
No, I'm not having
I
any
love the
more
peace.
pets.
Yeah.
After my dogs die, I'm
Does
not having
get
any
lonely.
more pets. It's
It
not just
does
that.
get
Like, I
lonely.
really
now
love
and then.
my dog. I love my
They
dog
only have
more
one
than
dog.
any person. And I'll be more sad when he
A
dies than
human.
anything else. I would happily sacrifice 100,000 people to save my dog, even if I
Yeah,
only
but
got to spend another year with my dog. fuck humanity.
you see what the dreamer does. You see what they do is what these entities do. They make you attached, and then they take it away, just so that you must suffer. So they're gonna kill your dog, and then you're gonna suffer. You know what I mean?
I was thinking
You're
that
left in
about my
despair.
dog. I'll be so sad when he dies. I'll never forget him. So like that it'll be like losing a loved one.
That's
It'll be
of
like losing a
August
partner or a
2022.
child, sort of thing. I'll like never forget it. So I won't put myself through that again. I kind of regret.
Yeah, we get attached to.
I know how much I miss him, sort of thing. So
You know, bro,
they
I
give
promised
dogs such a
myself that
short
I'm not getting
life
attached.
just to traumatize you.
I'm staying single.
About 10 to 15 years is not enough, and then you lose them.
Yeah, this is a marathon,
and it's very traumatic. I've lost many pets.
Yeah.
So every benefit is actually a loss with enough time.
That's what I was thinking, because I enjoy my dog's company and he loves me and I love him, and it's nice not being by myself all the time. I used to hate being by myself. Because I've always lived by myself since I moved out from my parents.
I'm getting used to it. I'm getting used to it.
Yeah,
The loneliness do get to me.
I lived by myself for years and years, and I decided to get a dog, and I kind of regretted it. I got so attached to him after the first year. I thought, oh, when he dies, when baby dies,
oh my god,
I'm going to be so sad. I'll probably think about him all the time, even when I'm like, if I reach 60 years old, I'll still be thinking about him in the next 40 years probably. So I decided that once I'm not getting another pet. I'd rather just be by myself, because in the long run, that 15 years he's here, 10, 15 years he's here, it'll cause a lot of suffering in the long run, like missing him and not having him there.
But don't you think, Eric, that's what love is? Joshua also agreed the other day. It's like love. This love thing is basically attachment. That's what it is. You getting attached to things of this world.
Yeah.
For the Matrix to harm you, because the Matrix is gonna take it out, gonna kill your loved ones, and you'll be left in despair and cry and be depressed and experience all these negativity and negative emotions for years to come. Fucking sucks, because it knows that nobody wants to be alone 24/7. The loneliness demon. So we're getting attached to pets. We get dogs, we get cats, we get mates, but then fucking cancer and shit takes them away, and you're left all by yourself again. It's like a drug, and you go on a crash. So then you're worse off than you were before you got attached. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Bro, this is designed by a highly fucking intelligent mind, this reality.
Another
if you really
example
look at
is,
it, the shit for what it is.
My mother and sister, because like I said before, I'm the youngest out of like 9 of us. My mother and sister brought 2 horses when I was young. When I was pretty young, and horses live a long time. They live to like 30 years old. Sometimes a bit older, but they can get to like 30 years old. And we brought that horse. I think it was 5, 6 years old when we brought the horse. She was called Cherokee. It was a cob, like with a long mane and like the feather on the legs, like the hair that bushes out the legs, black and white. I really did love that horse. She got when she got older, she got a kidney failure or something like that. So the kidneys weren't working properly. So she got really, and in the end we had to have her put down. We had her cremated in the end and kept the ashes and stuff. But I still get sad thinking about her. Even now, it's bringing a tear to my eye. I grew up with that horse most of my life. It makes me so sad not being able to see her. In the long run, it is negative. So it's negative. Even though you got all that enjoyment, like any enjoyment I got from being able to see her and ride her and touch her and take her out and everything, it isn't worth it in the long run. It makes me so sad. I would rather I never got attached in the first place. Never even had the good experiences with her, like the enjoyment and stuff.
All I can say is good luck. But yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand. To be alone 24/7 chronically for years, it's not easy. It's not easy. But I see it as a lesser of two evils. Because once you get attached, bro, I'm telling you, the reason why I became conscious and started asking the questions about hating this existence, realizing and seeing all the evil, is due to a nasty breakup in 2021. That the relationship I had at the time, she left and she cheated basically on me, on another guy, and she had a baby with this fucking guy, and she sent me the pictures of the baby of the man she cheated on me with.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? You know what I mean? What the fuck?
That's cruel, man. That's cruel.
This is what this reality is doing to us. It's beyond evil. It's the design. It's customized. It's deliberate. Holy shit, man! There's no. But make no mistake. This shit ain't random. It's very carefully worked out. So I'm telling you, I'm pure anger. Pure anger. That's all I have. And this is why I started making these channels. Talking about how much I fucking hate this existence. And I'm gonna keep this anger when I die. And I'm gonna hold whoever the fuck is responsible for this bullshit. And I'm gonna kill that motherfucker with my bare hands. With my bare hands. If possible. I don't know. This might be wishful thinking. But we gotta try.
I'll be right there with you, brother. With my bare hands.
We need to go punch out God is what we need to do.
Yeah, next time when that entity appears to me again, because he never told me why he created this game, I'm gonna say, you lying ass fucking bitch. Why you never told me? What are you hiding from me? You stealing our energy, you parasite. I'm gonna come here, let me break your neck. But the thing is, I was still in a body. What can we do with these high maintenance flesh monsters? Fucking, you know? So
Yeah,
we've got to wait.
it's not a bad idea to try something that you wouldn't usually
consciousness.
Do. If we do ever see this entity again, if I ever see this entity that I saw, I might try and punch it or physically assault it or something like that. Even though, like, because when I go there, it might try and manipulate me or make me feel like everything's fine and great or this, that, and the other, and oh, this is the plan. What it's saying might feel like the truth, and it might manipulate me. So I might have to try and just do something unorthodox and try punching it or something randomly out of the blue, like, you know what I mean? Might have to try attacking it instead of listening to it or talking to it, or even asking it questions. First thing is just give it a good punch and see what happens. If nothing happens, nothing happens.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. But you know what bothered me? Because when this entity appeared to me last year, I didn't have the ability to even move. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Get what I'm saying? And it was like a vision, and I saw it. Okay, let's say in 2016. I saw it with my physical eye, so that's why.
Are Nigerians cowards for celebrating running away from their country? 17 million Nigerians are currently living abroad, with many more hoping to leave. The primary reason many remain in Nigeria is due to visa restrictions.
The United States has increased the cost of visa application for Nigerians.
Leaving Nigeria for other countries has become one of the top career options for Nigerians.
I just want to give God all the glory. I just want to thank God. By tomorrow, I'll be flying out of Nigeria.
Families even sell their property and inheritance to help their children escape to other countries. This trend has become so widespread that it has a specific term in the Nigerian vernacular. Japa. This word derived from the Yoruba language, which dominates the Nigerian music industry. It means to run, to flee, or escape. Essentially, fleeing Nigeria is now viewed as a viable career choice. In 1960, one Nigerian naira was worth $1.34. By 1970, it was $1.52. And in 1980, it peaked at $1.83, approaching $2 for 1 naira. However, in 1990, the situation changed dramatically as the exchange rate became $1 to 7.39 naira. By 2000, it has slipped further to 105 naira to $1. In 2010, it worsened, reaching 150 naira to $1. By 2020, it had nearly tripled to 380 naira to $1. Most recently, in 2026, it went straight into a coma at 1,370 naira for $1. Poverty levels in Nigeria have risen significantly. In 1980, the poverty rate was around 28%. Today, it stands at 63%. This increase was gradual, yet the people in charge of the country implemented no effective solutions. In 1980, Nigeria had a population of 73 million and faced severe challenges, including inadequate housing, a shortage of medical facilities and doctors, and insufficient electricity supply for its citizens. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse without anyone trying to do anything about it. There has never been a time when Nigeria of the future was better than Nigeria of the past. I want to explain how we have come to experience the pain we face today. The underdevelopment, the destruction, the poverty. Our country has millions of people and numerous leaders, yet none of them has paid attention to the data. Until recently, we lacked reliable data, and even now, we are among the most inaccurate countries in data collection. Since the 80s, we have struggled to provide sufficient water and electricity to our citizens as our systems have deteriorated. Our oil refineries have also collapsed, leaving us unable to refine our crude oil. The situation has resulted from the poor management of our resources by those in power, driving our nation to the brink of disaster, as we now see in 2026. From our road to our institutions, we have witnessed a gradual decline since the 80s, as officials have embezzled funds intended for infrastructure maintenance.
Tinubu recently featured on a list, the list of the most corrupt leaders in the world.
Different ethnic groups in power take turns in looting our wealth, competing to see who can steal the most, depending on which group is in control. Let me
day, and who knows? You got a whole generation of men coming up who are not going to get married. You got a whole generation of men coming up who are not going to get married. You have a whole generation of men who see this stuff online every single day and who know women are not worth marrying anymore. Who know a woman's just going to betray me. A woman's just going to leave me when she feels like it. She's going to lie to me. You women are shooting yourselves in the freaking foot if you honestly think that being single and not married does you any more benefit than it does to a man. You will see. You will literally see, because the only women who will be getting married are a very small percentage of actual high value women, and the rest of y'all are going to be single and miserable old cat ladies. You have to stop thinking so entitled. You have to start understanding that men are humans too, and as long as you don't treat men with respect, they're not going to do anything for you. They're not going to want to do anything for you, and that includes marry you.
I'm not ready to declare victory yet, but if the culture war had a scoreboard, you would see that common sense is gaining momentum and feminism is going down. DEI is imploding, the victimhood narrative has lost its juice, and when you ask young women whether or not they are feminists, increasingly you get this answer.
Feminists?
Kind of. The feminists nowadays, though, they're a little bit too much, so they kind of overuse the word. Like, talk a little bit about a woman, it's like, you know, all hell breaks loose with a feminist. So I'm in between.
You're in between.
This is a huge problem for feminism because even though it's an ideology that has always been pushed by the radicals and the extremists on the fringe, it has relied upon the support of regular women in the middle to have any cultural legitimacy. If they lose the normal women in the center, they lose their source of power. And it makes you wonder, how did we get to this point? Like, feminism was at such an advantage. How did they blow it? Even 10 years ago, they had absolutely uncontested supremacy. But now we can legitimately envisage a future where it's just a relic of the past. And it's fascinating to think about, how did this happen? How did they get to the point where they could lose everything? Of course, I'd like to believe a channel like mine has moved the needle just ever so slightly. We all do our part. But honestly, feminism itself just kind of blew it. You know, they were at this huge advantage. They were in the lead. They were winning. And it was at that point that they decided to do the dumbest, stupidest, most possible decision strategically that they could. If feminism is defeated, it's entirely their own fault. What am I talking about? Well, I want to take you back to 2017, back when I first started my channel, because it's worthwhile reflecting on how far we have come. Because just 9 years ago, if you said things like biological sex is real, there is a difference between the two genders, that would instantly get you labeled as a sexist. If you said that men were also victims of violence and abuse, you would be accused of minimizing the suffering that women went through. It was a time of walking on eggshells because the feminist narrative, their power was just so absolute. Do you remember this guy? This is Jordan Peterson. He's the guy who told us to clean our rooms. If you were paying attention back then, you won't believe the vitriol that they hurled at him. They called him far right, evil, Nazi, king of the incels. There was seemingly no limit to how awful he was. And given the amount of toxicity that was directed towards him, you would think that he must be saying really outrageous, like hateful, sexist things against women. By the standards of today, when you look back at those interviews, it is absolutely incredible how tame and measured his statements are.
There's credible evidence that there are biologically mediated differences between men and women at the level of temperament and interest that are actually large and profound. And I would say the science on that is sufficiently settled so that someone can come out and say that's scientifically credible. Let's make the assumption, I'm paraphrasing slightly, but let's make the assumption that we want to, as a society, we want to extract maximum useful economic value from talented people. So one of the things we want to do is, if some of those people are women and some of them are men, we want to understand the actual differences between women and men so that we can set up the workplace so that both women and men can contribute to the maximum economically so that they can benefit as individuals. And
Hello, hello. This is what Jack Talcott looks like when I join his show. One eye will shut. He'll get very angry immediately just by hearing my voice. Immediately when I join. These demons are triggered by me more than... Look, I haven't even said anything yet. That's a screenshot because he'll move me to the other side. He likes to be on the side where my face is. That's immediately when I joined. His face right off the bat. It's just like he can't handle it. He can't handle King Stephen. He can't handle King Stephen. Look at him. Look at him. That sums up in a nutshell so much of this realm. Watch this. I think this is fantastic. It shows so much. If only you could learn. If only you could look at this and think, he's showing me something beyond just Jack Talcott. If only you could do that, but most people can't. They can't do it. This is the story of a boy named Jackie. Look at this. Look at this creature. Creepy creature. Jack Talcott.
With love, for the sake of love, not knowing if you're going to get anything back. you know, just knowing that it's the right way to be. So what my hope is to do is to follow the way of Jesus, but to point others to the truth of what it means to follow him. Not necessarily a religion, not necessarily an interpretation, you know? There's a lot of knowledge out there in this world. This is another thing I considered. The glory of our God is so perfect, so magnificent. The glory of this, the design of our nature, the design of nature, the design of the way the planets and everything moves, it is friggin' intelligent, okay? There is an intelligence within you, your biology, your chemistry. There's an intelligence all around you. We are within this field of.
I have the comments turned on for this for now, but a lot of the comments are by me. I might turn off the comments again for this video and all other videos because people aren't using the comments. That's the thing. If you want to just comment on shit channels, then I'll just turn off the comments.
Of intelligence, and within intelligence is the infinite potentiality of all things, and all things that have come true have been given to you and me to discover as witnesses and participants in the co-creation of this reality. This is not their world. This is our world. When we truly surrender to the truth of our unity and we walk together with love, there will be no more us and them. It'll all be about what can we get done? What can we do together? That's what life's about, man. And so I was thinking, like I mentioned earlier, I've been given some time and thought today to the ideas of politics, economics. You know that old saying, the silent hand of the economy, it's illusions of supply and demand that apparently keep everything going. Oh, well, this may be fascinating. We've got to fascinating. Oh, well, this may be fascinating. Everything going. Oh, everything going. Oh, everything going. Oh, well, this may be fascinating. Everything going. Oh, well, this may be fascinating. We've got a returning guest showing up. I'm curious to see what for. Stephen, welcome back.
Hello. Thanks for having me back. Golly geez, man. What a glorious day it is today.
Oh, well, this may be fascinating. We've got a returning guest showing up. I'm curious to see what for. Stephen, welcome back.
Hello. Thanks for having me back. Golly geez, man. What a glorious day it is today. How are you today, Jack? How are you, brother?
I'm blessed. Is there some reason I should have you here?
Look at the look at the look on his face. Look at the eyes almost shut. The eyes are like slits. It's not just the eyebrows, it's the whole look. His mouth scrunched up like he just ate a lemon. The sour look in his face. He has real envy and hatred for me. He'll preach love like he's like Jesus. Be like Jesus. And this is how he actually is. I prove him wrong just by showing up and saying hello. I prove he's a fraud. He's nothing like Jesus. He's nothing like Jesus. Look at this. Look at the look on his face. Look at this thing. All I said was hello. He's triggered. Golly geez, man. Golly geez. The power that I wield over you is incredible. All I have to do is say hello. You're already devastated. You're destroyed. What? Well, of course you should. I'm welcome here, aren't I, as a guest? You posted the link.
I know that you're most are welcome here because most I find a way to share respect with. But I heard you talking shit about me again recently, Stephen. And so I'm really curious, why do you waste your time here?
What do you mean I was talking? What do you mean by talking shit? Can you be a little bit more specific than that? Did I call your hair greasy, or what are you offended over?
There's no offense. It's just a matter of the way you misrepresent me, Stephen.
I don't think that I have. I think that I've
Go
spoken
back
very
and
honestly
review.
about you.
No, you think you have, but that's the problem. You've not been honest. And
Well,
so
can you point
anyway,
out the issue so that I point out the issue?
go back and review what you said last night with
You
Rose
seem
and
upset.
Jason. Don't interrupt me, Stephen. Okay? I'm not upset. I'm answering your question. Please don't interrupt me. So if you don't understand,
Well, you never stop talking. You ask questions, and you don't give me a chance to respond. You seem upset, and then you don't admit to being upset. You say you're not upset. I caught you in a lie. You're a liar. You are visibly upset. You're visibly upset. You're visibly angry. You're visibly shaken. You're shaken like a salt shaker. You're shaken, dude. Golly geez, man. Holy cows, man. Brother. You can't defeat me. You can't do anything to me, you rude piece of shit. You interrupt all the time and talk over. You don't have any manners.
understand, what I suggest you do is maybe go back and review the things that you did say about me last night with them. You've not been honest. And
Well,
so
can you point out
anyway,
the issue so that I point out the issue?
go back and review what you said last night with
You
Rose
seem
and
upset.
Jason. Don't interrupt me, Stephen. Okay? I'm not upset. I'm answering your question. Please don't.
This is how Jack was with his son Dominic, by the way. You're getting a glimpse, you're getting some insight here if you pay attention into how Jack Talcott treated his own son. This is why your son wrote you off. You don't know how to treat people. You're a narcissist. You're overbearing. You're rude. You're a piece of shit. You treat people like shit, Jack. Jackie boy. Jackie boy. You're an angry little pissant. And your son didn't want to deal with you for life. So he wrote you off 8 or 10 years ago. Didn't he? He's done with you.
Don't interrupt me. So if you don't understand, what I suggest you do is maybe go back and review the things that you did say about me last night with Rose and Jason. And then make some mistakes. I'm answering your question. Please don't interrupt what you said last night with
You
Rose
seem
and
upset.
Jason.
I think that I've
Go
spoken
back
very
and
honestly
review.
about you.
No, you think you have, but that's the problem. You've not been honest. And
Well,
so
can you point out
anyway,
the issue so that I point out the issue?
go back and review what you said last night with
You
Rose
seem
and
upset.
Jason. Don't interrupt me, Stephen. Okay? I'm not upset. I'm answering your.
Is that why you're grabbing your hair and holding it? Like a lifeline? Self-soothing? You're holding onto your hair? You're grabbing your own hair, which is weird for a man to do. You've got your fucking hand behind your head, grabbing your hair. You're self-soothing because you're very upset by me. You can't face me. You never will be able to. On your show, in person, you've been invited. You can't do it. You're not a man. You're a coward. So grab your little ponytail. Hold on to your ponytail, pony boy. I own you.
Your question, please don't interrupt me. So if you don't understand, okay, I'm not upset. I'm answering your question. Please don't interrupt me. I'm not upset. I'm answering him. Okay? I'm not upset. I'm answering your question. Please don't interrupt me. So if you don't understand, what I suggest you do is maybe go back and review the things that you did say about me last night with Rose and Jason.
You are upset. You want me to review what I said? I'm not doing that. How about you watch it a few more times? I didn't know you cared to watch her show and to watch me. Jackie boy, you say you don't care. You call me boring. What are you watching for then? Oh, did I mention you last night? You gonna cry about it? Boo hoo 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 hoo. Oh, King Stephen and Rose and Jason said something about me. Oh, it hurt my feelings. Oh, Jackie boy, pony boy, you're a pussy. Toughen up, cupcake. It's not going to get easier. The more you treat me this way, the more that's coming back to you. You got to learn that, little boy.
And then, so if you don't understand, what I suggest you do is maybe go back and review the things that you did say about me last night with Rose and Jason. And then make some assumptions. Come back yeah, and elsewhere too. You're just a common, you're a parasite, Stephen. It's just a matter of the way you misrepresent me, Stephen.
I don't think that I have. I think that I've
Go
spoken
back
very
and
honestly
review.
about you.
No,
You're interrupting me. You started the interruptions. Jackie boy, little bitch. Toughen up, cupcake. Don't cry to me.
you think you have, but that's the problem. You've not been honest. And
Well,
so,
can you point out
anyway,
the issue so that I point out the issue?
go back and review what you said last night with
You
Rose
seem
and
upset.
Jason. Don't interrupt me, Stephen. Okay? I'm not upset. I'm answering your question. Please don't interrupt me. So if you don't understand, what I suggest you do is maybe go back and review the things that you did say about me last night with Rose and Jason. And then make some assumptions. Come back yeah, and elsewhere too. You're just a common, you're a parasite, Stephen. You're literally a parasite on joy and happiness.
That doesn't sound like Jesus. That doesn't sound very Jesus-like, the way you were speaking right before I came on live. You don't know how to have relationships with people or show love. You preach love and you show none. You preach relationship nonsense. You have no relationships in life. You don't have anyone in your personal life. No one can stand you, Jack Talcott. You're a fraud. You're a failure. You're not a life coach. You're a failure. You're a fake guru. You're a fraud. You're a loser. You're worse than televangelists. Oh, and you're a psycho. You're a psycho.
If I was more knowing, I would suspect that you're possessed by demons. And it make some assumptions. Make some assumptions. Make some assumptions. Come back yeah, and elsewhere too. And Jason. And then make some assumptions that you did say about me last night with Rose and Jason. And then make some assumptions. Come back
last night.
yeah,
Boo-hoo.
and elsewhere too. You're just a common, you're a parasite, Stephen. You're literally a parasite on joy Yeah. And yeah. And yeah. And elsewhere. Okay. I'm not upset. I'm answering your question. Please don't interrupt me. So if you don't understand, what I suggest you do is maybe go back and review the things that you did say about me last night with Rose and Jason, and then make some assumptions. Come back and yeah, and elsewhere.
Squirming in my seat.
I put you on the spot and make your coochie hot. Your coochie
Cuckoo
chakra. Your coochie chakra. Can't resist crying like a little bitch.
Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra. Who hurt you? And your cuckoo.
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Who hurt you?
Cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Coochie chakra.
Jack. Jack, who hurt you? Who hurt you? And your cuckoo. Coochie chakra.
Suggest you do is maybe go back and review the things that you did say about me. Suggest you do is maybe go back and review the things that you did say about me last night with Rose and Jason, and then make some assumptions. Come back yeah, and elsewhere too. You're just you're a parasite, Stephen. You're literally a parasite on joy and happiness.
No, that's you. That's you. You're a parasite. You're a parasite. You're a leech on the world. You're a leech.
Make some assumptions. Come back yeah, and elsewhere too. You're just you're a parasite, Stephen. You're literally a parasite on joy and happiness. If I was more knowing, I would suspect that you're possessed by demons. And it makes sense too, the things you say and the way you behave, but Stephen, have a good day. I love life better when you're not here. Void?
Two demons. Look at them. Look at these demons. They're the demons. And they invert things.
You there, brother?
Yes, I'm here. Because that thing just came on again. I thought, let's fight it together. But you're able to do it by yourself. So.
Just keep saying, you're a thing. You're both demons. You're both creepy creatures. Obvious to see. Creepy creatures. You're like twins.
But he actually had a conversation with Jason and Rose yesterday. Because that thing just came on again. I thought, let's fight it together. But you're able to do it by yourself. But he actually had a conversation with Jason and Rose yesterday. I don't want to get into that. It makes sense. Okay.
No, it honestly, it wasn't anything horrible, but just kind of disappointing, especially consider the love I've had for people and the true.
This is gold. Two demons projecting, two parasites, two leeches. They're like twins. They look very much alike. Two losers, two demons projecting. They always show you what they are, but it's up to you to look and to see. It's up to you, but they do show you. Not just these ones. All the demons do. They show you. They show you what they are. It's up to you to see.
Intention of my efforts. It really is fascinating. Horrible, but
I don't want to get into that. Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Because that thing just came on again. I thought, let's fight it together. But you're able to do it by yourself. But he actually had a conversation with Jason and Rose yesterday. I don't want to get into that. It makes sense. Okay.
No, it honestly, it wasn't anything horrible, but just kind of disappointing, especially consider the love I've had for people and the true intention of my efforts. It really is fascinating.
Yeah, well, I mean, it gets to be a bit boring, by now. The whole attitude thing and like the constant blaming and never answering a question and only asking questions. It's tiring. But apparently, the step hen is still very amused by his own attitude, and somehow it thinks that it's how do you call this, superior by acting so diminishing. It's something terribly wrong with that mindset and with that behavior. But okay, let's maybe we shouldn't get into that. But it's like
well, it's an example, and he actually demonstrates a lot of pretty common patterns that other people suffer with, and many of us, we have these different relationships where people don't communicate, right? They don't actually answer questions honestly. They deflect. They avoid. And that's what I'm calling denial. Patterns of denial. When people deny the truth, they won't admit the truth. They won't accept the truth. That's what's keeping humanity stupid.
And the thing is, as often as it happens with this entity, I think this entity actually enjoys it. I cannot call it a person anymore. I don't want to call it by its name. Sorry, it's because of that behavior. I mean, but let's talk about something else, maybe.
Well, the behavior of denial. Consider the logic behind. There is a logic. What's that?
No, I just turned up my volume, so
sorry. What I've been looking at is there really is a logical pattern to pretty much everything. If you look for patterns, you can find them. And with emotions, they're actually pretty simple patterns. Why would someone demonstrate patterns of denial, avoidance from the truth? It's an insecurity. It's a fear. I heard something recently, and I didn't write it down, but something along the lines of a lot of people avoid God because they're afraid of doing what is right.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, this creature that was on just now, he totally mocks God, you know, in every instance that you give. I mean, he blocks each and everybody that asks him a question. It's such typical behavior, you know, each and every time.
Yes. But you know what? We are here. These ideas, holy cows, Zilzone, you are so confused and deceived, my brother. Please stop trying to assume these things against me. Because actually, I was just about to say that it's my interpretations of the scripture, the predictions, the prophecies. There's many ways to interpret the words. But we're at a time of awakening, right? The return of God is the revelation of truth. There shall be nothing more hidden, right? That which was hidden shall be revealed. That's the way God works. It's so glorious and perfect. Hey, Voy, I know how it sounds, but I'm really, truly growing in more and more confidence that God is going to allow this world to have a true awakening. The masses are awakening, will be awakening.
Yeah, it's getting late, you know, but I can, yeah.
He never says anything. He's just a fucking moron, boy. Yeah, you know. He just never says anything. You project. You creatures are afraid of God. I'm not. You creatures are. Smile away. There's going to be a spiritual reckoning, not an awakening of the masses. And you'll see. You'll see what I mean. And you will be judged, you creatures. You will be judged. You will be judged. You will face a spiritual reckoning. And it's going to be glorious. So keep going, Talcott. You fucking fraud. You fraud. Two losers.
I didn't lose my patience yet, but I've lost it several times already.
Keep nodding your head as though that'll make it true. Keep nodding your head, you fucking weirdo.
The masses are awakening, will be awakening.
Yeah, it's getting late, you know, but I can, yeah. I didn't lose my patience yet, but I've lost it several times already.
Well, patience has been a battle for me as well, my brother. I've been learning it, though, as I go. It feels better to be patient than to be irritable. So I decided to try and flow with that. And whatever. Your God is made up. How about, rather than that arrogance, because I will give you that my definitions and explanations of God have come through my mind. And if you want to make the claim that anything that comes through your mind is simply made up, well, maybe I did imagine these explanations. However, I don't think that true explanations are actually made up as much as they are discovered. So I actually think my God, our God, is one that I have found, I have discovered by the grace of God. My eyes opened beyond the veils of my memory, my corrupted ideas, and I started to find answers, because this other connection I said, in the absence of love, we become truth seekers. In my path for truth, I found a lot of truth I did not want to accept. I didn't want to admit, oh, fuck, Jack, you were wrong. But I was wrong about politics and economics and different players involved that I thought were honorable people. People will let you down, that's for sure. But what I found is my God is the greatest truth. I don't claim to have knowing of the greatest truth. I just know the truth that God has allowed me to find. And the truth that I've found has brought me these feelings of inner peace, this practice of gratitude and surrender. I live truly with such joy, such pleasure, such freedom in my mind, in my heart, in my physical body. I had no clue living could feel this good. Where's it going to take me, though?
It's going to take you right into the fucking recycling bin, right where you belong.
Bodylicious.
Walk is to die for.
Bodylicious.
Doing great, honey.
They decided to take a walk and go out in the woods, go out into nature and whatever. And what are we going to do? We're going to make fun of white people. That's what we're going to do. So those two people decided that let's poke fun at white people. Let's like make a parody of how white people are on walks. So let's watch the rest of this video. And if you'll notice, I like that they're trying to make fun of us. Meanwhile, if I did this video of like your interactions, stereotypical interactions with one of them, well, I would probably get banned, you know. So big difference. I like what they have to complain about versus what we have to complain about with these people.
Walk is to die for.
Bodylicious.
Doing great, honey.
Good morning.
You're almost there.
So, yes, it must be so tiring. They're so tired. And you hear this a lot. They're like, we're just tired. We're just tired. Yes, it must be so tiresome when you go on a walk and you have a white person pass you on the walk and they're like, oh, you look great. You're almost to the top. Oh, it's so pretty up there. Is it a little cringe? Possibly. Or is it maybe just like us being normal and being nice? Now, should I even dive into the experience if you flip it? If you put us in their shoes instead? And our typical interaction with them? For example, if it's a night out on the town and you and your girlfriends or you and your guy friends are walking around the streets, you are doing a little pub crawl, whatever, you happen to go down an alley, and what is your average interaction with one of them? Is it, hey, I hope you have a nice day. Wow, you look really great. Oh, can I help you out? Do you need some water? Make sure you have plenty of water. Or is it clutching your wallet? You know. Or maybe leaving in an ambulance also. And so, yeah, lots to complain about. I totally understand why you're tired of being around us. And so you see videos like this all the time where they're constantly making fun of us. We're so cringe. We have all these dumb sayings, white people things. They say, walk a mile in a woman's shoes. Hey, non-people who look like this, walk a mile in our shoes. Okay? Go down the strip in Nashville. Go to Mardi Gras in New Orleans. Go to Atlanta. Check out the Atlanta airport. All right? And I guarantee you won't be getting a person that walks by you and offers you some water or says, how are you doing? Or you look great. No, it's going to be the opposite of that. Crime is generally involved. This woman at least is grateful. This woman at least appreciates and is not mocking, slightly condescending, a little condescension here. But this is what they actually like. This is the upsides of living around us. And even they enjoy it, which is why, certain people, it's like with the migration issue, it's like you love your country, you're so proud of your country, and yet you come here and complain about it, but yet you keep coming here. So it seems like your actions speak louder than words. Seems like it's actually pretty great here. So this is this person's experience when she's living in a neighborhood predominantly inhabited by people that look like me.
I bought a house and moved to the suburbs, and so now I do stuff like run in my free time around my nice neighborhood, right? But not only do I run...
And it's important to note, why is it a nice neighborhood? Why is it a nice neighborhood? Why can I move to another neighborhood in a slightly different part of town where the houses are, nice looking houses, or at least they used to be, but you couldn't, walking around the neighborhood or going for a jog is not in the cards. It's just, you don't do it. People will think you're casing the house if you go out for a walk. Why is it so safe in these neighborhoods? And I love how it also inspires you to better yourself also. You move to one of our type neighborhoods and you're inspired to make yourself better. I'm inspired to go for a run. I'm inspired to look nice and talk nice and be nice.
And I cosplay as a nice suburban individual. I'm running, little boy running towards me. He sprints right past me. He no more than 4. His parents are walking 20 feet behind him. They're all like, oh, that's so cute. So when I get up to the parents, I say to them, I say, hey, you got to get that one in track. Am I right? And they're like, oh, of course, we got a runner on our hands. I'm like, well, you have a good day, Barb. And I just keep running. And this is so fun. They ate it up. I ate it up. I've been pointing and clicking and waving at neighbors. I'm walking around. Hey, how's the kids? You know what I'm saying? I'm walking around. Nice mulch. Who did yours? Oh my gosh. I love the suburbs. This is so fun.
I think the word you're looking for is I love people that look like this. That's what you actually love. Because you can move to the suburbs in the wrong part of town and it's not going to be that experience. You will not feel welcomed in that town. If you ask about somebody's mulch, which probably doesn't exist there, you could have, a firearm drawn on you. So by the way, I'm not actually hating on this girl. I'm actually glad that she appreciates it. And by the way, there is a caveat. It's the majority of them are not great. But there are actually the nice ones, okay? And I know this because I live in a very southern, small town. And people know their roles, people know their places, and it's great. And so they're actually nice. There are actually the nice ones that want to be a normal human being. But if you don't want us to look at you funny, don't act like the majority of you. Try to act like a normal human being. And unfortunately, for people that look like me, the problem is that we've been too nice to our own detriment. We've been too welcoming to our own detriment. There hasn't been enough moving in my neighborhood, what's the deal? People shit on neighborhoods for having that kind of mindset. But if you don't have that kind of mindset, then you will allow some people to move in and then it will destroy the entire neighborhood. So glad to see that lady is enjoying the benefits of living in a safe community. And I hope she actually appreciates that. So just can we like try to just be normal human beings? You know, is that too much to ask? If you get pulled over by a police officer, put your hands on the wheel, give them your license and registration. Don't act the fool. Act normal. Don't throw trash all over your yard. You know, drive a reasonable speed. Don't like start domestic fights out in the front lawn. Don't, you know, put up those chain link fences that look gross and they're all broken down. Don't fight. Don't be throwing food. Don't destroy fast food joints. You know, it's like, it's really, we're not really asking for that much, but it's a little rich. It's a little rich that that community is constantly berating us for how uncomfortable they're making them feel. Well, maybe we just make you feel bad about yourself because we're doing good and you're not. And who's to blame for that? Not us. I think you're to blame for that. So that's the little pep talk for today. Sorry, I do have a cold, a severe cold right now, so I'm not firing on all cylinders right now, but that is the show. Hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one.
Hello. Hello. Hello, my tiggus. Hello, my tiggus. What's going on?
what was my first strip search like in prison? It sucked very bad. And it was the first of many to come because I spent 10 years in prison, okay? I've been out a few years, and I'm gonna tell you guys about that first time because, whoo, baby, it was, you guys, it was like, see ya, I'm checking out. Strip searches are a part of everyday life in prison. You better get used to them. You can't be shy and you can't act funny because if you do, they're going to think you're trying to hide something and then they're going to F with you even more. So you kind of just got to find a way to either mentally check out or just thug your way through it because they're not going anywhere. It's always going to suck, for the record. So listen, they don't give you any time to acclimate or even get this idea of dropping it like it's hot and busting it wide open. They throw you right off the bus and straight into a search. So we're off the bus, we're sitting on a steel bench. They start uncuffing and unshackling all of us, and they start taking us in small groups where we're going to go to the shower area and get hosed down like dogs because they want to make sure that we don't have lice. There will be a group of between 3 and 6 of us that will be called into this little area where there will be anywhere between 2 and 4 female officers, okay? You will be standing in front of them, they will be standing in front of you, and they will proceed to tell you to take every stitch of clothing that you have on off and drop it in front of you. They don't give any directions past that. They just tell you to take everything off. And so, of course, you're hella uncomfortable because you proceed to take everything off. You drop it in a pile in front of you. And it's just kind of natural to want to kind of cover up, but you can't because they want to see what you have going on. Now, at this point, there's nothing happening and it feels like 30 minutes are going by, but it's probably only been a minute or so when they send an inmate with a big garbage bag, just a big plastic garbage bag in that's collecting all the clothes that you guys just took off and putting them in a bag. So now it's even getting hella weirder, okay? So as this inmate is moving along, collecting everybody's clothes, we're all still standing there. And now the pile that was in front of us, which only covered our toenails, it still made us feel a little bit covered. It's gone. That pile's gone. So we're waiting for further instruction. Each one of these officers, they're going to start going one by one, right? So if you're not the first one that gets seen or there's not an officer directly in front of you, then you just have to wait your turn standing there in all your glory, honey. That's just what it is. So they go one by one. They get to you and they'll say, open your mouth. They have gloves on. They'll slide their gloved finger all around your gums like this. They'll slide right here on your cheeks. They'll slide under your tongue. They'll look behind your ears. They'll look in your ears. They'll make you lift up the breast assist. They'll look in every crease, crevice, fold, everything you got. They want it up. They want to see in it. They will make you lift your feet up and look between your toes. They'll look between your fingers. They'll make you take your hair down. If it's up, they'll make you shake it out. They're looking everywhere. There's not a nook or cranny that they're not looking in. And then comes the god-awful squat and cough. Okay. Get ready. So this entire time you're facing them, but now they're going to tell you to turn around and face the showers. So you turn around and you face the showers and they tell you that you're going to do 2 separate kinds of squat and coughs. I didn't even know there was 2 kinds. Like, this is insane, but okay, let's do it. So they say, grab your thighs with your hands and bend at the waist. Do not bend your knees at all. Bend directly at your waist, okay? So you bend at your waist and you bend over. So now you're like this at a 90-degree angle, okay? Now that you're completely at a 90-degree angle, you are told to grab the cheekaroos. Grab the cheekaroos and spread them like a curtain. Like they want to see your flower pucker. And these are exact words that I heard come out of an officer's mouth, okay? She said, I want to see that flower pucker, girl. I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I mean, is the flower the front entrance or the back entrance? I don't know. But she wanted to see something pucker. So I started coughing and I started coughing. And then I found out later on that the flower was the back entrance, and when you cough, it flexes. So yeah, she wanted to see a little flexation happening with the back entrance, and you know, hey, whatever. I mean, I coughed hard. I guess she saw what she needed to see from that angle. You know, she could see whatever it was she needed to see. And now we're going to move on to the second squat and cough, which is completely different than the first. So at this point, she says, okay, cool. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to bend your knees and squat all the way down to the ground. So you guys just imagine, do not bend at the waist. Do not do anything with your torso. Bend your knees and go all the way down as far as you can, kind of like if you were trying to squat and pee outside or something, right? So once you get down there, they do the same thing. 3 hearty coughs. and they better be hardy, because the thought is that if they're hardy enough, now if there's anything up in the front entrance, it will just fall out, which, by the way, guys, is absolutely insane. I don't know who made these up. Maybe it was a guy, because biologically speaking, your anatomy as a woman is not going to allow, unless you are loose, as I'm talking about, like, hello, like an airplane kind of loose, like that big. Nothing's falling out from you coughing and just squatting. But okay, I mean, I guess if you did it enough times, maybe something would peek out. But I mean, people have Kegel muscles. They might be strong. The walls might be, I don't know. Whole bunch of factors here that we're not going to get into. But I will tell you this. A lot of things never fell out of people, and they were up in there. So anyways, I did what she said. I was completely mortified. One of the worst parts is that women who are on their cycle are just dropping clots, okay? I'm sorry to be vulgar. I'm really sorry. But they are. They're dropping balls of jelly out of them, okay? It's just not sanitary. It's not good. It doesn't smell good. There are women who are coughing so hard, they're farting. It is stank. There is a green cloud surrounding us. It is stank. There are people farting. There are people queefing. There are people that are literally coughing so hard that they're having little sprinkles of pee coming out, little urination showers coming out. Okay? A lot of things are going on. The lady down the way, she's 70 years old. The other one down here, she's trying to twerk. I mean, it's a whole hot mess. It's stank, it's wet, it's slippery, and I'm ready to get the hell out of there. I'm not even uncomfortable anymore because there's so much going on that I can't even focus on the fact that I'm butt booty naked in front of this lady. It is craziness. Anywho, guys, that's how the first strip search went. It sucked big, huge ones. It was horrible. It was so dehumanizing. It was so humiliating. And then every other factor involved just made it that much worse. It was just like additional cherries on top all the way around, okay? And the fact that it happened right when you get off the bus and you have no time to like adjust your mind to this, it's crazy. But you have to get used to it, because even though that one's the worst, it will quite literally continue to be like that every single time moving forward that you have a strip search. And they happen very frequently. So, hey, you got to do what you got to do, man. Check me out if you guys enjoyed this video. Please follow for more. This is a new channel, and I would really appreciate the support and encouragement. It's a free way for you guys to support. Leave me a heart if you liked it, and leave me a comment if you're curious about something else, and I will be more than happy to make more videos and answer, okay? I love you guys. Thank you for being here, and I will catch you on the next one. Later.
So they're farting and queefing. They're dropping clots. Gross, just gross, gross, gross. Gross women. Gross women, gross. Gross women rats, prison rats. Female prison rats, gross. Gross, they're gross. They're stinky, they're gross. Ugh, yuck, ugh, ugh, ugh. Yuck. It's a hell realm, and you're part of it.
That's why I said it was like an abduction, because these I don't know the word aliens, but these shadowy beings took me and showed me on a screen the future, but I couldn't move my body. You know what I mean, dude? How the fuck are we gonna fight these motherfuckers? We can't even move our bodies.
I think, like you
Put
said,
me in a trance state. They're manipulating our bodies for our consciousness.
When I had minor deficit experience, when
I hope it's not the same case.
I was frozen as well, and I couldn't move or do anything. But it was all the hatred I had and the feelings I had. Like, why make the world like this? Why do this? Why set me up to fail? Why set me up to... I was so angry, and I was like screaming at it. I lost my temper so much and screamed at it. That's when I managed to knock it back and like break free from like the paralysis, because I was frozen and like at its whim what it wanted to do, what it wanted to show me. I had no choice but to watch like the memories and whatever it wanted to show me. I had no choice but to feel exactly how it wanted me to feel. And the only way I broke out of that was through rage. I was so angry and screaming. I was like screaming inside as much as I could at this thing until it finally broke through, and I started to shout at it, and that's when I knocked it back. That was the initial one I saw before I saw the second entity. So what you said about holding on to anger, that's probably the best way, is to keep your anger Anger is a very powerful emotion, and especially if it's righteous anger, you're like rightfully angry. You should be angry. You should be angry about this shit and about how fucked up things are and about your experiences and the world, everything.
Definitely.
You should be fucking angry.
We're rightfully
I get
angry.
every day.
We're rightfully fucking angry. Yeah. I'm angry, bro. Every day. Every day. I don't know what to do to take my anger out on. I want to take my anger out on something.
Oh no.
On someone. But I can't physically see this entity, but I know it's there. Because these I don't know the word aliens, but these shadowy beings took me and showed me on a screen the future. But I couldn't move my body. You know what I mean, dude? How the fuck are we gonna fight these motherfuckers? We can't even move our bodies.
I think, like
They
you
put
said,
me
you
in a
need to hold on to your
trance
rage.
state. They're manipulating our bodies for our
But when I
consciousness.
had my near
for
death
that matter.
experience, when
I
I
hope it's not
met
the
the
same
first
case
entity
after
that I
you
thought
leave.
was evil, I was frozen as well, and I couldn't move or do anything. But it was all the hatred I had and the feelings I had. Like, why make the world like this? Why do this? Why set me up to fail? Why set me up to? I was so angry, and I was like screaming at it. I lost my temper so much and screamed at it. That's when I managed to knock it back and like break free from like the paralysis, because I was frozen and like at its whim what it wanted to do, what it wanted to show me. I had no choice but to watch like the memories and whatever it wanted to show me. I had no choice but to feel exactly how it wanted me to feel. And the only way I broke out of that was through rage. I was so angry and screaming. I was like screaming inside as much as I could at this thing until it finally broke through, and I started to shout at it, and that's when I knocked it back. That was the initial one I saw before I saw the second entity. So what you said about holding on to anger, that's probably the best way is to keep your anger. Anger is a very powerful emotion, and especially if it's righteous anger, you're like rightfully angry. You should be angry. You should be angry about this shit and about how fucked up things are and about your experiences and the world, everything.
Definitely.
You should be fucking angry.
We're rightfully
I get
angry.
every day.
We're rightfully fucking angry. Yeah. I'm angry, bro. Every day. Every day. I don't know what to do to take my anger out on. I want to take my anger out on something.
Oh no.
On someone.
On someone. I bet you will hurt someone that's innocent because you're such a fucking angry, creepy, weirdo psycho. You're a chubby weirdo, fucking weirdo psycho. He's on the screen. Ignorance is bliss. He's a real creep.
But I can't physically see this entity, but I know it's there. It reveals itself to me every now and then, but it's so brief, for brief moments. It's like it's fucking with me. Get what I'm saying? It's fucking with us. That's why I can't say that we can't do anything while we are in the bodies, these high maintenance flesh meat suits. So we gotta wait. I mean, but don't let go of your anger, like you said.
No, keep it. I think it's almost
I'm pissed off 24/7. I'm angry.
I think the rage and anger we feel is our most powerful weapon, because anger gets shit done. It's one of the only things that gets shit done. When I've been really angry, I've actually got shit done in life. I was so pissed off, or when people have been bullying me, when I got so I fucking got shit done, is what the anger did. It literally, like, it helps you. People try and tell you to repress your anger and this, that, and the other. But I think you need to hold on to your anger and keep it. And I don't mean bottle it up inside, but I mean never forget why you're angry, and you have every right to be angry, and you should be angry. And fuck other people. People not being angry makes me angry.
Oh, fuck them.
Yeah, fuck
exactly.
Fuck them,
bro. It's like we shouldn't slip, because if you die and you find yourself existing in another space, let's say, and you feel good because you're not in a flesh anymore. You're not like in energy body, you feel lightweighted, you feel good, you get dopamine, you don't suffer anymore. Then it's like they're gonna shower you with the most beautiful love. And you're gonna forget about your anger, and everything is gonna be okay. You know what I mean? They highly deceptive. These entities. I don't trust anything. I don't trust anyone. We should not let go of, like you said, we are rightfully angry, rightfully so. What this life has done to us.
Well, what's up? This feels so weird. It's been 36 days. I think I originally promised to do 30. And since I've been gone, I've become a wanted criminal. I'm 20 pounds heavier, right? I was 195 last time I was in here, but now I'm a fat 215. So, a lot of people, they just disappear, and they, who knows where they go, what happened to them. And instead of doing that, I figured I might as well just explain. I wrote this down somewhere too. But if I was drunk, it'd be a lot easier to be doing what I was doing right now, If I was drunk, or if I was high, and I was before, right? This is a confession of me right now. Is that almost every time I came up on a stream, I was, under the influence of something or another. And I've criticized Chuck before, right? Oh, I'm not supposed to name. Well, whatever. This is what happens here. For being a rather boring person who goes through this stuff here. But now for me, it's been life-changing, right? And it's not the most interesting sort of thing to do, right? It's not the nature of this platform, right, of YouTube, right? It's very self-centered, very arrogant, and if you want to be in it to win it, you got to be very into yourself, or you got to be funny, which is the best strategy, right? But most of those people who are actually doing that are very far advanced from where I'm at. Hold on, let's see who's here. Making some gains. No wonder. What's up? And I do apologize, right? One of the things that we're supposed to do when we get sober is make amends to people, right? And so for all the ones who I was unnecessarily cruel or harsh to, I do give my sincerest apologies. Sometimes it was deserved, right? And that's the nature of this battlefield. You're supposed to be very brutal, right? Because we all know what makes money. Usually it's if I have an enemy, and that enemy is someone that you also don't like, and you're going to come pay me because you don't like them. And that's what's going to happen. But so GTG says making some gains. I don't know. It's gaining weight, making gains. Because I've been working out, but it's not like the weight I've gained is all muscle. It's a lot of it's just because I've been eating a lot more. But I've been known to fluctuate weight in my life. But what I was saying before is that when we have this arena, and this is what the Panelverse becomes, right? Where it's mostly a comfort zone for people who maybe they can't leave the house, they can't leave home for whatever reason. It's not my place to judge. It was before though, right? Or just arguing, right? And people argue about ideas. Maybe the higher level people argue about ideas, but let's be real here. There's no higher level people in these streets here, and there's a lot of the worst people in the world. So while I was gone, I had a criminal charge, right? Come into. Thank you, Jay. Oh, congrats on the sort of thing. Yeah, it is cool. But while I was gone, I had a criminal. What do they call that? People can say doxed or whatever they want to say, but realistically, this guy's on something now. Maybe so. You never know, Thomas. But no, I've definitely been. I've just been grateful, right? This is all about gratitude. I've been grateful to get out of what I was doing before, and really, it's easier just to say, hey, or just to disappear, right? Because this is an uncomfortable playing field, right? Most of the time, this is the worst of the internet, right? But I couldn't be just gone, right? I felt like I needed to just say something before I left. So that's what I'm doing now. And you might see me in a few places from now on. I think you'll see me in maybe like an hour over at what happened? What do you mean what happened, Crystal Shaman? Thank you, Peace Dino. It's good to see you. What do you mean what happened, Diet? I left. I got sober. I got fat. I got clean. I got arrested. Right. That's what caused this to, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I was like, I just got to get my shit together, right? And you could call it, embarrassing, right? There, I'm sure there should be a couple people who like say, "Oh, look at this," but it doesn't really matter, right? Oh no, I was not in jail. No, you could. I was popping up into chats recently, right? I was not in jail. No. Well, I was for 3 days, right? When I first got arrested. What's on DJM? My cadence is slower, slightly. Cut the sugar. You'll lose weight. Yeah, well, I went up to, you're right. Sugar is where the most calories come from, but
He's loving the attention. He's loving the attention from these scumbags. And that's what he loves. He's a douchebag that loves the attention. Place is shitty. It's a mess. He's a mess, and they love it. Because they don't have to feel envious of this creep. They're at the same level as this scumbag.
I gained 10 pounds in 10 days when I first got sober. And then so it slowly, it just kept going up, because once you stop, we all have vices, right? But I've met some of the best people in the world in the past month, in the past 30 days.
So there's the we all. And that's what addicts try to do. They'll never say, I'm a fuck up, I'm this. They'll say, we all. They group in everyone else. It's a way of dodging, facing themselves.
And that's what I realized, is that there's a ton of interesting people out there. You just got to go meet them. And in these recovery groups, right, where we read about this, it is a great place for meeting people. And it's not to say that there's not a time and place for interacting with people online. I'm not here to say I'm above it, but it does make me kind of nervous now, right? Like even just doing this right now, it's just a weird thing, because you have to be so self-involved to be like, I'm up here, I'm a big badass, I'm the shit. And I kind of was. I was very selfish, and I was very rude and cruel, and I just felt like I was hot shit, right? Because I was arguing with other people, and I was trying to take them down, and like I was hot shit, right? Because I was arguing, and I was very rude and cruel, and to be like, I'm up here, I'm a big badass, I'm the shit. And I kind of was. I was very selfish, and I was very rude and cruel, and I just felt like I was hot shit, right? Because I was arguing with other people, and I was trying to take them down, and it was fun, it was a thrill, right? But that was just to fill a void, and I think inside of myself that, like many people have known, I've lost a lot in my life. I've lost things like near and dear to me. And now it's just been great, because obviously when you're in the program, you have to work to go through the 12 steps and make an amends for all the things that you've done wrong. And this is one realm where it'd be hard for me to make an amend to every single person who I said horrible things to. But I appreciate everyone, who was here and who donated and who saw at least the good side of me while they were here. Hey, Jack. What's up? That was the one place. So for anyone who thinks I was in jail, you can ask Mr. Talcott. I was popping into his chat frequently, not frequently, but semi-frequently during this time. Yeah, under the influence of certain things, we can get big-headed and angry. Yeah, it's... I don't think you were that horrible on YouTube before. Maybe don't be so hard on yourself. Well, in the program, so are you doing the Bible group? I'm not sure. What is the Bible group? The one in, yeah. I haven't been in a little while, but I intend to go back. My little not caregiver, the Christian leader guy who I recently have been following, he's still around, but yeah. And what's funny is that a lot of this stuff.
What's funny? What's a carpenter? Do you lay carpets? You asked Andy. When Andy said he's a carpenter, you said, do you lay carpets? No, carpenter builds houses and works with wood, not with carpets. You're such a dummy. You just are. You're one of the dumbest dummies around. And I knew right away you were a scumbag. I spotted it right away.
Stuff that I've been learning about life and just and the truths that spread through Christianity and through other things in the world. Well, thank you. I'm very well.
Yeah, you're really very well. Watch him praise Talcott. He'll start praising Talcott, just like he did when he entered the Panelverse. These creatures never change. Never. They never do.
But did I take a charge for Alex Stein? Yeah, sure I did. Man, I'm so bad. See, that's the one thing that's still the same is I'm not very good at staying on track. But now it's just a part about this is the part where I rebuild everything, right? Where I try to rebuild my life. And what I was saying with Jack Arrett is his message is still it's pretty spot on, right? I mean, I get it, it's a goofy. People love to hate him, but what he's saying, you know, there's a lot of truth in there. And I used to sort of mock it, but there's a lot of truth in what Jack Talcott says. And maybe people know that, or maybe they still don't see it, but you know, respect the message, don't shoot the messenger, because I don't know, there's a lot of universal truths in just the way that you want to, and sometimes it is goofy, right? When he gets into it, but yeah. Happy times, bro. It's good to see you. And yeah, another person who can confirm during my 30-day hiatus that I was not, I was not in jail. Has anyone found Tommy? Okay, good. He's alive. See, the whole gang is in here. You know, I think that I like I said, I don't know how much I really have to say here. I could do this. I don't know if like I'm nervous to do this. I don't know. Should I do it? Okay, I'll do it. But if I don't like the way it goes, I'm not gonna stick around. I'm gonna just dip out because I'm a pussy now. Because it's the thing is when you're high or drunk or whatever, you have a lot of that false confidence. Sad to see more confirmation that so many are living in lies. I'm not sure what that means, but if you say so. What does this mean? Elaborate. What was it like to be in a Paramount TV series called Lioness? Well, it was very boring. There's a lot. I was very overly dressed. It was very warm in the restaurant. Oh, this is my shout out to my sponsor, right? Rambler, Satsuma, my favorite flavor. Oh, the link is scary. No, but are you going to see? Because here's the thing, DJM. You know, I was originally supposed to do an exclusive over on your channel, so I still feel bad of robbing you of that. It's just awkward, right? It's awkward because I know Crystal Shaman, you say don't be so hard on yourself, but I've been an asshole, right? But that's that's the nature of the sphere, right? It's just you got to be even the best of us. But that's that's the nature of the sphere, right? It's just you got to say don't be so hard on yourself, but I've been an asshole, right? But that's that's the trauma. You say don't be so hard on yourself, but I've been an asshole, right? But that's that's the nature of trauma. You say don't be so hard on yourself, but I've been an asshole, right? But that's that's the nature of the sphere, right? It's just you got to be even the best of us, get on. And then the other, here's another thing, right? Where I don't think I would have gotten as into it if it wasn't for drugs and alcohol. I had a feeling he'd be the first to come, and he's permanently banned, right? Banned. No, Steven. No, Steven, no, not at all. Is that dude? What a creep. Not at all. Is that permanently banned, right? Banned. Into it if it wasn't for drugs and alcohol. I had a feeling he'd be the first to come, and he's permanently banned, right? Banned. The first to come, and he's permanently banned, right? Where I don't think I would have gotten as into it if it wasn't for drugs and alcohol. I had a feeling he'd be the first to come, and he's permanently banned, right? Banned. Drugs and alcohol. I had a feeling he'd be the first to come, and he's permanently banned, right? Banned. No, Steven. No, Steven, no, not at all. Is that dude? What a creep. What's that?
You're the creep. It's you. You're the creep. You're the creep. You're the asshole. You're the creep. You're the criminal.
Drugs and alcohol. I had a feeling he'd be the first to come, and he's permanently banned, right? Banned. No, Steven. No, Steven. I don't think I would have gotten as into it if it wasn't for drugs and alcohol. I had a feeling he'd be the first to come, and he's permanently banned, right? Banned. No, Steven. No, Steven, no, not at all. Is that dude? What a creep. What's I saying? Well, I lost my train of thought. Okay, DJ. Well, now I didn't. No gang, no team. I don't know what that means, but yeah, OTW, my original enemy, right? Oh, about being high and drunk, right? So I don't think that I would have. It's gone again. I'm retarded now. Oh, the AI, right? I still use AI every day. I was always known as the AI guy, right? But now I use it for just like things. I'm walking around, I see a tree. What kind of tree is this? It's just fun little.
Were you known as the AI guy? What happened with your daughter, creep? You're a deadbeat father. You're a creep. You're a drunk and a deadbeat father. You're the creep.
Little things. Or what's this street named after? What's that? But the AI music, I apologize to everyone because it was very. Thank you for $5. Very. Thank you for $5. Live a good life. Wishing you well, and I certainly will, and I hope you do the same. You know, prayers to all. I wish I had like a thing to play, but anyway. So the AI music, I'm embarrassed about that. I just don't, because it's like I felt like I was a fucking like producer and shit. I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm making this AI music, but who has time for that? If you live a good life. Oh, excuse me. Who has time for that? But you got to make time for your W. And like, who knows? Now that I've revealed my fat self, no, it's not. I'm not overweight. I was 260 before, so I'm just being dramatic. I'm being like a girl. I know. Oh, man, don't drink these during your comeback stream. But so yeah, got a new couple of jobs coming up. This week I'll be starting on Thursday. That's in 6 days, and then yeah, it's just.
Hello everyone. Are you enjoying the show? I know you can't comment, but you have to use it or you lose it. And a lot of you are just too cowardly. You're just lurkers. You just lurk. So I'll just do the live stream this way. I'll just hop around doing it this way. You just won't have the option anymore. That's all.
4,466 days of semen retention made me depressed. Not in the sense of I'm in my room laying in bed all day crying. In the sense of I'm depressed by reality, because reality is very depressing. The deeper you are into semen retention, the more in tune you are with reality, the world, the truth of all matters, and it's a depressing reality. Initially, in the beginning of semen retention, I felt tremendous. I felt fantastic, phenomenal, superb. The first year or two, existence was amazing. I felt like I'm on top of the world. I can conquer the world. There's nothing before me that's out of my grasp, my reach. And a couple more years later, I've done a lot of things. I've achieved some things. I did what I want to do. And at the end of it all, I wasn't satisfied. The deeper you are in semen retention, the higher you ascend, the lonelier it gets. I can't relate to people around me, to normies, And this isn't semen retention alone. This is semen retention combination with self-employment, escaping the slave system, health pursuit, diet, physical activity, sun, spiritual truth, so on and so forth. The further you ascend,
You could start your own business. You believe you've escaped the slave system. You can exercise. You can eat properly. You can get sun. You can do your semen retention. You can do all of that. You're still in the hell realm. You see those trees behind you? That shows me where you are. You're not. You haven't gone anywhere. You're still in the matrix. And a lot of you will do anything in life to pretend that you're not. You want to pretend that you're free. And you're in a slave realm. You're in a sewer matrix. You're in a hell realm. And you just want to pretend. That's what a lot of you humans do. You're not as strong as I am mentally and spiritually. No matter what you do physically. A lot of you will never face what this realm is. So be it. Get recycled. This realm is happy if you never understand what it is and never face it. You're doing exactly what the realm wants. You're looking at everything other than where you are. What is this place? You haven't come to terms with what this place is. You think making your money on your own, you've escaped the slave system? Are you fucking delusional? What ground are you standing on? Well, you're in a matrix. You're in the same one as any slave. A lot of you don't want to face that. So then what happens when your body dies? You get recycled. Because you don't know where the fuck you are. You didn't take step one. You thought you ascended to high levels. You haven't even taken step one, facing where you are. And most of you never will. You'll laugh off what I'm saying. And you'll try to make excuses for this hell realm. Well, go ahead. You'll just get recycled. Again and again and again and degraded. Some of you are so fucked up, you don't hear me. You view that as punishment. No, it's the default system here. Recycling. Go ahead and fool yourself into believing you're free. You're not free here. You're not free in here.
the lonelier it gets. And alone, this is semen retention combination with self-employment, escaping the slave system, health pursuit, diet, physical activity, sun, spiritual truth, so on and so forth. The further you ascend, the lonelier it gets. And
it's almost all about the body and money. The physical, health, your body, getting sun, semen retention, working for yourself, getting money on your own. It's no threat to the matrix. You might as well be doing yoga and meditating. You're not doing anything to see where you are. You've just fooled yourself, just like homesteaders. Go ahead and do it. You're not free. You're just deluding yourself, and that's what people love to do. I bet there's people watching me now or that will watch this later that will follow a similar path. You'll delude yourself. You want to make yourself believe that you're free. You don't actually want to get out of here. You're content with being a slave.
most people I can't resonate with. Throughout my semen retention journey, I've had a couple friends, real close friends that I resonated with only. I've had a lot of acquaintances, and acquaintances come and go, but there's no depth. Now I don't truly have any friends. 4,466 days.
Well, that's the path. That's the path. It's not just semen retention. That's your path. What did you expect in the hell realm? You think you're going to get happiness?
I have a wife, and I resonate with her. She was at a high level, but I brought her further to my level. and that's great. I have old friend that I sort of keep in touch with, but nothing in the now, truly. It's not just about loneliness or not being able to relate to most, resonate with most people. It's about the world itself doesn't suffice. 4,466 days of semen retention, everything else I mentioned, I've ascended past what this life and world can offer. And I don't mean that in an arrogant way in the slightest. I truly, humbly say that in a way.
Oh, hold on. It looks like we have someone backstage. Hello.
Hello. 4 hours later after receiving your link. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Hello. Yes, you're fashionably late by 4 hours.
I think I just saw it in my inbox right now, and it said like 8 o'clock. So I guess 3 hours. I'm 3 hours late.
Oh, wow. Were you busy? Were you having a good night, or how was your day?
It's been all right. Okay, so Crow and Jason recorded an episode today that Jason wrote on Scientology, like the whole history on what a shithead asshole L. Ron Hubbard was. And I learned things that I just like you hear enough, and then it's like, okay, I don't need to know more about that guy. But when you hear it all in chronological order, it's just so crazy. So yeah, like 101 information. And then I feel like I saved someone's life recently by email because they were asking me about cancer and whether or not this person should do chemo and this and that and this and that. And I'm like, I don't know any naturopaths that will work with someone who agrees to do chemo because chemo is so toxic that you don't know how things are going to interact. So it's kind of a tough truth situation. And I added, and by the way, some people will say, oh, do coffee enemas for cancer. But if they've done chemo, the chemo agents are stored in the liver. And if you put coffee up your butt, it will open up the hemorrhoidal vein. And all of those chemo agents will be released at once and you can die. And they responded to me and they're like, oh, thank you so much for letting me know about the coffee enemas, because we were looking at the Gerson method and we asked the oncologist if you can do them at the same time. And the oncologist only said, I don't think it would be very comfortable. But the oncologist didn't even, sorry, am I talking too much?
No, it's okay. I was just, I looked up L. Ron Hubbard. I remember his teeth. That's what he looks like. I remembered seeing a video of him years ago. And when you mentioned to him how creepy he is, I remembered his mouth is just rotten, like a demonic mouth.
That is disgusting. I didn't know that was him.
And that's him. He was on a ship. He was running away, I think, from the US government, and he bought a ship. And that's where the Sea Org part of Scientology came from. Because they were on a ship for like a few years evading the law.
Right.
And they were not allowed in a lot of countries. They banned him from certain countries. They wouldn't allow him at ports. I think it was his breath. I don't think it was actual crimes at that point. It was just his mouth was so smelly. They were like, we don't want you in England. We don't want you in Spain. And they wouldn't let him dock the boat and go into port. His mouth was just, look at that demonic. Oh, it's just filthy. That creature just reminds me of certain YouTubers like OTW. His mouth is like that. But the coffee enema stuff, that's interesting. I bet there's certain YouTubers that do the coffee enemas just for fun. I don't think they have any health issues. They just like putting stuff up their butt.
100%. I've been saying this for at least 3 years that I believe, and I'm saying this based on observation. You just have common sense and intuition, but I'm here to back you up, King Stephen, that out of all the coffee enema people out there, they all seem to be relatively healthy, and they will admit that they're addicted to it and that they love it and that it's just part of the routine. And there's a coffee enema group on Telegram that I created for these people so I could watch them share. If you want, I swear to God. And so They will share videos of how they deal with it when they have to travel because they can't miss a day. So they'll show their hotel. Here's the bathroom at my hotel, and then
Oh,
show the bucket hanging up. Would you like me to email you the link to my golden
oh my
swimming
gosh, that's
Instagram page?
crazy. I don't even know if I want to see that. That's crazy.
They
They
actually
they
do have a
hang up
sense
a
of humor.
bucket in the hotel room?
You gotta put my friend Marion Gentry is this British woman who she sells this special kind of coffee.
Oh, no.
And it's not, roasted because,
It's butt coffee.
it's a special butt coffee, exactly, you're not even supposed to drink it. So she's like the ringleader she's the ringleader of the group, so I just because she's not, she's, like, in her 70s, and so I'm, like, the tech person that did this for her. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm funneling these people to you," and they all have a great sense of humor, about it. But, yeah, they are addicted. I think it's an addiction, and, people should recognize that. That
Yeah, I do think it is, like, just like the urine drinkers, there's urine drinker groups in various US cities where they get together, and they talk about how much healthier they are now that they drink their own pee, the pee drinkers clubs.
Yeah, Dr. Group is the most famous, most successful, wealthiest pea drinker. He's the one who's owns Global Healing. So any supplements that you see that say Global Healing, Dr. Group is the CEO, and then he's best friends with someone who I know named David Avocado Wolf. And the two of them together are just the expedite, like the Lewis and Clark of modern day, because it's an old idea called Shivambu in the Hindu, whatever, but it's still pee drinking.
Yep.
Say what you want about it, it's still pee drinking. And in some cases, I really honestly, I don't know. If I was on my deathbed and they're like, here is the one thing you can do right now. At that point, I think, you know what? I think I'm ready to escape this hell realm. I don't need to drink pee to stay any longer extra
You know
time.
what exactly, and you know what I wonder? The first time they try it, how do they get over the revulsion? That's what fascinates me, because we innately have that revulsion to, "I'm not drinking that, that's gross," that even children would be like, "Ew, I wouldn't drink my pee," and adults. And one morning, they just get up and fill the thing up with their pee, their first morning, first pee of the day, and they just guzzle that down. How do they do that? There has to be something different about them.
I don't know. It's like when you are one of those people that's like writhing around as in a Pentecostal church. Like there's something about you that I can't relate to. Like I don't know what's going through their minds when people speak in tongues. I guess you just have to have that kind of mind that can be convinced into another state like that without a drug.
Convinced by a video or a book or some promise of health. They're convinced so much that they're able to get beyond the physical revulsion. Because for me, it would just be the physical grossness revulsion. Like I just wouldn't want to do that. I don't think I could do it. I
Yeah.
don't know that I could overcome it. Like I don't think I could do it.
I don't think I could do it. I think that, like, if let's say that I was a hostage in a third world country and they're like, "Drink your pee or we'll shoot you." They'd just be like, "A woman was found shot in the head," instead of me being saved and being like, "They made me drink my pee."
They'd be like, if they put it into my mouth, I'd spit it out at them just but and it would just spray in their faces. Like I would not swallow. I would not drink that. I just
Right.
could I see it as waste. I just see it as gross as a waste product. And I think it's probably full of, even in healthy people, there's bacteria, which is why they're able to do a specimen and measure what's in your urine. If it was just sterile and a good, let's product, the body wouldn't be expelling it as waste. That's
Um,
how I view it.
how do you view homeopathy? Because I know people that I know have intellect and skill and education, and they believe in homeopathy. And then I know other people that say, "Oh, it's just a joke and it's not real," and they're brainwashed. What's your view?
I haven't looked into it too much.
Well, the
So
idea
I
is that when you dilute something down enough, the alchemical idea of like versus like. So, arsenic is a poison, but there's a homeopathic remedy, which is basically arsenic diluted so far down that scientifically there's nothing in it, but the argument is that it's vibrational medicine. So you know how people use tuning forks and sound healing? That's where I would categorize homeopathy, because it can't be explained, it can't be weighed and measured. So you can argue that it's a placebo, but some
Mhm.
people swear by it.
It could be mind over matter, but the weird thing, the way you described that, you described it well, but what it made me think of is they're trying to say the same principle with the Jabba Dabba Doo and boosters, that it's diluted CV, diluted, so and that we get an immune system because we get a tiny amount. So it's
Exactly.
weird how that sounds like homeopathy when
That
it's
is
like,
where it came from. It came from
oh,
the idea of homeopathy. That was the original argument, and that's what homeopathy's argument is backwards for like they'll use the vaccine to explain it. And that, believe it or not, is the argument with the pee drinkers. They believe that you're peeing out these toxins, right? And it's giving your body a special kind of information about what it needs. And so you're informing your body of what it needs to do to heal itself. And then here's a really interesting study, and I'd love your take on this. Maybe you'll think it's bullshit, but it was this old Japanese guy, so it must be true, right? Sarcasm. But the old Japanese man was explaining the experiment where they took one person and had them drink the pee so it touched their tongue and went down their esophagus. Totally gross. And then in another person, they simply tube fed it into the stomach through a tube, and it wasn't as effective just going into the stomach. So these pee drinkers really want you to get it on your tongue and down your throat. Like they're saying that like it doesn't work as well if you put it straight into the stomach. You got to really drink
oh
it.
my gosh. I wonder if some of these pea drinkers are like using it as instead of coffee bean enemas, if they're using pea. I think I saw one in England that was doing that, and he was
Yes.
aging his pee in like jars for years at
Mhm.
times, and it's like drinking
Well, I
just
know someone.
making it rancid.
There's an old man who's he's an alchemist, and he actually has like a royal title as a marquis and a count in France. He's both English and France royal blood, and he does coffee enemas with 25% urine. And
Oh.
it is so crazy to me. And
Oh.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I really do think that he likes, he enjoys the process. So we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I think they're freaks. I think they're into freaky stuff. There was one on my channel at the very beginning of the Sanity Machine in the first few months. She didn't last very long, but she was a weirdo. And when I brought up the Pea Drinkers Club, that's when she lost it. And I didn't know that she was one of them, one of the cult of pea drinkers. But she said, "How dare you talk about how that's gross?" And I'm into it. She left me a long email just ranting and raving and saying that she read some book, and she goes, "Unless you've read this book and tried it yourself, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, King Stephen, and you're not as open-minded as I thought you were." And she just went off, and she was completely mental. She tried to off herself, cut herself, and was found bleeding to death in her bathroom. And then she went on to accuse me of things, and it's like she's a mental case. She wanted to accuse me because I didn't phone her when she was in the psych ward. She managed to send an email to me saying, "Here's my number," or something, and I was like, "I don't want anything to do with this mental case. I'm not phoning her on the phone. I'm not getting involved with her. She's a freaking mental, suicidal pea drinker."
Oh my gosh. See, the funny thing is that I'm okay with it if it works, good for them. If you want to be the type of person to do that, it doesn't hurt my feelings if you feel it helps you. But King Stephen, you and I, we have very strong minds, and I don't feel like we're going anywhere. So how funny is it going to be when we outlive the pea drinkers? I hope that we'll be maniacally laughing on YouTube together. When they went through all that trouble, and here we
It's so
are.
funny that they're doing this to live longer in a hell realm, and they'll do gross things thinking, "Well, this must be healthy. It's gross." It's I think that's part of their mindset where they think, "Well, it's kinda gross, so it must be healthy." They do this weird, freaky stuff, and then these ones that starve themselves, like, there's this one channel, I don't really follow it, but I cover it. Once in a while, I'll cover one of his videos. I think it's not the food police, vegetable police, I think he calls himself. And he's like a raw vegan, and he was a fruitarian where he just lived off of fruit, and he's cold all the time like most vegans are, raw vegans and fruitarians. They're freezing all the time, and he moved out of Toronto trying to go further south, and it makes a few degrees difference. I mean, it's not like he's moving to Florida or Arizona or something. He's still in Canada. There's still Canadian winters. But vegans are always cold, and they'll never just admit that it's their diet. They just can't face that they're covered up even in the summertime because it's their freaking diet. It makes them feel cold. It makes their teeth start to fall out usually after so many years of a strict diet. They get B12 deficient. They get vitamin deficiency psychosis, induced psychosis. They get all kinds of shit, and they just can't admit to it. And it reminds me of the pee drinkers, because some vegans will drink either their pee or they'll drink another person's pee, thinking that will boost them and that will give them the B12.
Well, drinking another person's pee, see, that's when you're going into the real retard zone of like where they're playing telephone with YouTube videos, because you shouldn't be getting the special information from somebody else's pee.
They're getting different code then. They think it's even more special then, because look, we're getting extra code that my body didn't make. I'm getting someone else's code. It's just, and there's videos of them doing it, by the way, passing around glass jars showing, and it's not apple juice. You can tell it's urine, and they're drinking, and they'll pass it around a circle, and they'll all drink out of someone's, like a huge amount.
These
Yeah,
influencers are disgusting. I
they
don't
are.
ever want to go to these events ever again. I'm done with it. I'm just happy being like you in my fortress of solitude laughing at demons, because I mean, I was in a bathroom once, looks like that. I remember I was like using someone's bathroom, and I look up onto the counter, and I'm like, holy shit, that's aged pee right in front of my face, and I have no
Oh,
idea.
no.
You know, it's like,
In
you know,
the
back in
bathroom.
the 90s, you see like a line of Coke and it freaks you out. Nowadays, as a freaking truther secretary, you see aged pee on a counter.
Oh,
I'm done with this. I don't need
Jesus
this going on.
Christ. Or maybe even an aged bathtub of pee like Santos Bonacci in Mexico. I heard that visitors would pee into his bathtub outdoors, into like a tub, that he would bathe in other people's pee, like he would take literal piss baths.
Oh my
And he would
gosh.
and other people, they would just, any visitors coming by, he would just request, "Oh, can you add some of your DNA to his bath?" And he
Ew.
would just,
Oh no.
he had jars on the shelves, and his videos were, before he was taken off YouTube a couple years ago or a year ago or whatever, it was just the grossest stuff that anyone could ever imagine. And that's what's going on. And they just they think it's perfectly normal.
Back in the, I would say 2014, 2015, a lot of people respected him as a normal person, and he hadn't gone like completely bonkers yet. And Jason actually interviewed him on his show that only lasted 33 episodes before he joined Crow. But the Santos interview was the last interview that Santos ever did before he went to jail, where he like sounded normal. Then something happened to him in jail where he just went nuts. And I don't know if you heard this story, but did you know that he had to kill someone and it was in defense of someone else, apparently?
Yeah, he ended someone's life. But
Yeah.
the thing is, it was weird circumstances where we have to kind of take his word for it, because it might not have happened that way at all. The person's dead. So
I know.
we don't know if Santos is just a murderer, a straight up murderer, if he just attacked this guy. It's kind of foggy, the details of that story, but yet he did end someone's life. He claims it was self-defense or in defense of a girl that was at this place, but he ended a life. Like, he went full, never go full Santos Bonacci on someone, never go full pee drinker, never murder someone, never bathe in people's pee, never do all the things that Santos has done.
Oh, King Stephen, why are you you're being so critical? Why are you being so mean? You're being
I should
mean to these people.
I should be positive. I should be more positive and say,
You should be more
Santos,
accepting.
he's an enlightened being. He ended someone's life, but that was probably for their own good. And I'll just give him the benefit of the doubt with the pee molecule. He thinks that we're designed to drink pee. Basically, we're supposed to be drinking pee, according to Santos. We're pea
We could
drinkers.
be wrong. We could be so wrong, and you know, the joke's on us. But why aren't we allowed to laugh at it? I mean, it is ridiculous
Yeah,
sounding. We should be allowed to laugh at crazy ideas, and if it's so
absolutely.
true, then go off and enjoy it. But let me live in my nightmare without the pee drinking. Okay.
I think he had something too where he had a theory that there's a Jesus molecule in people and that Jesus wasn't a person, but he's a molecule, like all this kind of crazy. It just sounds hilarious to me.
Yeah, and it does get serious on the topic of how, like I mentioned earlier when I was getting the email, you know, I have to be careful about how I talk to people. I don't want people to take things the wrong way or accidentally do the wrong thing. People are idiots. People are so dumb, and
They are.
you have to be careful. Who's that?
That's Callie. I don't know if you remember her from the Panelverse. She's been around on all kinds of channels for years, but she
No.
didn't used to show her face, and she showed her face on Jack Talcott's show, and the demon came out of her. Look at her teeth, and it's almost like a bearing, like a snarling demon, and she's got like the witch's mole. It looks like where the sunglasses are, right there on the side of the nose. But she hid her face for years. She would come on here and talk. She would never show her face. She went on Jack's show months ago, or maybe it was even before this year started, but it was at least months ago to talk about me. And she was just bashing me. And she, when you said about the bucket with the hotel room, she lived in a barn and would bathe using a bucket. She would use like a pee bucket and a bucket to bathe in. She said it was like they do in India or they do in Africa. She wasn't born in America. She was born in Zambia. She's Indian descent, like a Hindu, and she lived in Africa because
Oh,
apparently there's a lot of Hindus that live in Zambia. There's a big Indian population from,
interesting.
from
So
decades
she was
ago.
imprinted, and she is not truly westernized in order for her to feel like that is. See, when I went low impact backpacking, we had to basically, you know, put up some tarps and put cordage, and we had some like condensed soap suds, but that wasn't like enjoyable. That was like roughing it for the sake of the experience. But if you feel like that is like a normal way to stay clean, that's disgusting.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she was at someone's house and didn't want to use their shower. Said she prefers a bucket.
Oh,
So
yeah, like Tom Cruise, sorry, not Tom Cruise, Tom Hanks in Castaway, when he finally gets rescued from the island, he didn't want to sleep in the bed. He just laid on the floor in the hotel room. And it's so weird. I can't remember what year I went on my camping trip, but I felt like I wanted to sleep on the floor the first night back. Just one night, then I felt like a retard for having done that. And the next night I slept in the bed.
yeah, it's very interesting, but then they will bash us and she will bash the West. And she's one of those retards that posted videos on her community page saying that the third worlders are so much better and that the whole false history that black people believe they invented everything and that everyone was black, like Shakespeare was black in their
Mm,
minds, Beethoven. She
mm.
went full retard after she left my channel and started posting these videos on her community page. And I was just laughing away. She even made a video about Stinky Bum in the barn because I was calling her Stinky Bum. I kind of made a song like the Stinky Bum. She's got the Stinky Bum. And I made this song up and she just lost her mind essentially. Like she couldn't handle any teasing this strange creature. She calls herself Kali after that goddess of destruction, the death goddess, the Hindu goddess that has multiple arms and weapons and is very evil.
Mhm.
So that was her name on YouTube, but her real name is Kripali. So
Hmm.
yeah, it's
Very
close to
Indian
Kali.
name. I'm just
Very
checking my
Indian.
nose. I'm just checking my nose right now to make sure I don't have any growing warts. It could
Yeah,
happen
she's
anytime.
got a
I have
wart.
to.
Yeah. And look at the nose here
Well,
and her mouth.
I don't want to criticize anyone's looks without being on camera myself. So maybe next time I show up, if I'm on camera, we can criticize others.
Well, I do because she said she was so beautiful and she calls other people old, but her camera went on by accident on Talcott's show. and I took some screenshots because she had such a big mouth criticizing people here on my channel, especially other women she was critical of in private, in text. She would text during my show, mocking people here and pretend like she was two-faced. I call it a Janus. If you've ever heard of the Roman god Janus
Oh,
that has two
yes.
faces, I
Yes.
called
The
her a
depiction
Janus
is
in
sometimes
these
back and
ones.
forth.
Go
You
ahead.
call her the Janet. Yeah, I've whenever I hear someone say Janice, the way I see it in my mind's eye is an older depiction where it's actually like a face coming out the back of the head, but it's also
Yeah.
depicted two faces in the front. But for some reason, whenever it's mentioned to me, I picture the front and the back head. I don't know
Yeah,
why that
me
is.
too. Me too,
Oh, really?
actually. And then, but there's also ones. There's various Janus depictions and statues and artwork. Some even have four heads, but the most common are the two-headed ones. But there are some ancient ones where it has four heads going in the four directions: north, south,
Mm.
east, west. But
Yes,
then there's some that
actually.
are male, female, and then there's some that are young face Janus, and then the back of the head's the older one, where one will be younger, let's say a 20-year-old or 25-year-old man in his prime, clean shaven. Then the older man with the long gray beard, they'll show the young and the old, the past and the future, uh, because it's duality. That's part of
Yes.
what it represents, right? It represents time. Janus is the god of time, gateways, things like that. But just for the two-faced nature of it, this thing on the screen is a Janus because it would pretend for months to be a friend of mine, a friend of the channel. But meanwhile, she was going texting people saying, "Oh, this person's fucked," or, King Stephen is he should be like my dad. My dad wore Old Spice, and King Stephen talks about wearing Prada and Dior and expensive colognes and Armani and this and that. And that's not a man. A man just wears Old Spice like her dad. It's like you want your man to smell like your dad's $15, $10 drugstore cologne. Like, it's weird to me. Like, I've never even known a woman that wanted their boyfriend to smell like their dad. I think that's
That's a strange
weird.
thing to say. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
very
go
weird.
I haven't gone around sniffing my dad to even like be like, "Oh, this smells like my dad." Like I can understand how someone's like, "Oh, this smells like my mom," because the mom is like doing the laundry or something, but yeah, being connected to the
Well,
smell of the dad, I don't know.
I would never buy my girlfriend perfume that smelled anything like my mom, sisters, or anyone, but men's minds don't work that way. We work the opposite way. So if she's that, I don't know other women like her, but there might be ones like her. I don't know, but it's such a weird thing, like to mention their dad. It's like, yeah, I have a cologne collection. I probably have 60 to 100 bottles of designer and some colognes that are niche, that are more expensive than designer.
What
But
about Elizabeth Taylor, her scent? Are you aware of that? It's supposed to be unisex, that's why I'm asking.
no, I've never
Oh.
smelled. I haven't smelled it. But I like what I like, and I like certain ones that I won't wear very often. I have some bottles of cologne that are very expensive that I might wear once a year, and that's it. I might wear it just to a wedding or something where it's more of a dressed up in a suit at some kind of thing like that, formal. But she's just weird. It's not just the scent, but she's the bucket woman. She's the one that likes to bathe in buckets, but she's such a two-faced bitch that she would be commenting about people on my channel, even ones that had disabilities, mocking them, saying, "Oh, they're weak, they stutter, or they're this, they're that," and just mocking everyone here in private, texting someone. And then I ended up seeing screenshots of all her texts going back months somebody sent me, what she was actually saying. And it's just two-faced. It's just so weak. So once she got caught doing that, she never came back. She's a weakling. All she'll do is go to Talcott and other channels, Rat Blood and some of these creepy places, and talk about me. But she doesn't have the guts to come here again. She's been invited over these months to come on here, explain herself, or say what she thinks of me to my face, but she won't do it. And there's a lot like that in the panelverse they'll only talk about people behind their back, just like earlier yesterday. I don't know, must have been not 12 hours ago, 7 or 8 hours ago. Talcott kicked me off his show in the afternoon. And then he went on to bash me, saying, "Oh, he's this, he's that." Well, you're already a coward, Jack. You kicked me off your show to talk about me. You can't say anything to me. He
Well,
had to
if you
keep
can't
backstage.
Sorry, I'm sorry to
Go
interrupt.
ahead.
Keep going.
Oh, I was finished. Go ahead.
If he can't talk to you, if he is not capable of engaging in a back and forth discussion without getting angry, then it's insane for him to even let you up in the first place. So you're just like proving his point by allowing him allowing himself to get so upset when he's supposed to be putting on a show. But the thing is there
Yeah.
is no show, so there's nothing for you to actually get in the way of. It's his content for other people to just mess with him, and that's sad.
He did prove my point. Exactly. I mean,
Yes.
he
May I
got
share your
upset,
content?
and I said to him, Why are you upset?" or "Don't be upset," or something. "You seem upset." I said something like that. Right away, he denied it and said, "I'm not upset." Well, he was up. I'm going to share this picture. I took a screenshot, and it was before I even said anything, because as soon as I get on there, he'll move me to the side where he has to be on the right-hand side of the screen. So this was right when I got on. He's upset as soon as he saw me. As soon as he brought me on the stage, he's upset.
Why
Look
does
at
he
his
put you
face.
on if it makes you so upset? He's a
He's so
masochist.
upset he can't keep one of his eyes open. It's closing up. I mean, he's getting so angry, he's gonna have an aneurysm trying to hold in the anger.
Not healthy, not smart.
Not smart, and he can't control me, and that's what it is. It's the fact that he's a control freak.
He can't
He
control
can't
himself.
control he
He
can't
can't
control himself. He
he
can't control his emotions.
he can't resist you. He just wants you to prove your point day after day, and so that's what makes it even more insane. I wanted to show you what that was the screenshot you wanted to share. I want to show you something that if maybe you can make a meme out of this. May I share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so if you scroll down, now the funny thing is, this is Marian's website, the British woman who's 72. Her website, the name of it is called Direction with Purpose, which I think sounds funny once you realize that she sells coffee enema, because it's like going up, it's a direction. But look, this is she calls it the kit and caboodle. And so this is what, you know how you share the link so people can go and watch garbage? Here for anyone, if you want to put coffee up
Oh my goodness.
for $98.98, you could have everything you need in order to do it. There you go.
Oh my goodness. It has like a little plastic bucket and the coffee bean. And the coffee is some type that's just for enemas that you said it
Right.
it's not like the drinkable kind, or
Okay, so it's basically just like you said, people get addicted to it because it gives you a massive caffeine rush. People are like, "Oh, I
Oh,
felt like I was 16 again." And so when you roast the coffee, it takes some element out of it so this is unroasted green coffee. It hasn't gone through the roasting process. If you were to drink it, it would just probably have like a nutty flavor and feel very diluted. It's just not roasted coffee. Yeah.
so what the hell do they do with this? They actually take the beans and make like a pot of coffee and then put it into the thing, and that's what they do?
Yeah, I have a document even that when people ask for it, I'm just the secretary, right? And Amanda Vollmer from 2018, it's called, she talks about lighting incense and candles first and making sure the temperature is good and just setting the mood. But yeah, what they'll do is they'll slow boil the coffee on a pot for like 15 minutes. And then of course you have to tell people, because as we know, people are such fucking idiots. You have to make sure that the coffee cools down before putting it up your ass.
You don't put your hot coffee, steaming hot McDonald's temperature, burning your these butthole coffee drinkers, they have to be careful not to burn their butt.
You gotta
Oh my
make sure
god.
it cools down.
Yeah, cool your coffee down. Don't just go to McDonald's and get a hot coffee and just put a couple extra large hot coffees up your butthole. Their butts are drinking coffee. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it sucks it
They're
up.
the butthole coffee drinkers.
And then you can get creative, and then you put it in your bucket, and you want to make sure that it cools down first because you don't want the microplastics to get in. And that's when you can add the urine if you want, or if you're David
Oh,
you can add the mushroom powder or a mushroom tincture.
mushroom.
Marianne likes to put in a few drops of oregano oil and magnesium.
Oregano. Is that for like a special occasion, like a date with her butthole? Like, oh, I'm going to light some scented candles and I'm going to do some oregano with this one. Maybe add a little
No.
bit of vanilla flavor for my butthole.
How dare you not know why someone would put oregano oil? It's for parasites. The parasites.
Yes, I
Oregano
know, but
I know you know.
I know it's for parasites, but they're getting a little bit creative. Like I can just picture them going on a date for their butthole. Like, oh, this is a special. This is a special night. This isn't a regular coffee enema. I'm gonna go all out tonight with whipped cream and put a little bit of oregano in there, maybe a little bit of aloe vera and maybe
Yeah.
some vanilla or something. Some real,
That's what it's like in the Telegram group. I'm telling you. I'm gonna send you the link and you can
they're making these special butthole concoctions for their butthole coffee drinking butts. I mean, it's remember that band, the Butthole Surfers?
Yes.
I could see them playing Butthole Surfers music or something. Actually, they're probably older women, so they're playing like some soft, maybe yoga meditation music or something, and they're meditating as they're doing it. I don't know.
I thought of the Butthole Surfers during one of your songs when you first started using your own voice and you were speaking the lyrics kind of, and I was like, oh yeah, it kind of reminds me of Butthole Surfers. I can't remember which
Yeah.
song it was.
I grew up listening. Well, I wasn't like real young when I found the Butthole Surfers, but I did grow up listening to that music in late 80s, early 90s. They were around probably in the earlier 80s. I think that band has been around forever. And then a lot of people know them from the song that they had. They had like a #1 hit, Pepper, at one point, but it was kind of unusual because most of their songs are not radio friendly. Like they're really out there, strange songs, but really cool stuff. But yeah, they were a very unique band. They had some stuff that was like spoken word kind of that way to music. So did Henry Rollins back in the day, and others as well, like poetry to music or more of a spoken word than singing. And I did start off kind of that way with some of my songs when I first started doing it. There's liars now that will say that it's not singing. What was someone saying, that it's just voice sampling? But no, you can voice sample. You can do singing the whole song. I can have the lyrics in front of me and just sing and record the whole thing. There's various ways to do it. I could just do speaking voice sample, but yeah, there's various ways of doing it.
I
Um,
sing over your songs because I can't figure out how to make them into karaoke. So when I uploaded them to Smule, there's 3 that I've done so far. It just takes some time because you have to make it so that the word lights up. And I just wish that you would go viral with your music, and then I would see people on the app all singing your karaoke. But alas, I'm the only one who has sung your music so far. But you could give yourself reverb, add like an effect to it, and sometimes I'll just do the girl parts, and then they feel like we're doing a duet. But you have the most awesome music. It's my favorite music. I can't remember the last time I turned on someone else's music. I can't believe that happened.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, I've always been into music. I had a big music collection when I was a teenager and 20 something with the old cassette tapes. Then when CDs came out around 89, 90, I started buying those instead of cassettes. And I had not a huge collection, but quite a bit, like over 100, maybe 200 CDs. So it's not like I had thousands, but I still had a fair sizable collection. And I was the type of kid that bought stereo systems, like expensive Yamaha home systems and loudspeakers and a car system way back in those days. Because I've always been into music, but I never played an instrument. I was always kind of busy doing other things. As I've said before, I was like into hacking computers, phone freaking, all that kind of stuff, into programming, making my own writing my own software. It wasn't even called apps in those days on the old MS-DOS and Windows
Yeah.
systems. It's before phones, so the whole app stuff usually it started really with phones, with smartphones.
Yeah,
Before
absolutely.
then, nobody was really calling it apps, so that's how old school I was. But modems with home computers before the internet. I was into all that stuff. I was also into sports and various things and outdoorsy things. I wasn't just locked up as a computer geek or a computer nerd. I've always been into other stuff as well, but yeah, I kind of in some ways I wish I would have gotten into music way back then, but in other ways I'm just like it is what it is. I just kind of got into doing this when I did.
Yeah, the timing's perfect because now it's so kick-ass. Okay, let me tell you just what was on my rotation before you started making music. And this is going to sound so cliche, but I'm just a creature of habit. And honestly, this is just genuinely what I was listening to. Just like Iron Maiden, Metallica, Megadeth, Judas Priest, Testament, Amon Amarth, maybe some Dimmu Borgir, Rachmaninoff, Mozart, Beethoven, Bach. I know it sounds so like cliche, but I just love classical and then that very specific kind of metal like Slayer. I left out Slayer. And so then if you imagine all of those that music, why and now that you have made your music, why would I need to listen to those bands? Because your music is like combining all of those elements, even like Sonata Arctica, Stradivarius, like the Finnish power metal, just all the Scandinavian metal and the thrash metal, for everything and in between. Your music has that, except the lyrics are better, and I agree with it, and it's more appropriate for where I'm at mentally now. So it's like I might seem like I'm fucking insane for only listening to your music, but to me it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That's a compliment. I wish more people would listen and understand it. Part of what I like about what I'm doing is it's one more creative outlet, but the other thing is with my lyrics, it means something. It means it has my message in it. And I think a lot of mainstream music, I mean, I listened to a lot growing up from Metallica, Slayer, all that sort of stuff, Black Sabbath, you name it. But yeah, I used to relate to some of their message, their lyrics, like let's say Metallica's "Injustice for All" or Master of Puppets album, stuff like that. There's tidbits in there that you're like, yeah, that's true, or that's could be considered a truth song. But in the end, they just ventured away from that into just kind of full rock star and just making money or making music for the money. They just kind of went more pop and tried to be grunge, they tried to be alternative. They all cut their hair at the same time as everybody knows. Everybody knows all those stories. But
Right.
the thing is, they're just part of the system and they've just become watered down. Like I don't even know what Metallica's doing these days, but they got watered down long ago. We're talking
I only
decades
listen to
ago.
the old stuff. Like I've been listening to the same music from the 80s and 90s forever. I mean, if you had a gun to my head, I wouldn't know even like what Iron Maiden's latest album was.
Yeah.
Even though I saw them actually in concert in November of 2024, that was Nico McBrain's last appearance, second to last appearance before he quit touring because he had a stroke. And I don't know if he did the Jibba Jabba, but I lost respect for all of those bands during the COVID nonsense. If they were selling masks or something, Iron Maiden sold masks. Deeply
Oh,
disappointed. They're supposed to
yeah.
be they're supposed to be proficient in esoteric symbolism and not recognize propaganda. So, like you said, like making money became more important than the art, and it really did put a damper on it. But But what else did I have to listen to if I really like that kind of music? So, like again, thank goodness that you started making music because you start to feel kind of like dumb, like Dimmu Borgir. I like how they mix classical music and the growly voices, but then they have like a song like "I Am Hatred, Darkness and Despair," and so I feel like a goofball. It's like, well, I don't feel like hatred, darkness, and despair, but I'm really enjoying like the music of the song, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess, yeah, I understand what you're saying too. And the other thing is that these huge bands like Metallica, what's James Hetfield's net worth? 100 million? Might be 100, 200 million? Something, probably something close to that. I wouldn't be stunned if it's 100 million plus. They're just out of touch. And they're just part of Hollywood. They're just as much as Hollywood as Tom Cruise. I mean, they're just Illuminati puppets, basically. So their message is essentially they'll claim that, oh, we're creative and we have creative control, and I don't buy that. I mean, Dave Grohl was pushing the Jabba Dabba Doo, and he used to be in Nirvana, and he's been in the Foo Fighters for all these decades. Huge net worth. He's super wealthy, and he was pushing the jab, and he even pushed it on his bandmates, and the drummer eventually died. That I can't remember his name at the moment, but the
I
Foo
can't
Fighters
either. I
drummer,
was
I can't
never
think of
into
his name.
that
But
music.
yeah, I was never into his band either. I never trusted I even thought there was something weird about him way back in the early '90s when he joined Nirvana. He just seemed like he was someone that just wanted to be in it for fame and just was kind of faking it, and he wasn't a good fit for Kurt. I saw Kurt Cobain as more of an authentic, sincere type of being, and a lot of people, I don't know if you know about the Myers-Briggs system, but
Of
some
course, yeah.
people will
I'm an
yeah,
ENTJ.
some people will well, they say that he was an INFP, so that a lot of people think that Kurt's an INFP, that Jim Morrison was an INFP, and
Hmm.
others, and that's my personality type for
Hmm.
that. So I'm an introvert. I recharge being on my own. I love my alone time. And a lot of people on YouTube are like, "Yeah, well, introverts, they don't talk," but introverts will talk one-on-one if they're comfortable with someone. They'll talk all night long. It doesn't mean that introverts don't talk or aren't social. A lot of introverts just don't like huge groups or gatherings. It's draining to be in a room with like 50 people and hearing all these different voices and conversations. But one on one, I love having conversations. And I think that Kurt Cobain was probably that way as well,
Yeah.
and Jim Morrison and some other people.
Gosh, it's just too bad. I might just be slightly too young to have experienced what made Nirvana so famous because I was born in 1985. So if you imagine 1994, I was only 9. So had I just been born like 5 years sooner, maybe I would have been all over that kind of music. But what happened with me is it was like, you know, the Disney Channel and then Nickelodeon and then Beavis and Butthead on MTV and then Eminem, Britney Spears, and then I discovered metal in like the late 90s. So for me, I was like really into like Dave Mustaine and against Metallica. And then Metallica really disappointed me when they not only went and did a reality show with psychotherapy, which I thought was so quote unquote gay and retarded, but also the Napster thing. Because during Napster is when I really downloaded all the music from all over the world, like even like Dragon Force, you know? And so but then still, I just can't help the fact that I just love Orion. Like if when I used to lift weights, just pumping iron to Orion, how could you not? So really was it tapped into whatever element of my psyche with the social engineers. If they had any influence on Metallica, they got me good. What about the fact that you were talking about Nirvana? Something I hear from others, so this isn't my opinion because like I said, I wasn't there. They say that he was like a puppet for social engineering and maybe even possibly didn't even die as described, but he would like wear a dress. So they're talking about how it was like the oncoming of putting men in dresses. But then I've heard the other point of view that it wasn't really about gender bending, but more about rebellion.
Yeah, there's different points of view on that. He was influenced in that time by feminists, so he was kind of messed up with that. He was raised by a single mom. Basically, once his parents got divorced, he had issues with that. So he was into punk, and the whole punk thing was rebellion. So put on a dress. He did that to piss off rednecks on stages, ones that he considered because he was from Aberdeen, Washington, which is like a small logging coastal town hundreds of miles away from Seattle. He lived in a very small logging place with rednecks that would bully him. So I think part of it was rebellion and to piss them off, like trolling. We would call it these days trolling, but
Hmm.
this was in the late '80s, early '90s. Part of it was, I think, feminism, and there's pictures of him with other band members doing the same thing at their own little parties, wearing a dress like Mark Lanigan from the Screaming Trees. There's various ones that did it in that whole Seattle scene. So it is weird. It's not something that I would do, obviously.
Right.
But yeah, It could have been. It could have been because I think anybody that gets to that level has to sign away,
Hmm.
whether you want to call it sell their soul, but to become that famous on the world stage, whether they're likable or not, or whether there's someone that has made maybe some music that is meaningful or helps teenagers or helps, there's a lot of outcast kids or kids that don't fit in, they're not sheep, so they're looking for something, and certain music like that strikes them, whether it's Nirvana at that time or kids in the 60s, let's say, listening to The Doors. The Doors, Jim Morrison was way different than the hippie music. His music was like inciting riots and stuff at concerts in the 60s. It was doing what no one else was doing, really. So it was very different. But Jim's dad was the head rear admiral in the Navy, right? And started the Vietnam War and the Gulf of Tonkin incident. The whole thing was tied to Jim Morrison's dad.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
you see I do see these connections, and it's like, yeah. And then the Laurel Canyon connection with not just Jim, but all those bands in the 60s, like 90% of them were living in the same place. Now, what are the odds of that? Laurel Canyon wasn't, by the way, for people that don't know about California or California in the 60s. It was a small place, like a little suburb type place, and they had all these rock stars living in one little place, right close to a military place where they did mind control and they did propaganda. And it's like, what are the odds that it's all centralized in this one little canyon area? And Jared Leto bought the base that was there, that was right next to Laurel Canyon, that they made a lot of war propaganda films and did a lot of stuff with Hollywood, and it's right by Laurel Canyon.
Jason's totally into that. He read that book, Weird Scenes in the Canyon by Dave McGowan, who passed
Yeah.
away really suddenly from cancer, all really, really fast. And I guess his daughter is trying to continue his work. But someone who's made a lot of money off of Dave McGowan's work is Mark Devlin. Mark Devlin has carried the torch for Dave McGowan and has done lots of David McGowan's work, like in his conferences. Not that he hasn't given him credit. Everyone's very good at giving David McGowan credit. But Jason and I went there. Jason just really wanted to see it. I grew up in California, so I didn't feel like I needed to see these very specific streets or actually drive past Jared Leto's new house, because I knew it would be underwhelming because there would be like high walls and stuff. It's not like you could see in a window or you'll see the person walking by, but it was very, very cramped. And it is very peculiar that all these people would be living so close to each other. And it's very easy to imagine walking from like one house to another. How did they all end up there? I think Frank Zappa was involved. Oh, look, Mark and Mark.
Yeah. Frank was there. Frank Zappa. There were just tons of bands there. Jefferson Airplane was in the same Laurel Canyon area. I mean, there's more than can be named, really.
I was there that day. I was there at that conference in Arizona. I drove there from Louisiana for 2 days. And also Matt Landman was there. I don't know if you remember him. He was a chemtrail guy, geoengineering pointer outer.
I think, yeah, I never met any of these people, but I do recall seeing them like on YouTube and various places. I've never met either of these two.
Look in the background. There's, if you'll notice, go back to the other picture. In the background is, I think, Benny Willis, before anyone knew who he was. And I have a story about him. He was staying at my Airbnb because my friend Jana offered, and we were all sitting in the living room talking, and everyone else was being loud and annoying. And then Benny and his girlfriend came out and they said, "Could you guys keep it down?" And I just wanted to die of embarrassment because I never would have been rude at that hour.
Really?
But he's known for like poetry and like, I don't know what to call it because I don't prefer it. I don't want to be rude, but every time I've tried to see whatever he does, it doesn't resonate with me. I guess, I don't know if he's trying to point out truth with poetry or bring poetry back or something. I don't know.
Well,
I shouldn't even be talking.
I don't know that guy, but as for Mark Devlin, I think he's trying to bring happiness back to the truth community because I think he's the happiest truther on earth. I nicknamed this guy. The guy's his face looks miserable every time. The guy looks like pure misery. I call him Mark Devil Dash In, like devil in. He's just, I think this guy's a creep, and I've never met him, but he steals from me. He's stolen a lot of his ideas on this being a hell realm, soul trap, God being evil, comes directly from me, comes from my channel. When I started this, he was not saying any of this. He was going on Sage of Quay and making a case, trying to make a case for God is good. This is a good place. I covered that video with this guy on Sage of Quay in a long video. I debunked them, and I ended up talking to by email the Sage of Quay guy, Mike Williams or whatever his name is. And I think that's where Devlin heard about my channel, and he's pilfered from my channel ever since because he never had any of these views at all. I think he
Well,
found my channel that
I
way.
believe that. I believe that 100% because the first mistake he made was when he fell for the Q thing. And I tried to be polite and figure, okay, he's going to come around. And eventually he did admit that he made a mistake with the Q. And so obviously he is getting his information from an external source, not doing his own research, or else he wouldn't have fallen for that scam. And then I forgot what the second thing. Oh, yeah. And then I just think, if we know about sex trafficking and like all the evil demonic forces and the satanic forces of the world, then why would you ever talk to Archaics, Jason Bra Sears, registered sex offender, moves? So I don't know if you remember this, and I don't know if if it's okay with you for me to bring up, but I got an email from Mark Devlin, and I responded to him, and I told him that I was disappointed in the fact that he talked to Archaics, and I had to be honest about how I felt. And then I recommended that he talk to you instead, and I CC'd you. Do you remember that I CC'd you?
Yeah, I do. A while ago. Yeah, I think I do
Well, he
remember
still
that.
hasn't shown up. Well, then it speaks
No.
for itself. He didn't show up. Why
He
didn't
didn't
he
show
come
up,
talk to
Rose,
you
but
after I did that?
he's plagiarized me. Like when somebody's word for word, just like if they copied my lyrics and all of a sudden they have a song that has the same phrases. It's just his whole series on God. He flipped completely. He used to believe in God, and now he views God as a monster, and this is a hell realm.
If he
He's
could
even
give
gone.
credit, he could give credit to David McGowan, but he can't give credit to you. What's the difference? If he's going to take other people's information and
They
share
never
it,
give credit to me. They
well,
never.
why? That it doesn't make sense to me. I'd like to know the difference.
Well, he's not the only one. He'll do shows with Eric Duguay, but Eric Duguay is copied from me word for word as well. Because I think behind the scenes, these creeps are in a group, and I'm not in their group. I'm not in their club. That's how I look at it. That's what I think.
I think my Jason last night was being polite, and I wish he would have brought up that he did a lot of research. I'm not saying he was the only one, but in 2016, he did some heavy research pointing out the Windsor guy for the New Cokes, and he put together a nice episode on the New Cokes, and Eric Dubé stole that information and makes it seem like he was a big purveyor of the New Cokes. And then he called Crow a shill for no reason in a video. And then Crow went to his comment section and said, "Hey man, I'm happy to talk to you anytime. Love to have me on. Love to have you on and work things out and just be sensible." And he just deleted his comment and ignored it. So the guy is just a coward, just like all these other demon tards.
Yeah.
Dugay,
And
I
that's
like that.
and that's something that I've pointed out. I've even live streamed me tagging them and inviting them. I've done that many times where on my live streams, I've gone on my community posts, tagged their channel, Eric Dugay, Mark Devlin, Tony Sayers, Archaics, all these channels, and shown my audience, showing them saying, I'm not just telling you that they get invited here and don't show up or don't respond. I'm showing you live. And I've done it over the months and years. And they never, it's not just they don't come on here live. They don't even respond. They don't even acknowledge. They won't respond saying, no, thank you. Or they just ignore it.
He didn't
Everyone.
respond to me. He did
That's what they
not
do.
respond to me. I met him in 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019 when he spoke at our event where we released the movie Shoot the Moon. So that's 4 years in a row that I met this person. So you would think that after writing that email where I was being honest, am I the first person who's been honest or critical of this person in the last 6 years? This is what happens to these egos of these content creators. Is the first time that someone says something critical, like, hey, maybe you shouldn't talk to a sex offender who went to jail for decades. It's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that she's like breaking the code of our friendship. No, to be a friend is to say, hey, you're behaving poorly, you're making bad decisions. Someone needs to call you out. Do
Well,
better.
there's a way of seeing it as a bad decision, but I think that Mark Devlin is I don't know that he's a sex offender, but he's creepy. I view him as creepy. So I don't know if it's just a bad decision or if he doesn't think there's much wrong with Archaics, the guy from Archaics. That's how I look at it. I start looking at it that way because Mark Passio has done interviews with Archaics on Archaics channel. Mark Devlin has, Michael Tessarian, a guy that's been around for ages as well.
Ickety ick. Sicker than
So
sick.
they've all done it. I think all of them would do it. I don't know any of them. Howdy McCoskey's another one that's done with Archaics.
Yep.
So
On my shit
it's a whole
list.
list. I don't even know all of them, but it's a lot of them. They have no qualms about it. So I have to say, I don't think it's just bad decision. I think they're creepy themselves. They're demonic. That's how I look at it. Now they could come on here and set the record straight if they have an issue with me saying he's right on the screen. I'm going to call him a creep on the screen. Mark Devlin, I think you're a creep. I think I mock him saying the happiest truther on earth. He looks like he's a miserable prick most of the time when he's on video that I've ever seen him. I've never seen him smile or be happy. And this guy, Mark Devlin, has said that he wishes for non-existence. He's that type. He doesn't want a happy afterlife. He doesn't want to escape the matrix. He doesn't want to get out of here and be somewhere beautiful and create his own realms. He said that he wants to obliterate himself and have non-existence and not exist. So that's self-loathing right there. There's a mentality. And it matches up with his expression on the screen. The guy looks creepy and miserable because he is creepy and miserable. And I trust my intuition and my instincts. And the body language of this guy shows misery. And he is misery. I think anybody that wishes for oblivion, to not exist, wishes for non-existence, is a miserable creature. And I'll go this far. I suspect that they've lived a life where they've done things that maybe they can't handle and deal with. I'm not saying that I know what he's done or that I see it clearly like a picture, but I wouldn't be surprised if at some point something came out about this creature being evil. I wouldn't be shocked. I'd just say, yeah, I figured. That would be my reaction. I wouldn't be shocked if somebody came with the hard evidence or said, hey, this guy's been arrested. Did you hear about what happened? But I'd be like, yeah, I'm not shocked. I always thought he was creepy and evil because that's the sense I get from this guy. Look at his eyes. Look at the furrowed brow, just the misery on the face, the dark energy. I wouldn't trust this guy for a second. I think he's miserable, and I don't trust miserable beings. And then some people that don't look into my theories and my model and my videos would say, well, Stephen, you call it a hell realm. Shouldn't we be miserable? I've never encouraged misery. Quite the opposite. I've encouraged people to empower themselves and get stronger and enjoy every little thing they can, even just a coffee, not the butthole coffee, but the regular coffee somewhere, or having lunch with friends, or a dessert, or seeing something, or working on a project, or teaching yourself music, or learning the piano, or learning how to draw or paint, or whatever it may be. I've never told people ever in my whole life to sit around being miserable, being a miserable twat or a miserable prick and hating everyone and hating life and just being a miserable downer. That's the opposite of my message. But that's what Talcott and others lie about me. They would say, oh, he must be miserable. He calls it a hell realm. Well, watch my videos. Where am I preaching misery? Where am I pushing misery? Never.
You inspired me. You inspired me to lose weight. I lost weight recently because I've probably been headbanging to your music so much. And also, I really want to start getting back on my piano again. I feel so guilty that it's just been collecting dust. I just genuinely just haven't even gotten near it. Maybe I should drag it into my room. But
that would be good.
It.
I've tried to inspire some real big fatties on my channel to lose some weight. by teasing them. But uh, I, what was I going to say? I think it's good to be inspired. I've said countless times on my channel, we're already in the hell realm, so why be miserable? Why make it worse for yourself? The better way is to have a positive attitude or a hopeful attitude and say, I'm going to use this as an opportunity for self-empowerment. It might not be a school, but if I was in a dungeon, I'd be saying the same thing. Knowing this isn't a school, we're in a dungeon, we're chained to the wall. I'd be talking to the ones next to me if I was in a dungeon with other ones that were captured, let's say, and I would be plotting an escape. I wouldn't be hanging my head crying, saying we're defeated, there's nothing we can do. That's not my mindset. My mindset is never defeatist. It's always to fight back. That's naturally how I am. And to have fun doing it and laugh at demons as I'm doing it, to make fun of them and tease them and make videos about them and laugh. I mean, I love laughing. So these
Exactly. The laughing, the
creatures,
having the sense of humor.
yeah. Well, that's important. That's super important. I never tell people to be miserable, but if you watched a Mark Devlin channel hour after hour every week, you probably would be miserable. This guy's miserable. He's not a barrel of laughs. The guy's never laughing. He never seems to be smiling or cracking jokes. He's miserable through and through. And so is Mark Passio. Mark Passio's angry and hateful, and that'll depress you listening to those channels. And people, as I've always said, people are free to watch whatever they want. I even post links to these channels. I do call them shit channels, and I call them Team Evil channels, and I tell people where they will lead them. But they're free ultimately if they want to make the decision to watch miserable creatures and become miserable and depressed themselves. They can do it. I advise against it, but it's their choice.
I think that people have entered this weird content creator bizarro world where they forgot how to act like a normal human that can just interact and have normal social interactions, like how you were discussing introverts just talking together for hours at a time because it's not like exhausting them. But I think that everyone's battery is getting exhausted because they feel like they have something to prove and that they have to be right. And so they forget the social aspect of things. So like, the idea of just people like, what's the term, like busting each other's balls, like making fun of each other, but then they're still friends afterwards. Like people used to do that.
Yeah.
People used to make fun of each other, but there was still like a foundation of friendship and mutual understanding that people could do that. But nowadays it's almost like everyone's become a keyboard that doesn't recognize sarcasm in text. They can't even recognize it on like in the digital demon verse. Their humanity's been removed or erased, or maybe it was never there in the first place.
Yeah, they can't recognize it in text or voice when they hear me. It's like they're autistic. They don't get sarcasm. They don't get the joke. They just think he's an evil villain. That's what they think of me. He's so mean, he's evil, and they just can't laugh. Laughter has been taken out of most people. It wasn't just taken out 2020 or post then, but it's gotten worse, obviously, in the last 6 years. From 2020 on till now, there's a lot less happy people, a lot less laughter. But it was kind of gradually going downhill even before 2020. The reason I'm mentioning that is because some truthers think they have the magic bullet, it's all 2020. Everything changed 2020. Nobody's been happy or laughing since then. It's as though that was just 2020 changed everything. No, like some of us were looking at this shit long before 2020. There were things going on. A lot of the people that in this space these days on YouTube only started looking into things at all in 2020 when they were locked down. They'll admit to that. They'll just say they weren't on YouTube or the internet until 2020. They had time and they started looking. But there was stuff going on. Like there was a little event in 2001. There was a long time before 2020. It was 19 years before, right? So, I mean, there were dark things and psyops and heavy shit going on even before 2001. There was Waco. Just go back through history. Every decade, there's at least one or two major things that they pull in this world. It isn't all just 2020 changed everything and everyone in the world. I think that's oversimplified when some people think that that's the only thing that changed things. You get what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I believe it's been incremental over the decades, probably starting with World War II. that maybe like the parents of the people that went off to war experienced a different kind of world where it wasn't so easy to be socially engineered. And I'm not saying it's all social engineering. It could just be a natural organic process that happened over time. But with the onslaught of TV, radio, and like mass communications, it seems like they've slowly been moving people away from the family unit, where, like you were talking about before, like the feminist movement, there's like classical feminism where it's just like, okay, women getting the right to vote. You can't really argue much with that. But then you get to just these crazy nose ring, blue haired, gender confused, ideological zombie retards that actually do look like rabid dogs that need to be put down for their own good and everyone else around them. You know, it's like gotten to the point where it's like, wow, bring asylums back. These people need to be put in straitjackets. They're fucking crazy. Rabid.
Well, most people don't know this, but even the earliest feminist movement before the suffragettes in the 1800s at Seneca Falls were radical man-haters. And the early suffragette feminists that did things, they starved themselves, went on hunger strikes, they were arsonists to try to get the vote for women. And most women were against it because voting came with responsibility and duty. See, a lot of women are still confused about voting, thinking, well, men can vote, so we should. Men in America have to sign up for selective service. They have to risk their life to get the vote.
I'm glad you
Women
brought this
don't.
up.
And it was always attached to that. Even back in the 1910s, 1920s, women didn't want the vote because they didn't want to have to do the duty of risking their life and things like that for a vote. And they just thought, well, my husband votes the way for the family. I put my trust in him. The women actually had trust in the man that they lived with, that fathered their children back then. And men were responsible even for women's crimes. Men would go to jail if their wife committed a crime or ran up a debt. It was on the man, not the woman. Men had all the responsibility. So anyway, the suffragettes were actual terrorists.
Wow.
Feminism was always cancer. It was never good. Most women today believe that it started as a good thing, but it was always cancer.
Okay,
All the
well,
way
I'm
back.
so glad you brought that up because I've
Yeah.
been thinking about this and changing my view a little bit about it. And so what I kind of just said when I was on my rant was a little bit of a parroting, I suppose, because yeah, that is something that people commonly say, okay, it used to be good, but think about this. I was thinking recently about who should be allowed to vote, and I was watching an Asmon Gold video, so I'm getting this from him, the idea of multiple variables, and one of those variables being IQ and land ownership, because you have like an immediate investment in keeping the country
Well,
great. What do you think of
yeah.
this?
I'll respond to that because women that used to own land even in the 1800s could vote. So could men. But men that didn't own land and women that didn't own land could not vote. So if you were a land-owning woman in 1840, you could vote. If you were a man that didn't own land, you could not vote. And if
I
you
like
were a
that.
man that didn't own land and you were 19 years old at the start of World War I, they could draft you and send you to die, to kill, to fight, to get maimed and die. You had no way to vote against the war and say, I don't want this. See, women don't realize, but they were privileged. Women think they were oppressed. And I think there's a deep psychological resentment, even in women today that aren't feminists, because they have this belief. I have sisters that believe this. There's no way to reach them. The belief that, well, women were always oppressed throughout history. Really, it's quite the opposite. Women were spared the horrors of war, for example, and many other things as well. Men used to be beaten and whipped in the streets in America for certain crimes that their wife committed. The man would pay the punishment. Women were always treated in ways just like they are today. There's schools or stories of women from here, Canada, United States to South Africa, of the boys being beaten and the girls just didn't get the same kind of punishment. Society in the West has always been easier on girls and women than it has on men. But they don't want to see it. Women tend to view themselves overall as the victims and oppressed and saying, you treated us as cattle, and it's not true.
I've never felt oppressed personally. I feel like all of my suffering has been brought on in some way, shape, or form by myself. No one has the power to screw myself over more than me. So,
Well, if I was sent to a war that I didn't want to fight in and I got trench foot and was gassed with mustard gas and came back blind and traumatized, I'd feel oppressed or victimized. I'd feel like this is unjust.
yes,
I
that
was
didn't
sent
happen to
because
me.
I'm a man. And that would never happen to women, at
Mhm.
least in the West. But women feel oppressed, and there's women that are actually oppressed that aren't in Western countries, like Muslim countries, and
Yeah.
almost no Western women speak up for that. Because Western women just kind of think of themselves. They just it's so weird, but feminism was always cancer. And that's the interesting thing. If it was a good movement for women, women would have been for it right away. And way back in the 1800s and early 1900s, the majority of women in America were against feminism. They weren't for it. It was a tough sell to gradually get women to think that they need feminism because they didn't feel like they needed it at all. And also, if something is so good, it's usually embraced. And it doesn't take 170 years to get women to go, "Oh, I thought it was good." It wasn't though, or it would have been embraced right back then. It would have been embraced in 1860. And it
What do
wasn't.
you Sorry, keep going.
No, it just wasn't because they didn't want all the responsibilities that they knew their men, their husbands, had. And it was started by very wealthy women that had a lot of free time on their hands.
So,
So,
what do you think, can you imagine, I mean, it's just kind of a thought experiment because we can't predict the future, but seeing how things have progressed slowly over time to this kind of cartoonish thing that's just hysterically tragic with these just crazy zombie monster demons like that don't even seem like they have souls. What's it going to take, or could anything happen more for good regular humans who've just haven't been faced with the truth? What is it going to take for them to like take another step back and question what kind of realm we're living in? Or have we reached the point of insanity where if you don't see it now, you're fucked?
well, that's a good question. It's a tough question. It's something I've kind of pondered, but I don't think that I have a solid answer that I would really bet on because I don't know for sure. It could go different directions. It could go towards total collapse in the West, maybe not in the world, but in the West, Western countries, United States, Canada, the UK, we seem to be heading towards that brink. Now, some people would say, well, there's an awakening happening in the UK. And well, it would take massive deportation for one thing, and that wouldn't be all that's required. A lot of things would have to change to prevent a total breakdown, like a total collapse. And what I mean by total collapse, I don't just mean financial. I don't just mean a crash we've gone through before or a Great Depression or something. Of course, that was orchestrated. I'm sure anyone that's really researched knows that that was as orchestrated as the world wars, as the stock market collapse, the Great Depression. All this shit is planned out and orchestrated. But what I'm getting at is it might, I don't want this to be the case, but it might be the case where Western countries will have to collapse into being basically third world hellholes before people start to give their head a shake like a dog out of the sea and shake the water and go, what the fuck? What have we been doing? What have we been following and allowing and supporting, just mindlessly going along with it? See, that's the thing. It could be that, but it could be what's going on in the UK right now with the murder of Henry Nowak and how he was just dragged on gravel, and a lot of people are angry about that. I know that protests don't really solve anything going out in the streets because you're just shouting, and then once it's over, people have the sense that they accomplished something and it really doesn't do anything. So if there is real change, that would be great. I'd love it. But there has to be massive change because we're already on a trajectory that's downhill, that's going down very fast. I mean, we're talking moral degeneracy. We're talking about living around violent zombies. As you said, that doesn't even seem like they have a spirit. They just seem like violent creatures, zombies.
Creatures.
That's what they seem like. They
Creepy
seem like,
creatures.
yeah, when you're out there, they seem like they're capable of anything. Like you wouldn't want them running up to your window of your car when you're driving because you don't know if they're what they're going to do.
Yeah.
That's what we're dealing with. Now, was it all it wasn't always that way. So that right there shows people in a very observable real world way that our society has declined to the point where it's that dangerous. Whereas in 1981 or 1971 or 1951 or 61, you wouldn't deal with that. People would be like, they'd be shocked out of their mind if they heard of one case of that happening. And now it's been normalized to be routine where we deal with very violent, dangerous cities, dangerous areas. And they'll just keep telling the masses, the cities are safer now. They're safer. They're safer. And they'll just keep pumping people full of that it's safer. And we look around, there's skid rows in every city, homeless encampments everywhere. And it used to just be, when I was growing up, there used to be like one place in Los Angeles called Skid Row that you could see on TV on the news once in a while. But anywhere I went, I never saw homeless people in cities.
Right. I don't see
It's
any
not like
homeless
that
people
now.
here. Where I am, you couldn't survive as a homeless person because the weather wouldn't allow it, and there's no one. There's everyone's too spread out. You know, there's
Uh-huh.
no condensed place where people are just walking by to beg from. You know,
Well,
you
there's
just kind
camps in
of
Canada, and I mean, it gets cold and freezing, but they'll layer up in clothing, and some do freeze to death in the wintertime. There's homeless here, and there's homeless camps, and there's RVs, people living in cars, vans. They're still homeless. They have a vehicle, but they don't have a home. They're living in that all over the place. That never existed when I was growing up. You wouldn't hear of that or see it anywhere. And now it's just common. Now there's places in Alberta outside of Calgary and Edmonton where it's just miles of them, caravans they call them, where it's just people living in vehicles, not necessarily nice new RVs, just dumpy, whatever, vans or cars or and there's a whole movement now in America called hashtag van life, where people are just living that way, tons of them in cars, small cars, vans. We're talking about things that are not outfitted with showers and sinks and toilets for the most part. Most of what they live in isn't like that. And that just would have been unheard of when I was younger decades ago, and now it's just
Yes.
become normalized. And
Totally
people will call it freedom too. They'll just warp it into that, where that's now freedom. Or living in a tent is freedom. Well, who wants to live in a tent when you're 70 years old? There's old women living this way. I've shown videos on my live streams of older women that can't afford to retire. They can't afford their apartment, or they get kicked out, or something happens and they're living in their car. And that's becoming more and more normal. So things have degraded. Things are not getting better in Canada, America, the UK, countries that I study. Things are getting worse, not just with homelessness, but in so many ways. So to turn this around is like turning around a cruise ship. It's not going to be turned around in like 2 seconds. It's going to take a while, and it would take a lot of effort and work to get it done, and it would take a lot of people starting to really face what's going on rather than pretending that there's no problems and that world peace is going to be through Jack Talcott or some delusional stupid shit like that. That's just delusional and ridiculous and never going to happen. I don't think Jack Talcott or anybody else, for that matter, under a different name, is going to create world peace and end all wars when it's a multi-trillion-dollar industry where even one company like a Lockheed Martin, if somebody started interfering with their hundreds of billions of profits or whatever it is a year, it might be 20 billion profit or 100 billion, they would just make you disappear if you were a threat to them. They would
Right.
do that to anybody. They would do that to Jimmy Hoffa in the old days. They never found him as a union leader. That's what happens.
So
So
true.
it's just delusional. Like somebody that's never looked into this system, the New World Order, how evil things are. He's clueless, and he preaches every day. It's laughable. He's a joke. He's a clown. And he doesn't like that because it's true. He's not going to meet with Trump. He's not going to end all wars. He's not going to do anything of the sort. He's not going to do that any more than Elon Musk is going to be standing on Mars planting a Freemasonic flag beside the American flag. There's no walking on Mars. It's
Right.
most likely just a light in the sky. So Jack is just full of shit. And
You
people don't
can't
like hearing that.
you can't beat the design. You're not going to beat the evil. So the best thing is for people to do is to figure out where you are spiritually and not obsess over changing the 3D realm. Once you
Yeah.
see the 3D realm for what it is, then you can say, how do I make sure I don't end up back here? Because I've
You
got
gotta
better plans for myself. I like to imagine what I'm going to do when I'm freed from the mortal coil. Not
Yeah.
nothingness like Mark Devlin. Ceasing to exist would be such a waste of whatever this divine energy that is inside of my brain that is so creative. I mean, like I think you wrote in a post once the idea of boredom, and it's like, how could someone be bored? Like, I
'Cause
could sit in a dark
I
room.
don't think I don't think they have any ideas. They don't have creativity. They don't have daydreams, thoughts. When I say creativity, I want people to understand I don't just mean writing songs or making paintings. Just even creative in your imagination, thoughts, daydreams, all that going on. If you have that, you're not bored. You're a spirit with that consciousness. But I don't think they have that. I think they're a different kind of incarnation or entity or spirit. They're a different species where they get bored all the time. They have nothing going on. They're just empty-headed, where if you say, "What are you thinking about?" If they say nothing, I don't think they're kidding. I think they're being honest. They have nothing. There's nothing
Yeah.
there. They
My
don't
dad
have
said that.
thoughts.
He said that once. I asked him, I was like, "What are you thinking about?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "What do you mean nothing?" And he said, "I am not thinking about anything. I'm just resting." And I was like, "What the fuck? How could that? I rest by thinking. Like, thinking for me is a relaxing thing to do."
Yeah. But they've done studies on this and tested people and said, "Do you have any inner voice in your head? Do you hear your thoughts?"
Yeah.
And there's a big percentage of people that say, "No, they have
Frightening.
nothing." There's no inner voice, monologue, dialogue. There's nothing going on where they're hearing thoughts and maybe seeing and hearing thoughts. Some of us, I can see things and hear things. I can visualize. Sometimes my thoughts are visual and I'm seeing something and then I start working on making that. In some cases, in other cases, I just enjoy it and I don't make it into a physical project or physical object. But when they say nothing, they mean it. And some people go, those are NPCs, but whatever they want to call them. I just don't care for all these labels because a lot of so-called truthers will call me an NPC. They'll say, out of hatred. They use these labels just like they'll call me a racist or it's a way of avoiding thought that I see people doing by labeling others. They don't want to have a conversation or face that someone might be, let's say, extremely different and disagree with them. They just want to label and dismiss. But there's a big percentage of people, it might be 40%, it might be 50%, it might even be more than that really don't have anything going on. They just don't, there's nothing there.
It's
So
crazy.
yeah, it is. But they function, they're living beings.
Yeah.
They can just vacuum and you could say to them after they vacuum and they'll say, well, there's nothing on TV. They have to have outside stimuli. They have to have the radio playing or TV or something to have anything going on their own. They're not self-driven to have thoughts of their own. That's kind of how they are. They're able to go to school, they're able to memorize shit, they're able to do this, but leave them into a room to just lay on their bed with no television or nothing on. They don't have anything to think about. They don't have thoughts. They'll say they don't hear any inner voice at all. None. So it's quiet. Like there's nothing going on. It's just silent. It's silent in their mind. It's just silent. And
That's
they're in the same realm we're in. So that's how different people can be, even psychologically. Now imagine look at how different people can be racially. Third world Tiggas in African countries do not behave like we do. They have African time. They live in the moment. They don't plan for tomorrow or plan for their kids or plan for whatever. But we're not just mentally or intellectually different or differences in IQ and differences in race. I've said that we're different species of spirits in this realm that look human. There might be dozens of different species of spirits inside of human meat suits that function entirely differently, just like some don't hear their thoughts. They have no inner dialogue at all.
do you think that there are other realms that different species of spirits could be existing in the spiritual, like in a multi-dimensional way or in another physical location? Or is this realm the only realm that has 3D existence with different species living physically?
I think there's probably many, many out there, different realms, including ones where you can experience physical. But I suspect there's realms that aren't where beings, spirits are not locked in like this. This is designed to keep us in here. I think there's other places that are physical realms that you could visit, go on vacation, kind of like Star Trek, where they go somewhere and go to somewhere for a vacation and then beam up and leave. They're not held there. They're not forced. They're free to come and go. We're not free to come and go from here. If we were, I'd be able to just blink my eyes a couple times and say, I want out, and without doing any violence to the body, I should just be able to come and go and come back and come and go as I please.
Click your
But I can't.
heels.
Yeah. Or just think it, just say, I'm going to leave for a while, but I'll be back. I'll be back in a year or a month, and leave here for a while, go somewhere else and come back. Well, it isn't set up that way, which is a clue as to what this place is. It's not a school. The people that say if it's a school, I could go on all night about that. The people that believe that, but at school, you can leave. You can walk out. You can walk home. If you're bused to school, even if it's miles, if it's 10 miles, you can still walk home. I did that when I was growing up. So this isn't a school. Let's see someone just peacefully walk out without having to, let's say, self-murder themselves. It's not a
100%
school, and
agree.
it's not a game. They'll say it's a game. Well, it doesn't fit the criteria of a game. Games are supposed to be fun, voluntary. Let's say we all get together and we want to play a Monopoly game or the game of life. We're sitting around somewhere, maybe at an Airbnb at night, and it's raining, and we're like, yeah, you want to play a board game? Well, not everyone has to join, right? Right off the bat. Someone in our group that's with us could say, I don't feel like playing. We'd just be like, okay, cool. We wouldn't put a gun to their head, force them to play. Games aren't forced. Games have criteria. They're supposed to be fun. People know the rules of the game.
Right. I just thought
Were
of
you
something about a
were
game.
you
What
told
if
the
you're
rules as a baby of
Hold
this
on, I just
place?
thought of something.
Okay.
Imagine Monopoly and you've got the thimble and the horse, but then imagine you arrive onto the Monopoly board as one of these 7-legged Indian kids that's born with one of these genetic mutations. How are you going to buy Park Place in the blue if you're
Well, it's
gonna
all fair.
become
We're
like
all equal, they'd say. They'd say, well, the 7-legged kid, they're just as equal and they have the same chance as us.
It's been
And
proven though that's not happening there. They're saying, "Oh, it's a reincarnated god. Let's worship them as they suffer with their extra limbs." But now they're saying it's proven that it's like pollution because of the way that they live in shit. And the way that I found that out is like, the Special Kids channel. I think you've shared videos from that nice guy who goes to
Yeah.
visit all the different kinds of retards and genetic disorders. So the genetic disorder, one of the worst ones I've ever seen, was because the woman was pregnant while in India. And even the doctors were like, we got to admit it's just pollution. You shouldn't have been in India while you were pregnant. It got into you. Something got into you and it poisoned the kid. And it was like the
Oh,
worst form of like genetic mutation that was just destroying the whole family was exhausted. They all just wanted to be freed from living in the existence with this poisoned child. So it wasn't meant to be by
it
God for
wasn't a
sure.
gift. It wasn't a god reincarnated or a gift, as they often say, not only on that show, but see, that's a coping mechanism that parents do when they have a severely disabled child. They say, "What a gift from God."
They
Meanwhile,
can't
they're all
even.
stressed out.
They can't even fake it. If they wanted to like monetize a TikTok channel full of inspiration, there's no way that you could monetize that level of suffering because of the
Yeah,
way he was acting,
yeah. And as you said, everyone's exhausted and drained. It's like, well, what kind of gift is it? I'm not faulting the child for being born that way. I'm saying the possibility that anyone is born so severely disabled that requires so much care shows that this is not a loving, caring God. because that shouldn't happen at all. No one should go through that. No one. I would never want to be born in a severely disabled body where I can't speak, I can't feed myself, I can't do anything. I can't. There's kids that are basically vegetables, and their whole life is being cared for. Whether they're at home, they're at school, they're around caretakers, they need constant 24/7 care, and they've never experienced independence, freedom. Like, I mean, just the slightest. Obviously, it's impossible in a hell realm to have real 100% freedom, but partial freedom, the ability to just go for a walk or go for a drive somewhere, or just they can't do anything. They can't brush their teeth. They're in a feeding tube where they need to be spoon fed by someone. Nothing. They can't do anything. They can't handle anything on their own for life. Their whole life is that way. And
Yeah.
people will say, "Well, this is a school and their spirit's learning." What the fuck are they learning by that? That doesn't make any sense. It looks like suffering and torture because it
Mhm.
is. Now, Elon Musk and his followers would say it looks like suffering and torture because it isn't. It's spiritual learning, and just like he says, it looked
Elon
at
Musk says
Tesla.
that?
Yeah, well, no, I'm using
Oh.
his. I'm putting it onto that because his phrase is the Tesla in space looks so fake because it's real. He said,
You're
"You
right.
know it's real because it looks so
Looks so
fake.
fake,
It looks
yeah.
so goddamn fake. It has to be real." Well, this they
Me
would
too.
say to use his thing on these children would be, "Oh, it looks like torture and suffering because it isn't. It's such a spiritual gift and lesson." They warp it. The
I
Tesla in
really,
space looks so fucking fake because it is fake. People need to start trusting their eyes and not just senses, but their intuition, um, their instincts, and say, "You know what? That looks fake and ridiculous because it is fake and ridiculous." Instead of Elon Musking things to say, "Looks so fake because it's real." That's what. It's just they just mind fuck people with that shit. Elon, and he's not the only one.
I
NASA
think
has
that you
done
and I
that
can talk for
for
2
decades.
hours just about that, how stupid the idea of that car orbiting is. Like, that is I could go on and on, the tires, the paint, just everything about it. I'm sure we could spend hours
Yeah,
just talking about how
it's
that is so
laughable.
stupid.
The whole thing is laughable, and then we're around people that would defend it and say, "It's course it's real. You think they faked it?" It's like, duh. You think of course they faked it. It's impossible.
We
It
should
makes
have
no sense.
people capturing it on telescopes like the ISS. You can capture something that is called the ISS if you want to. There is something that goes by, and if you have a telescope, then you'll see a little thing that's shaped like a little thing. By
Yeah.
now, people should be doing that with the car. How come I'm not getting my flying car?
Well, what they could do with the ISS, it doesn't have to be in orbit. It could be something that they have at a high altitude.
Yeah, of course. I was talking to
That's all,
Cami
and
Odell once, and we were talking about this was some silly ideas. It could be on a train track up there against the firmament. A little train track, and it's just going along around and around.
Yeah, it could be some kinda drone system. It could be something whatever they have set up, it isn't what they tell us it is the main point.
Right.
It
But we
isn't
know
something
Starlink is
floating
doing
in
something.
space. Uh
Starlink is doing something up there. We just don't know how far away it is, how big it is, and how it's operating.
It could be a whole Starlink could just be a whole bunch of high altitude balloon system network.
Absolutely.
It could be that.
Provably. That's even admitted. You can go on Google and look up like NASA weather balloon, and you'll see what they call satellites attached to a balloon. And this is even before
Absolutely.
AI.
And out over the ocean where people are like, "Well, what about out of the ocean?" Our military, when they're on these big ships, they're on a aircraft carrier, and they're in the Navy, and they're in the middle of the ocean, and they have internet. Well, there's a big balloon above them so high over them, they can't see it. It's too small to see. It would just look like a little dot at night, maybe, because it's way up there. It's tens of thousands of feet up. There you
Yeah.
go. They have I don't know, they might have 100 of those balloons over the Pacific, and they are able to cover so many miles each one of them, and that's what it connects to, a balloon holding what looks to be like a satellite, or I wouldn't call it really a satellite, but just some kind of system that relays internet, just like towers do, ground towers. It's the same type of thing, except it's hung from a balloon. It's a receiver transmitter way up high. And that's how they get the internet on the military ships. It's not something that's impossible to explain. That's where gets me with these normies, like just like the little mini dishes that you see on apartment buildings that were so popular decades ago when it was satellite TV was a big thing, and those little miniature dishes that are just a couple feet wide.
I always thought
They're
that
not
people were ghetto for getting those things.
Yeah, they're not even pointed at space. They're pointed fucking most of them are level, almost level with the earth, pointed to the nearest tower on the sides of apartment buildings. They don't even point straight up. I mean, it's just
Serious.
ridiculous.
Sirius XM is they called it satellite radio, but that's just the name of it. But if you talk to an insider who works there, they'll tell you it's all ground-based technology that's created that Sirius XM. They never were actually using their own satellites for that radio.
Yeah.
They just called it satellite radio because they could use, the word satellite existed before quote unquote satellites. So
Yep.
I was preaching to the choir. I was just
Sci-fi
trying to look
writer
this up.
came
I
up with
wanted
it.
to find. What'd you say? You
A
said something about
sci-fi writer
vibrators?
came up with it. Satellite. It was in science fiction books before they even claimed they existed.
Arthur C. Clarke
Yeah.
and
They just copied it. Same with a lot in Star Trek. And then they
Oh.
came up with it. They showed it in Star Trek, and then now we have smartphones and stuff that just look like the devices they had in the original series of Star Trek, calling the ship wireless devices, sort of like wireless smartphones. Things like that. They show you first, and Gene Roddenberry was well connected with the military and secret societies. And that's why there was archons in the original Star Trek series. He looked into Gnosticism. He was into secret societies, occult things. I mean, not very many people knew about the word archon in 1968, let's say. The original Star Trek series.
I'm looking at my little space fraud clips Google document. I was really hoping to find one of the satellites that like fell in South America, and you see these like very indigenous looking people screaming, but they're not that indigenous because someone had a cell phone to film it. But I don't have it, but I do have one of these is labeled Don Petite and water in a cup, and that just made me remember he's such a retard. That's another example. They're putting a retard right in front of your face. He's clearly autistic, and then all
Yeah.
these space lovers just look up to him.
They
And
love
then
it
they have
even more.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was evil running the system once in a while, I would dump a fake satellite that looks burnt up. Just burn it with a flamethrower or a torch or something so it looks like it fell through something and lit on. It's simple to rig that and dump it somewhere. And you don't even need actors to discover it. It could be a tribe or it could be in America in a suburb, in a neighborhood, and people discover it and go, holy shit, this fell from space. They jump to that conclusion. And the story writes itself. Like, it's easy to deceive people. It's a lot easier to deceive people what they do than what I'm trying to do. Trying to get people to see the truth of things is the most difficult. That's the biggest challenge. If anyone wants a challenge in the world, just try to get people to see things differently and see that they've been deceived. Because it's simple to deceive the masses. If you dump something that looks like space junk in a farmer's field, they're going to believe it came from space. They'll say, where else could it come from? Well, they could have dropped it out of a plane, and they on the ground before they put it in the plane, took flamethrowers to it. It made it look like it was burned up and destroyed and mangled, and it lands in a farmer's field. And his conclusion is this is a satellite from space junk. They don't have to tell the farmer that. They don't have to pay the farmer. The farmer doesn't have to be a Freemason. I'm saying all this because this is with the baby truther level. They'd say, well, the farmer's in on it. He'd have to be a Freemason. He'd have to be part of the story. No, just dump it in his field. And he would come to that conclusion all on his own and call the media. And say, oh my gosh, this fell out of the sky and it's in my field. Or it crashed through my barn. It's from space. The media would run a story. They don't need to pay these people each time and have them all in on it. It's simple to dupe people. That's
I bet
what
you've
baby
seen
truthers
every
don't
single clip on my page. I already closed the document, but I'm thinking about what was on that. I bet in your mind's eye, if I tell you the name of the clip, I bet you're going to just imagine it because you could visualize. You're going to imagine. We don't even have to show the audience. We're having our own show in our minds. One of them was labeled somersaults, wrapped wires. Another
Oh
one is
yeah.
labeled proof of augmented reality. Aren't you automatically thinking of the guy in the green shirt? See, I didn't even click on them, but I just know it's the guy that's like handing himself nothing and then putting it on the shelf.
Yes.
And then another one's labeled bubbles in space. It's like
And
it's so
and the
obvious.
thing is, it's so obvious, and it works on most people, because the difficult thing is showing people that believe that that's real those clips and trying to get them to see that they were duped. That's almost mission impossible, because most normies, even if you show them, oh look, it looks like wires, the somersaults, so clearly they're in a harness and it's obvious, but to
Disappearing
convince
around the
someone,
corner. You can imagine that in your mind. I know that your mind's eye is looking at the same guy's butt as it's disappearing around the corner.
yeah, and it's so easy for us, but I don't think that it's possible for everyone.
Right.
I think there's beings on earth that you could show all those clips to, and they'd still say, "I don't believe it. I think it's all real." Or they'd say these days, now that there's the other factor, they'd say somebody made AI clips and made those fake, and that's not real. They're trying to make NASA look bad. You people are trying to slander NASA. You made those clips. Or they'd accuse me of doing it if I shared them. They'd say, "Stephen, you must have made those to try to bash NASA or make them look bad."
Why don't they just ask, hey, why would they be trying to hide something? What are they hiding? If they have to fake this footage, what is it that
Mhm.
they don't want us to know? Or maybe they don't want us to know that we don't know what the fuck we're doing either or where we
But
are.
they don't wanna say that they've been deceived. They don't wanna face that. The
That's so
normie.
pathetic.
They'll never face that. It's see, their ego is so different from a healthy ego. Like, they're not truth seeking. They're just wanting to maintain and keep their existing beliefs. And a lot of them will fight to the death to keep that. And I do think that. I think some of them, if things got really bad in the West, they would fight to the death to maintain their beliefs that are false or that are supporting an evil system. That's how fucked up they are. Their
Yeah.
beliefs matter more than the truth, in other words. Their feelings, their ego, and beliefs. They'd rather kill people that are speaking truth than to change their mind and say, "I was wrong, I was duped, I was deceived." There's some on my channel that have admitted to me personally that they were wrong about me. They saw me on the Panelverse channels like Talcott, and they thought I was a troll, or they thought I was an asshole, or they just saw me there and they had knew nothing about me. And now they're on my channel as regulars, and they admitted, "I was wrong about you, Stephen. I misread you. I thought you were something else. I couldn't see who you are till I came to your channel." That takes strength to be able to admit that they're wrong and say, "You know what? I misjudged you. I thought you were going up," because obviously I've done a lot of things. I've gone on these channels, and at times I was kind of playing a character of the co-host of Talcott and pretending to agree with them, and I thought it was hilarious. I don't know how people could not see I was playing a character doing that, but I thought it was fun. But people bought it. And it's akin to people in the old days before everyone knew wrestling was scripted. There were people in these small towns that would fight and attack the wrestlers, like the ones that were the bad guys, because they thought it was all real. They thought in the ring, if their favorite good guy had his leg broken, it wasn't really broken, but it was part of the show. They'd be so angry, they'd start really attacking, physically attacking. There'd have to be police and
Really? I didn't
yeah.
know that.
Yeah,
So they
wrestling
so
was taken as so real
what
in,
year?
like, 70s, 80s, 60s,
That's when
60s, 70s,
people would know they would really think, "Oh my gosh,
they
this
really
guy
believed it.
screwed over
They'd
my
physically
hero."
assault. Yeah. There were some that drew weapons, even guns, and all kinds of shit happened.
And then other
There's
people were like, "Hey, you guys are fucking idiots. How could you think that
a
that was
rare few,
real?"
most people bought it, and then
Oh my
eventually it leaked
gosh.
out more and more. It took a long time before they finally said, "Yeah, this is entertainment. This isn't real." But there were even
Wow.
murders and stuff. There were attacks, violent, assaults and riots in place. People would lose their like, a whole arena of people would lose their shit. They'd lose their minds. They'd get them so worked up thinking this was real. And it's kinda like the old Orson Welles' War of the Worlds with that broadcast, and aliens have landed, and people bought it over the radio in those days. way back. I
I
can't
didn't
remember
know
what year
that.
that was, but mass hysteria and people were running out of their homes, and there was War of the Worlds.
Oh, the radio show where they tricked
Podcast.
everyone.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
said they terrified people.
They
It
really did
terrified
the
the
Hungarian
nation.
attack.
They heard it on the radio and they believed it. Fake radio war.
Mhm. I
And
remember that. I mean, I wasn't there, but I remember learning about that, and that's just it was a
I'm old, but it was even before my time.
Yeah.
This was way back in CBS radio. It was in the New York Times the next day, and people. It wasn't everyone, but there were people across the country that bought it and didn't realize this is entertainment. 1938 radio drama. So that still happens. All right? And this is my point. It isn't just the radio drama that fooled them. It isn't just wrestling. I fool people into hating me on YouTube that want to kill me. I get death threats. So it's not just, oh, well, that was a long time ago. That's why it worked. No, it works today.
Yeah.
The psychology of the average human, and I do mean average IQ or lower, and average in every way beyond just IQ. They're gullible and
I
they're
feel like
stupid.
most of the time, maybe like 90% of the time, what you're saying is like humorous in one way or another because of the context or just the tone, and that everything that you're doing is intentional, and it's never like to hurt anyone, which is what makes it so funny. I mean, a lot of people, like comedians, they'll like make their jokes at the expense of others. And yes, it is true that you're critical, but like when you're on Jack Talcott, you're genuinely being nice to him, and he can't handle a conversation with you because his show just has to be following whatever his monologue is, or else he gets
And he's
angry.
yes, that's part of it. But also he's paranoid because people are feeding in his ear behind the scenes. Oh, don't trust King Stephen. He's playing you for a fool. And then he gets all upset thinking he's coming on here to play me again. And he's treating me like a clown. And it's all in his mind. Like he gets all worked up.
Don't be a clown. Don't
He's
be
so
a
worked up.
clown.
And his audience, they all hate me. I would say the only people that don't really hate me are the ones that tune into my show live and watch my videos. Some people don't even watch my live streams. They watch and that's fine. They don't have to. I call this a show. I never call it a broadcast like Paul the Slave. I just call this a show or a variety show. That's what I do with my live streams. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be truth. Doesn't mean that there's not going to be comedy. It's a mixture. I don't know what's going to happen when I start my show. I could go in all kinds of directions. And I like that freedom where it's spontaneous. I don't have this planned out where I'm going to cover this and cover that. Sometimes I'll have an idea of a couple things, or I'll have some tabs open. I always have tabs, YouTube tabs open, my browser, where I have lots of things I can share with people that I'm interested in. But this is a show. And by that, I mean, I don't take it so seriously. It is a show after all. And a lot of people don't get that these days. A lot of people don't get it. If I go somewhere calling them pissants and peasants, it just riles them up just like in a wrestling arena. It's the same kind of thing. It just riles them up and they get so full of hatred
Right. Like
that if they had
animals.
rocks and watermelons and tomatoes to throw at me, they'd be throwing that stuff. They'd be throwing vegetables and fruit and just riled up like you'd see in an old movie. They
Living
do
rent free in their minds.
they do hate me, and I'm fine with that. Living rent free, exactly. I mean, they hate me so much. Some of them have hated me for years, and they know nothing. It's just in their imagination. They think I'm such a bad guy and so evil that, excuse me, that one character was accusing me of having something to do with their dog dying. And they're thousands of miles away living in California saying that I cursed their dog and made their dog die. And their dog had health issues and seizures. And I said, I had nothing to do with your dog's death. They imagined me to be this villain and sorcerer. And do I kind of feed into it? Yeah, I do. I let them believe that. I'm not
Yeah,
going
I
to
would
work
too.
I'm not going to work to make them understand things. Like if they want to believe that and live that way and fear me for life and have all these things in their mind, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel the same way. For the people that don't know me and want to hate me and make me a villain in their lives, so be it. Like I remember when a homeless meth head bum Tommy was saying like, Rose, you don't think the Panelverse is serious and you look at it like an MMORPG and you don't give a shit about people, but this is actually people's lives. I'm like, that's bad. The Panelverse should not be their lives. People should not take it seriously. It should be mocked and ridiculed because it's fucking stupid.
I
People should
agree.
have an outside life. And then the Panelverse should be just a joke. Because well,
Yeah.
I mean, if especially when it's a
And it
bunch
should
of
be
losers
fun.
and
If it's so serious that they're getting angry and giving violent threats, they've gone too far. They've already missed the point. It should be goddamn fun. It should be laughter, fun. It should be mocked. It shouldn't be taken so seriously. They're way too serious with this shit.
Yes.
Way
Thank goodness.
too serious.
Thank goodness someone sees it like I do, because I
They've
think that it was with the Nachiketa and the Zetetic Warrior being so serious about the rising earth that just really hurt my coochie chakra. I think that's when my coochie chakra broke and went into hibernation.
Nachiketa is so feminine. I'm not surprised that he has a vagina. He must have one. He's so he's such a femboy. I mean, he's so feminine. It's almost unbelievable. That London creature, London McDouchebag, I call him, KJV, played a clip of me with it must have been years ago. It wasn't this year. I don't know how long ago it would have been, but I don't remember. But I was using my King Stephen avatar was my puppet, my finger puppet of King Friday the 13th from Mr. Rogers was my avatar, which I haven't used in I don't know how long. It's been a long while. But it was Nachiketa and Z and me. And he tried to use that as some fodder to say that I'm bad or whatever, because I was making fun of Nachiketa and I even called him Mikey. I said something about let Mikey talk for himself. I said to Z, because Z tried to say something, and then I said, yeah, and he banned me from his channel. Nachiketa banned me. He's a pussy, or I said something like that, and I said he's feminine, and he is. He's feminine. He's very feminine. He's banned me multiple times, Nachiketa. He's just a feminine guy. When he first heard about my channel, he came over here when I was new to doing live streams. One of my first live streams years ago on the Sanity Machine. I didn't know who he was at all. He came over here and his name was Nachiketa. He said, you can call me Notch. First time I ever heard of him, he came on live speaking with me when I used to have open panels. And I'd been up all night long. I remember it was the morning. And he said, you're so confident in what you're saying. And why are you so... He couldn't understand my confidence. And I think that's a feminine trait of men that are feminine. They can't understand confidence. Confidence is masculine. He couldn't understand where I got my confidence from. And then he said about the design, he said, well, what would you change if God made it so bad? And I said, well, for starters, I would change this realm where life wouldn't have to eat life, and that would eliminate a massive amount of suffering, not just with humans eating life. All life here eats life. And then his response, I'll never forget this, was, what would we eat then? Rocks? And I was like, we wouldn't even need a stomach. What do you mean eat rocks? We wouldn't even need our body design would be totally different. We wouldn't have to use a bathroom. We wouldn't have to have a digestive system. We'd live without having to eat. He just couldn't fathom it because it's different than what exists. He can't imagine. And it told me right away, you lack imagination. You can't imagine this place being entirely different. And I can't remember if I said to him, but I've said it since that point. I can imagine whole realms, not just changing this realm, whole realms of my own. And people just can't believe that. I'm not boasting. I'm just saying what most people in this realm, they're so limited, they can only imagine what already exists. They have no imagination to say, what would this place be like if lions didn't have to eat other animals, and hyenas didn't have to eat other animals, and wolves and owls and hawks, and the list goes on. Everything's eating something else. Everything here is getting attacked and dying. We don't see it in front of us every second of the day, but you can see it. And that's that's part of the illusion here. Just like when animals die, I've showed where birds hide themselves as they're dying. So do squirrels, chipmunks, a lot of small animals will go somewhere into thick brush and die. So we don't see dead birds all over the sidewalks for a reason. Not just because vultures will pick them up, because birds sense when they're sick and dying, and they'll go hide. Otherwise, we
Yeah,
should be
dogs and
seeing
cats
thousands of
too.
birds dying all over.
Absolutely. Dogs and cats, I think, know as well.
Yeah.
They do the same thing.
So what I'm saying is most death is hidden from humans. So a lot of people say there's not stuff dying all the time because they don't see it. Out of sight, out of mind.
Not
That's
just
enough.
death, but prolonged suffering, long death.
Yeah.
Long death. Fast death, no problem. Like that's nothing compared to long death.
hmm
Having a broken limb as an innocent animal left behind by its mother.
Animals that are born different, and they're not necessarily, they don't have a broken limb, but they're just the wrong color, or they're an albino. They're
An
rejected
albino
immediately.
raven.
Yeah, an albino raven, an albino moose. There's some that survive, but they're always alone because they're cast out.
Right. That's right.
These animals, if it's a
learned that.
white deer, white moose, a white raven, anything like that, or if it's just injured, or even the runt, where it's just the smallest and it's a little bit too small or too weak, they'll just leave it a lot of times. And this is what happens. And when you said about the long suffering, there's people in hospitals and hospices dying alone for months in pain, or dying alone at their homes in third world places where they don't have a hospice and they're just alone, suffering and dying somewhere. But we don't see it. As
Right. That's
Finkelstein
happening
says,
everywhere.
he says he looks out his window and he doesn't see what's on the news because he thinks he's a genius. He's such a dummy that I could look out my window right now and not see war. It doesn't mean that there isn't war.
Well, maybe in 1950 in Oklahoma, you can say, oh, the news is saying there's 50 rapes per capita. I don't see rapes around here, but that doesn't mean they're not happening somewhere, like we were talking about in the third world countries with the Muslims or wherever it's customary to just, at this point, there's just trafficking networks where people are using evil as blackmail absolutely everywhere. And they think, so you think just because you can't see it, it's not happening?
Well, he's what I call the paranoid baby truther, thinking if it's on the news, it's a hoax, auto hoax. They just think anything on the news, including the local news, somebody gets robbed, murders, if it's on the news, it must be fake. Because they're at the simpleton level of news equals fake, media equals fake. They believe that 100% of it's fake, and that's just ridiculous.
The way I
That
see
would be
it is that
impossible.
if it's a 24-hour huge event like the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping, if it's taking over every other time slot for more than like 72 hours in a row, I'll auto hoax it by default until someone can prove it, or I'll just disregard it because it has no bearing on my life. I'll completely ignore what's presented on the news. It doesn't matter to me, but that doesn't mean there isn't evil in the real world. I'm just not going to trust what's on the television. I'm okay
Yeah.
with not believing something by default. I think you talked about it recently, the apophatic method of finding out what's true by first recognizing what is not true first. There's lots of ways
Yeah.
you can look at it, but logic and reason, logical deduction, people don't use that anymore. They're
Well,
always
there's
using
also ways of seeing on the news that the liquor store or the corner store blocks away from you was robbed and vandalized, or that night you go there the next day and you can see the damage with your own eyes. You don't have to
Yeah.
say it's on the news, so no stores get robbed, no gas station, no liquor store, and they do. Jewelry stores, liquor stores. This happens. We're living in the real world. Just because it's on TV reported on your local news doesn't make it fake. Now, are there big stories that go on for weeks in the national, international news that are fake? Of course.
That's what I'm
But these and these idiots say that everything on TV is fake, including the local news, and they say and just like Nolan comes around saying, "Well, you post you post news stories. There is murder going on. There is rape. There
The
is
body
all
cam
that stuff. You
I
can
love it
go
when
to
they do that.
places and see dead bodies. You could go to a funeral home and get your eyes open. Some of these naive fucking paranoid idiots and walk room to room and see there are dead bodies in caskets. People die every day. People are murdered every day." In the West, in the third world, everywhere in this world. It's not all fake. Just because they don't see murders outside of their window happening every 10 seconds doesn't mean that people aren't killed in their cities. So he
There
claims to
was
live in Boston. There's murders in Boston. There's murders in Chicago. There's murders in wherever. And it's just so ridiculous. They're basically saying they live in a bubble. And if it doesn't happen right in front of them, they don't believe it.
there
I think
is
it's lazy.
there was a jazz funeral for a baby in New Orleans today. I saw a clip, and you hear all of the horns and all of the music, and then you see that they're in the cemetery with the above ground graves. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I wonder who died. And then you see a single person holding a coffin in their two hands walking down with this. It's called a second line jazz funeral. It's like a very thing that's particular to New Orleans. I find it very strange. But what happened to this baby was a woman decided to give birth into a porta potty and just leave it there, even though you can drop a baby off at a hospital with no questions asked.
There you go.
What kind of
That's
realm is
evil.
that?
Well, that's evil. People would say that's not evil, it's just this, but it's evil. You can drop them off at hospitals. There's certain spots in America you can drop them off at a anonymous little box in the side of a fire station. They have like they call it a baby box or baby drop box or something. And no questions asked. You're not going to be charged. They have options. See, this I think is the thing a lot of people can't psychologically, the normie can't psychologically wrap their mind around, that they have an option not to do that and they still choose to do it. So I would call that evil. Just like there's adoption is an option, but most women do not choose adoption, they choose abortion, or there wouldn't be millions of abortions. Well, if the baby Truther Finkelstein would say there are no abortions because he hasn't seen one personally.
Or he
thinks
hasn't had
reality
one.
he hasn't had one. Yeah, he hasn't had one himself, so he hasn't aborted some butt baby or something himself, so he can't imagine, and he's probably never been to an abortion clinic to see the freezers and the fact that they keep the bodies to sell them and sell body parts,
Stem
and
cells.
that is going on. What?
They sell the stem cells and also
And the
people
organs.
perform it. They see on the ultrasound that as the tool is going inside the body to kill the baby does recoil and try to
Oh,
defend
yeah,
itself.
and there's nowhere to go. So it's actually the most dangerous place in this realm. When you look at the tens of millions of babies killed every year, it's the most dangerous place for a baby is in the womb. And most women say the opposite. They say that's the most comfortable, safest place. It's the most dangerous place. It's where the vulnerable get killed the most.
Excellent point. Gosh, I feel
And
like I have to go because I have to take care of some things and I'm starting to get hungry and tired. But I feel bad leaving on such a terrible, evil note. But what am I supposed to do? That's how this realm is
yeah,
designed.
it
It's
is
gonna
that
be
way.
shit after shit after shit after shit. The more we talk, it's just gonna be more bad things.
I think it's Generation Alpha. Um, the 40% are aborted in Britain of white babies, somewhere between 40, almost 50%. It's over a third that are aborted of the generation. And that's to put it in perspective. When you look at a generation, the youngest generation up to babies up to whatever year, 12 years old or something, over a third, well over a third are aborted that should have been alive.
People are
One out
using
of
it
every
as a form of
three.
birth control. Instead of taking birth control, they're just going to have an abortion, and maybe they'll wait the whole 9
What
months
would
so
it
that they don't have
what
to
would it
deal
be
with
if
their
they were
period.
born? What would be the difference after they're born? And then, like, I mean, they're it's right up until birth, baby, basically. And they are babies. I mean, they're not clumps of cells that they're aborting. They wouldn't even be able to abort a clump of cells with the tools that they're using, scalpels and various things that they're using that are essentially weapons. They're
Right.
aborting babies, and people just don't want to face it. It's over a third of the generation that's wiped out. So people will talk about wars and genocides. Well, a third of the generation's wiped out, not even allowed to be born. That's the most dangerous place on earth, is in the womb, in the West.
So you're either evil or completely brainwashed
Well,
in
there's
order
not
to
that many babies that are born and children dying or being murdered. That is by far the most dangerous place on earth, is in the womb. You're lucky if you get out of the womb these days to be born, because about a third, up to 40% or so, are wiped out in the womb. So think about that.
Yeah.
4 to 10.
It's a
So people that say the womb
freaking
is safe, that's the most dangerous place for a baby, is in a mother's womb. It's not even close. It's not even close
Think of the
to all the other.
landfills. Think of how much the earth, like in geology, how they have like they study the layers. Where's the abortion layer of the geology? It's going to be like a certain kind of mineral in the future. People are going to have necklaces made out of this special kind of stone, and they're not going to realize, oh no, that's just a special stone that was created from the abortions of the early 2000s.
Could be, but I think most of them are eaten. And they turn
Ugh.
into, yeah, I do. I know
Yeah.
it sounds gross, but I've even had video footage of Planned Parenthood at restaurants meeting with wealthy people. We'll sell you a liver for 10,000. We'll try to if you want the brain preserved, we'll try to abort the baby a different way so that the brain is intact. They abort even different ways to make sure that their clients get the organs that they want. And it's not for science, it's for being eaten. They eat babies.
That reminds me of the movie The Island with Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson. Did you ever see that?
No.
I recommend it. I actually do. I never do this. I seriously do not watch TV, especially that it's like a kind of newer movie for anything I've ever seen. But it also has that big black giant actor that was also in The Green Mile, just to give you an idea of someone else that you can visualize. But basically, they all are clones on it, and they think that they're waiting to win a lottery to go to an island, but really they're clones of rich people, and they're actually being put to death and having the organs harvested just in case one of those billionaires gets sick. So Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson escape, and they go into the real world and try to find their clones and beg them for help. And of course they're like, nobody told me this was possible. They thought that you were like unconscious. And then of course they couldn't anesthetize the big black one, which was probably, if I recall correctly, probably like a sports player on the outside, right? But he woke up and was like, and then ran out. It was like a pretty horrific scene. Awake surgery really, really freaks me out. I can't really tolerate anything having to do with that. But it's pretty much what you described, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's they essentially use people to farm babies for them, whether they're knowing or not. It doesn't mean that every, let's say, working class woman or middle class or whatever, teenager or young woman that gets an abortion knows that what's going to happen, but they just use them. Some of them probably do, though. Some of them are probably paid, go abort your baby because we want those organs. That probably happens, but not all the time, because there's millions of abortions. So
Right. Well, I was
that's the
talking
thing.
about full-grown clones, and
Yeah.
not to take away from the baby aspect. They're freaking babies, is what we're talking about.
Yeah, they're babies because they have fully developed heart, liver, organs, and women will still insist it's just a clump of cells. I think
That's
women want to play ignorant and they want to pretend. Well, then how do they have organs
exactly.
if they're not developed as human beings? They have hands, fingers, toes, livers, hearts, brains, eyeballs to be harvested, is what I'm saying. They're fully developed babies. That's what's actually going on. Now, women in modern society want to pretend that only men are violent and men do all the violence. Well, we're not growing human beings inside of us and aborting 60 million a year, so I think there's maybe some focus that needs to be a little bit of light shone on women and said, hey, you're violent, you're choosing, you're signing up to have people do this to the most innocent and vulnerable that have nowhere to
Murderous.
run, nowhere to go. Yeah,
Biggest
murderous.
murderers on earth, the biggest genocide on earth. Yeah.
And it gets spun like, oh, well, you men. That's all we hear during our lives. You men are violent. You men start wars. You men. When there's a queen, they send more. There's more wars with started by queens than kings in history. And queens will never have to fight in the war They're sending men to go fight and die. Women are not innocent in this realm, and they're not peaceful the way they claim there'd be world peace if it was just up to women. It's all bullshit. It's not even close to true.
Well, I agree with everything that you said tonight. I really enjoyed this conversation. It was so fun to laugh again hysterically multiple nights in a row. I think it's really good for the soul. It's very healthy, and people should take a page from us being able to laugh at losers. And if they have a problem,
Yeah.
it means they're a loser. So that's how you know if you're a loser. If
I
you're
don't.
offended by this, it means you're a loser. But I
They
got
are a loser. I don't want to keep you, but I'll hand out some hot water bottles and some heating pads for the coochie chakras that got hurt in the last few minutes hearing what we were saying. They can
Okay.
put them on their hurt coochie chakras, some hot water bottles.
Okay. And then there's plenty of green coffee at directionwithpurpose.com.
They can shove it up their ass. They
Yes.
can.
Good night, King Stephen. I'll talk to you
Good night,
later.
Rose. Have a good
Bye.
one. Take care. They can shove that butt coffee right up their butts. The green coffee for coffee enemas. And they can cry about it. Their coochie chakras. I know there will be some hurt coochie chakras. Some butt hurt ones tuned in. Some ones that will need those pillows. The donut pillow. The good old donut. For the ones that can't sit down because their butt hurts so much. Coochie chakras. Coochie. Cuckoo. Here's one. Here's a pillow for them. Highly recommended. Who hurt you in your cuckoo? Coochie chakra. Your cuckoo.
Let me clarify what I mean by different ethnic group looting in turn. In Nigeria, we do not view our country as a unified nation. Instead, we prioritize our tribal affiliations. When an ethnic group holds power, its members rush to embezzle as much as possible and invest in their own region. After 4 years, when power shifts to the next ethnic group, they follow suit, taking their turn to loot and redirect investment to their area, as no one perceives the country as a shared responsibility, but rather as a bottomless bank account to exploit. As a result, this is the predicament we now find ourselves in. The current generation and the previous one were raised with this mindset, which means nothing can be done unless the mindset changes. But how do you change people who all they think of or all they know is the same thing? Let me share a story about an airline that used to be called Nigerian Airways. It was founded in 1958, but the Nigerians in charge embezzled it to the point of bankruptcy, leading it to collapse in 2003. In 2005, Sir Richard Branson of Virgin Atlantic stepped in to save the company with a win-win investment strategy. The arrangement gave him a 51% stake, with the remaining shares held by Nigerians. The airline then rebranded as Virgin Nigeria. I remember flying with my daughter, who was a toddler at the time, from Lagos to London Gatwick Airport in 2007. Unfortunately, the Nigerian government undermined Virgin Nigeria, just as it had with Nigerian Airways. It subjected Richard Branson's airline to bribery and kickbacks. After a few years of dealing with the corrupt environment, Sir Richard Branson decided he could no longer continue his business in Nigeria. He stated that he would never again consider investing in Nigeria. The reason I share this story is to highlight that Nigerians have contributed to their own downfall, from uncontrolled birth rate that have led to increased poverty to the over 200 million people who can't even build a 50-meter suspension bridge in 2026. What a joke. Over 140 million Nigerian youth spend much of their time dancing, indulging in Afrobeat, chasing immediate pleasures, gossiping on TikTok, Instagram, and often waiting for free handout. In Nigeria, we believe that it is a government job to do everything for us by providing jobs, to building housing, to doing everything. We don't understand the power of the individual in boosting the local economy. We have created a jungle out of our country where anyone who manages to jackpot, still remember the term, to escape? So anyone who manages to jackpot is celebrated as if they've landed a permanent job of $100,000. Do you know how Nigerians celebrate acquiring citizenship from Western countries like Britain, Germany, the United States, and Canada? Sometimes it's so absurd that it could make anyone else cringe in embarrassment.
It's official, I am now a German citizen. See the latest Deutscher in town.
As someone who frequently travels between the West and Nigeria, I've seen many Nigerians who have settled abroad return to Nigeria proudly holding their Western passport for everyone to see while keeping their Nigerian passport hidden away. I remember one instance involving a man who had just become a US citizen. He was so focused on showcasing the new passport that he stashed his Nigerian passport in his pocket, held the American one in his hand, and carried his luggage, making it difficult for him to manage all three so everyone could see it. I watched as he made a fool of himself. At the check-in counter, the airline staff asked for his Nigerian passport, and he acted as if he'd forgotten about it. For over 20 seconds, I was right behind him, observing the whole situation. The staff member insisted, "Sir, could I please have your passport? I know you're Nigerian. Can I have your Nigerian passport? This one doesn't indicate how you entered the country." It's just unbelievable. I don't want to stray too far off from the topic, but we are responsible for the mess we've created. No country should feel obligated to let us live there. I implore all nations with a sense of human decency to consider banning Nigerians. Allowing even the slightest hope for Nigerians only perpetuates the ongoing crisis, as they may focus more on escaping rather than addressing the issues in Nigeria. Over the past 5 years, more than 10,000 Nigerian doctors have jackpot, a term you already know what it means, to escape. This trend isn't limited to doctors, engineers, nurses, pilots, lawyers, professors, teachers, IT professionals, and scientists have all jackpot. Those without skills often resort to fraud or seek to jackpot through fraudulent means. Nigeria, with a population of 242 million people, has only 55,000 doctors, and a third of them are not practicing. In contrast, the UK, with only 69 million people, has over 180,000 doctors, while Switzerland, with just 8 million people, boasts over 42,000 practicing doctors, more than Nigeria's entire count. This situation reflects a lack of altruism, love for the country, and any willingness to sacrifice for the greater good. It feels like a relentless cycle of greed. It is time to consider banning Nigerians from immigrating for work. Countries like the US, Canada, and the UK have taken many of Nigeria's best professionals. Instead of encouraging this brain drain, the UK, the US, and Canada, including other Nigerians' top destinations, should motivate talented individuals to stay and contribute to the development of their homeland. What does it really mean to you to abandon your own country, the place where you grew up and shared experiences with friends and family, to acquire foreign citizenship? The nostalgia of childhood and the bonds with fellow countrymen are invaluable. Doesn't that concern you at all? How could anyone walk away from all of that? Most of what I say here applies to Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Uganda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Zimbabwe, Angola, and many other African countries. Around 17 million Nigerians live abroad. If you look at the chart of the top 10 black African countries with the highest numbers of citizens living outside their countries, you see that when averaged and expressed as percentages, Ghana tops Nigeria, with Sudan in second place and Nigeria in third. However, when considering total numbers, Nigeria surpasses all the countries combined. From Monday to Sunday, Nigerians are dancing and partying. Every corner of the country is filled with Afrobeat, a nonsensical music genre without substance. Among Nigeria's 140 million people, under 35 tens of millions aspire to become Afrobeat stars rather than contribute to Nigeria's betterment. Most Nigerian substance. Among Nigeria's Nigerians are dancing and partying. Nigerians are dancing and Nigerians are dancing and partying. Every corner of the country is filled with Nigerians are dancing and partying. Every corner of the country is filled with Afrobeat, a nonsensical music genre without substance. Among Nigeria's 140 million people, under 35 tens of millions aspire to become Afrobeat stars rather than contribute to Nigeria's betterment. Most Nigerian youth would betray Nigeria in a blink of an eye for just $1,000. African diaspora, black Africans living abroad, remitted over $100 billion last year. According to the chart, Nigerians accounted for over $23 billion of that, which equal to the Nigerian government's entire annual revenue. Ghana follows in a distant second with $7 billion, while Kenya comes in next, and Somalia ranks 10th with $1.2 billion. It can seriously be argued that jackpotting, you know the term by now, jackpot to escape, is a lucrative business given these revenues that they generated from remittances. You might be surprised to learn which country sends the most remittances to Nigeria. No. It is not the USA. Not even close. The UK alone contributes $12 billion, while the US comes in a distant second at $3 billion, and Canada follow closely with $2 billion. These diaspora remittances are expected to reach $35 billion by 2030 in just 4 years for Nigeria. Imagine if Nigerians were unable to jackpot, to leave anymore and had to stay in the country. What do you think would happen? Would find ways to make Nigeria livable. It's a natural human instinct to adapt and survive. As long as the option to leave remains open, there will be little incentive to fight for Nigeria. At the moment, many Nigerians seem to lack empathy for their country. If any of them were to become president or governor, there is a good chance they would exploit the position and flaunt their wealth, spending extravagantly on things like designer clothes and private jets. It is disheartening to see people trying to show off their luxury cars like Range Rovers, Lamborghinis and Ferraris on roads that resemble something from 17th century Europe. There seems to be a lack of shame in showcasing brands like Gucci and Louis Vuitton, while many live in squalor and poverty just behind the facade. This should be embarrassing, but it doesn't seem to shame them. Yet, I am the crazy one, right? If you think we're wrong, if you think there was anything we missed, please leave them in the comment section below. And also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for watching.
Hello. 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 You know where it's from? This isn't for profit. Oh, I was going to share this, but I decided not to. You'll have to find it on your own. Janeway versus Evil Alien. See, this was years ago. 315 likes on this video. That's when people could find the like button. You don't have to like anything I'm doing. You don't have to support anything I'm doing. Many of you will support shit that will get you recycled. And that's what you deserve. You don't support what is good, what is true, what is free, what is helpful. So be it. Support shit. Go ahead. It hurts you in the end. And most are too stupid to realize that. You don't have to support the beings trying to help you. Just support shit. See where it leads you. Go ahead. And that's where we're at. A lot of people are too dumb to support what's good. Too stupid. Too lazy. Too dumb. Too bad. Stay here. Stay here.
What's up? Who's in here? Who's in here? Come on, people, show up. The heck? Why are we still at 0 viewers? Damn. Oh, there we go. YouTube is lagging. Okay, one person's here. One person, come on. 2. Okay. Hey, there we go. Benton is the first person to comment. All systems are slavery. And he already comes speaking facts. Nicholas, what's up? I swear, I'm gonna recognize every single person, bro. Like, I find it kind of interesting how like a lot of these people I see, like I've seen them before. Like I recognize their name. See, I know him. I know Chris the player. He said I was gonna do it, but you went live. Damn. Hello from Florida. What's up? I feel like I can recognize at least, not most of my subscribers, at least the ones with profile pictures, but I feel like a lot of people I can just recognize like right from the start. See, I know Captain Falcon Main. What's up? I recognize him. Hello from North Africa. Damn, North Africa. Me like Egypt, Algeria. I don't read Arabic either, so. Hi, Tragics. Recently, I'm planning to get euthanized next month. When you say you're planning to, are you saying that you already have? How do you even... I don't even want to, like, get into this topic too much, but, like, shouldn't that take, like, a lot of shit? If that makes sense. Like, that is not something that anyone can do, you know? Unless you have, like, some painful illness or something, then I'll see how you can do it. I'm tired of slaving away at a job. Hey, man, that's what I was doing earlier. Tunisia? Oh, okay. You don't want to go into details? Hey, man,